The world outside the heavy timber door has ceased to exist in any way that matters to the senses. There is only the weight of the dark, a substance so thick and absolute that it seems to press against the very walls of the small stone dwelling, seeking out every hairline fracture in the mortar and every slight warp in the wood. It is a cold that does not merely sit upon the skin, it is a cold that waits. It is patient, ancient, and rhythmic, moving with the slow, inevitable pulse of a season that has forgotten the sun. Inside, the air is a different kind of heavy. It is thick with the scent of old smoke, of dried rushes, and the lingering, earthy musk of wool that has been damp for weeks and never truly dried. There is no sound but the rhythmic, shallow breathing of those huddled together, a sound that serves as the only clock in a world without hours. The hearth is the heart of this small universe, yet even it is dying. The embers are a deep, bruised crimson, pulsing weakly beneath a shroud of gray ash that looks like fallen snow in the gloom. A single, thin ribbon of smoke rises, twisting lazily upward toward the thatch, where it dissipates into the soot-stained shadows of the rafters. There is a profound stillness here, a quality of silence that modern ears have never truly known. It is not the absence of noise, but a presence of its own, a heavy velvet blanket that muffles the soul. To move would be to break a spell, to invite the biting air to find a new way to settle against the bone. And so, the body remains motionless, curled into itself, finding a strange, desperate comfort in the familiar ache of joints stiffened by the frost. Every breath is a visible ghost, a small, pale cloud that blooms for a second in the dim light before vanishing back into the void. It is the only proof of life in the freezing stillness. The chest rises and falls with a slow, deliberate effort, pushing against the weight of heavy, coarse blankets made of undyed wool. These blankets are not soft. They are scratchy and dense, smelling of the sheep they once belonged to and the years of wood smoke they have absorbed. They are heavy enough to pin a person to the straw mattress, a physical reminder of the gravity of the night. Underneath the wool, the body's own heat is a precious fleeting thing, a small ember of vitality that must be guarded with a ferocity that borders on the sacred. To shift a limb is to risk losing a pocket of warmth, to feel the sudden, sharp intrusion of the ambient ice that fills the rest of the room. The floor is made of hard-packed earth, scattered with rushes that have long since lost their greenness. They are brittle now, snapping under the slightest pressure, releasing a faint, dusty aroma of the summer fields that seem like a fever dream in this frozen reality. In the corners of the room, the frost has begun to bloom. It grows in intricate, crystalline patterns across the interior stones, white feathers of ice that shimmer with a dull, ghostly light. These patterns are beautiful and terrifying, a sign that the barrier between the living interior and the dead exterior is thinning. The stones themselves are weeping, the moisture from the inhabitants' breath freezing into a slick, glistening skin that coats the walls. There is a deep, resonant quality to the cold. It feels as though it has a sound, a low, subsonic hum that vibrates through the floor and into the soles of the feet. It is the sound of the earth turning away from the light, of the sap freezing in the trees outside, of the very air becoming brittle enough to shatter. Somewhere in the distance, a timber in the roof groans, a long, slow protest against the contraction of the frost. It is a lonely sound, one that emphasizes the vastness of the darkness outside. Beyond these walls, the forest is a graveyard of silver and black, where the wind moves through the bare branches with a sound like a long, indrawn breath. But inside, there is only the huddle, the shared warmth of bodies that have become a single entity in the struggle to endure until the dawn. The hands are tucked deep into the armpits, fingers curled tight to keep the tips from numbing. The skin is rough, calloused by a lifetime of labor, yet in this moment it feels fragile like parchment. One can feel the pulse in the wrists, a slow, steady thud that seems to echo the rhythm of the dying hearth. There is a profound sense of isolation in this darkness, yet also a deep connection to the others nearby. You do not need to see them to know they are there. You can feel the slight shift of their weight, the warmth radiating from their skin, the shared humid air of their lungs. This is the communal survival of the ancient world, a silent pact made against the indifference of the elements. There is no room for the individual here. There is only the collective breath, the shared heat, the singular goal of reaching the morning. The mind, stripped of the distractions of light and activity, wanders into the quiet spaces of memory. It does not seek grand events or distant places, but lingers instead on the tactile realities of existence. The memory of the sun on the back of the neck during harvest feels like a story told about someone else, a mythic era of gold and heat. Now the reality is the texture of the rough-hewn beam overhead, the way the shadows dance in the peripheral vision when the embers flare for a brief dying moment. The darkness is not empty. It is populated by the shapes of the mind's own making, the slow-motion thoughts that drift like the smoke toward the ceiling. There is no urgency here, for urgency requires energy, and energy is a resource that must be hoarded like grain. The fatigue is total, a bone-deep weariness that goes beyond the need for sleep. It is the exhaustion of the season, the cumulative weight of short days and long, freezing nights. It is a heaviness that settles in the marrow, making the limbs feel as though they are made of lead. Even the eyes feel heavy, the lids pressing down with a gentle, insistent force. And yet, sleep is often shallow, a thin veil that allows the senses to remain alert to the changes in the room. The crackle of a cooling stone, the rustle of straw, the distant howl of the wind, all these are processed in a half-dreaming state, a twilight of consciousness where the boundaries between the self and the room begin to blur. Outside, the stars are chips of ice set into a sky of polished obsidian. They offer no warmth, only a cold, distant light that illuminates nothing. The moonlight, when it breaks through the clouds, casts long, distorted shadows across the snow, turning the familiar landscape into a world of alien shapes. The trees look like skeletal hands reaching for a sky that has turned its back. There is no movement in the woods. The animals have gone to ground, buried in burrows and hollows, their hearts slowing to a near stop. The world is holding its breath. It is a time of suspension, a long, dark bridge between the death of the old year and the uncertain birth of the new. Inside the dwelling, the darkness is warmer than the light outside, but only just. The air near the floor is the coldest, a heavy layer of frost that creeps toward the bed. To lower a hand from the mattress is to dip it into an invisible pool of ice. The height of the bed, modest as it is a calculated defense, a few inches of elevation that keep the body just above the harshest reach of the winter's grip. The straw beneath the wool provides a rustling, shifting insulation, trapping small pockets of air that have been warmed by the body's long stillness. It is a fragile ecosystem, a microclimate of survival maintained by nothing more than the persistence of the blood. In the silence, the imagination becomes vivid. One can almost hear the frost growing, the microscopic click of crystal meeting crystal as it advances across the window slit. The window itself is covered with a piece of stretched animal bladder, translucent and yellowed, which rattles softly in the wind. It lets in no light at night, only a dim, diffused suggestion of the moonlight that makes the room feel even more enclosed. It is a barrier that feels impossibly thin against the vast, howling emptiness of the winter night. You learn to listen to the wind, to interpret its voice, the low moan that speaks of a steady gale, the sharp whistle that signals a coming storm, the sudden, terrifying silence that means the snow is falling thick and fast, muffling the world in a white shroud. The endurance of the night is a slow, methodical process. It is measured in the cooling of the stones and the gradual stiffening of the blankets. There is a sense of pride, quiet and unvoiced, in this endurance. To wake in the middle of the dark and feel the cold, yet to know that the heart is still beating and the breath is still flowing, is a victory. It is a testament to the resilience of the human form, to its ability to hunker down and wait out the worst the world has to offer. There is no desire for anything more than this: the continuation of the breath, the retention of the heat, the eventual return of the gray, pale light that signifies the end of the long watch. The night feels as though it has lasted for centuries. The concept of time as a linear progression has faded, replaced by a circular, repetitive awareness of the present moment. Each breath is the same as the last. Each shiver is a familiar companion. The mind enters a meditative state, a low-frequency hum of existence that mirrors the stillness of the room. There are no worries about the future, no regrets about the past, only the immediate, tactile reality of the wool against the skin and the cold against the face. It is a stripping away of all that is unnecessary, leaving only the core of being, the small, bright flame of life that refuses to be extinguished by the surrounding frost. Deep in the straw, a mouse stirs, its tiny movements creating a sharp, scuttling sound that seems loud in the absolute quiet. It, too, is seeking warmth, a small life navigating the same frozen landscape as the giants above it. The sound is a reminder that the world is still inhabited, that life persists in the smallest, most hidden corners. The mouse's presence is not an intrusion, but a confirmation of the shared struggle. We are all huddled together in the dark, from the smallest creature in the thatch to the families in their beds, all waiting for the sun to remember us. As the hours crawl toward the deepest part of the night, the cold intensifies. It becomes a physical weight, pressing down on the roof and walls with a crushing force. The air becomes so cold that it hurts to draw it in too quickly. It must be sipped, warmed by the nose and throat before it reaches the lungs. The blankets feel heavier now, as if the moisture in the air has settled into the fibers and frozen them into a stiff, protective shell. The body retreats further into itself, the chin tucked to the chest, the knees pulled toward the stomach. This is the ancient posture of the sleeper, the fetal tuck that minimizes surface area and protects the vital organs. It is the position of the beginning and the end, a return to the most basic form of self-preservation. There is a strange beauty in this deprivation. Without the clutter of light and sound, the senses become attuned to the smallest details. The texture of the wool, the scent of the drying mud, the subtle variations in the darkness, all these become profound. The world is reduced to its most fundamental elements: earth, wood, wool, and breath. There is a clarity that comes with this reduction, a sense of being part of the natural order rather than apart from it. The cold is not an enemy, but a condition of existence, a force as natural as the gravity that holds the stones together. To live through, it is to participate in the ancient rhythm of the earth, to be a part of the long, slow cycle of the seasons. The silence of the house is occasionally broken by the soft, rhythmic snoring of a family member, a comforting sound that speaks of a deep, trusting sleep. It is a sign that, for now, the cold is being kept at bay. The sound of another's life is the greatest comfort in the dark. It is a tether to the world of the living, a reminder that you are not alone in this frozen void. You find yourself syncing your own breathing to theirs, a subconscious effort to create a shared rhythm of survival. In this way, the night is endured not as individuals, but as a single, breathing entity, a collective defiance of the frost. The embers in the hearth have now turned to a dull, matte gray, with only the faintest hint of orange deep within the cracks of the charcoal. The heat they give off is negligible now, more of a memory than a reality. The air in the center of the room is almost as cold as the air near the walls. The journey from the bed to the hearth, which would take only a few steps, feels like an impossible trek across a frozen wasteland. No one moves. To move is to invite the cold to enter the bed, to break the seal of warmth that has been so painstakingly built up over the hours. The decision to remain still is an instinctive one, a calculation made by the body rather than the mind. In this deep, dark hour, the world feels very old. It feels as though the modern world has never existed, and that this small stone room is the only reality there has ever been. The history of the world is not written in books or on parchment, but in the layers of soot on the rafters and the worn depressions in the earthen floor. It is a history of nights like this, of millions of people who have sat in the dark and waited for the light. There is a profound sense of continuity in this thought, a feeling of being a single link in an endless chain of human endurance. The struggle is not new, and it is not yours alone. It is the shared heritage of the species, the quiet, persistent pulse of life that has survived every winter since the beginning of time. The shadows in the room seem to shift, even though there is no light to cast them. They are shapes born of the darkness itself, shifting and flowing like water. They pool in the corners and under the benches, creating depths within depths. The eyes, long since adjusted to the gloom, find patterns in the nothingness, the ghost of a doorway, the suggestion of a hanging bundle of herbs, the curve of a wooden bowl. These objects, so mundane in the daylight, take on a totemic significance in the night. They are the artifacts of a life, the tools of survival, waiting patiently for the touch of a hand and the return of the sun. The cold has a way of sharpening the mind even as it numbs the body. Thoughts become crystalline, brittle, and clear. You think of the woodpile outside, stacked neatly against the wall, now buried under a layer of snow. You think of the grain in the bin, the dried meat hanging from the rafters, the precious supplies that must last until the first green shoots of spring. There is a constant, quiet tallying of resources, a mental ledger of survival. Every log burned, every mouthful of porridge, is a calculated withdrawal from the bank of life. But tonight, there is nothing to be done but wait. The work of the day is over, and the work of the night is simply to remain. The air grows even stiller, if such a thing is possible. The wind outside has died down to a whisper, leaving the world in a state of absolute, ringing silence. This is the dead of night, a term that feels literal in its intensity. It is the pivot point of the darkness, the moment when the night is at its deepest, and the morning is still a distant, impossible dream. In this stillness, the sense of being suspended in time is at its strongest. There is no past, no future, only the infinite, frozen present. The heart beats slow and steady, a lone drum in the vast, silent theater of the winter. The blankets are now a part of the body, a heavy, thick skin that protects the warmth within. The sensation of the cold against the face is a constant, sharp reminder of the world outside, but it is no longer a shock. It is a known quantity, a boundary that defines the limits of the self. There is a strange meditative peace to be found in this state, a quiet acceptance of the conditions of existence. You are alive, you are warm enough, and the night is moving, however slowly, toward its end. This is enough. In the face of the vast, indifferent cold, this is a monumental achievement. The mind drifts again, caught in the slow current of the night. It imagines the world beyond the village, the miles of frozen forest and the white-capped hills, all resting under the same silent sky. You are a small part of a much larger stillness, a single spark of warmth in a landscape of ice. There is a sense of belonging in this, a realization that you are not fighting the world, but moving with it. The winter is not an attack. It is a season of rest, a time for the earth to sleep and for life to draw inward. By remaining still and quiet, you are in harmony with the rhythm of the universe. The first faint change in the night is not one of light, but of feeling. The air seems to lose some of its crystalline hardness, becoming slightly more fluid. It is a change so subtle that it might be imagined, yet the body senses it. The deepest point of the night has passed, and the slow, agonizingly slow approach of the dawn has begun. It is still hours away, still hidden behind the curve of the earth, but the tide has turned. The darkness is no longer thickening. It is simply holding its ground, waiting for the inevitable return of the sun. In the huddle, someone stirs slightly, a soft rustle of straw that signals a shift in the collective sleep. A hand is withdrawn from a blanket, then quickly tucked back in as the cold bites. The rhythm of breathing changes, becoming a little more varied. The world is beginning to wake, even if the eyes are still closed and the room is still black. This is the first stirrings of the day, the quiet preparation for the work of living. The fire will be rebuilt, the water will be fetched from the well, and the cycle will begin anew. But for now, there is still the darkness, still the cold, and still the profound, healing silence of the winter night. The sense of weight remains, but it is no longer a burden. It is a comfort, a sign of the many layers of protection that have been placed between the self and the void. The wool, the straw, the stone, the thatch, all these are the armor of the ordinary person, the simple, effective tools that have allowed humanity to inhabit the cold places of the earth. There is a deep, quiet gratitude for these things, for the humble materials that make life possible. In the modern world, warmth is a flick of a switch, but here, it is a hard-won victory, a treasure to be cherished and guarded. The cold has begun to recede from the mind, replaced by a soft, enveloping drowsiness. The work of enduring the deepest part of the night is done, and the body can finally relax its guard just a little. The shivers have stopped, replaced by a steady, glowing warmth that seems to emanate from the very center of the bones. This is the deep sleep that comes before the dawn, the most restorative and profound rest of the day. The world outside is still frozen, still dark and still silent, but inside the battle has been won. The breath continues, the heart beats on, and the long, cold night is slowly, inevitably giving way to the promise of the morning. The transition from the deepest well of the night toward the first thinning of the shadows is a slow and imperceptible shifting of the air. It is not yet light, and it will not be light for a long time, but the quality of the darkness is changing. It no longer feels like a solid, crushing weight. Instead, it has become more like a fluid, a cold mist that swirls in the corners of the room. The silence, too, has evolved. Earlier, it was the silence of a void, but now it is the silence of anticipation. The world is still frozen, but the earth seems to have completed its long, slow turn away from the sun and is now beginning the arduous journey back. Inside the small stone room, the communal warmth has reached its peak saturation, the air beneath the heavy wool blankets thick with the humid, recycled heat of the sleepers. Every fiber of the heavy wool blankets is now fully infused with the scent of the hearth and the salt of human skin. The blankets have become a second, collective skin for the family, a barrier that separates the fragile heat of life from the encroaching frost on the walls. One can feel the slight, rhythmic twitch of a neighbor's limb in the straw, a small sign of a dream or a reflex against the chill. The proximity of others is the only true furnace in this world. It is a biological furnace, fed by the slow burning of stored calories and the steady, rhythmic movement of the diaphragm. To be alone in this cold would be a different kind of challenge, but here, the shared burden of the night makes the cold feel less like an intruder and more like a background condition of existence. The frost on the walls has thickened. In the near-total dark, it seems to glow with a faint, internal luminescence, as if it were reflecting a light that does not yet exist. These icy formations are thickest near the floor and around the doorframe, where the draft whistles through the gaps with a low, mournful sound. The draft is a thin needle of ice, piercing the warm air of the interior. It carries the smell of the outdoors, the sharp, ozone scent of fresh snow, and the bitter, metallic tang of the frozen earth. You can track the movement of this draft by the way it ruffles the dry rushes on the floor, a tiny, dry clatter that sounds like the footsteps of a ghost. It is a constant reminder that the safety of the room is a fragile thing, held together by stone, mud, and the persistence of those within. The body feels incredibly dense, as if the gravity of the winter has increased. To lift a hand to brush a stray piece of straw from the face requires a conscious effort of will. The skin of the face is the only part of the body exposed to the ambient air, and it feels tight and dry, the tip of the nose numb to the touch. There is a strange, detached sensation in this numbness, a feeling that the face belongs to the room while the rest of the body belongs to the warmth of the bed. One becomes an observer of their own sensations, noting the way the cold air stings the nostrils with every intake of breath, and the way the lungs feel slightly constricted by the heavy, damp atmosphere. The mind remains in a state of soft focus, drifting through a landscape of tactile impressions. There is no need for words in this state. Language is a tool of the daylight, of action and social interaction. In the dark of a winter night, communication is physical. It is the adjustment of a blanket, the leaning of one shoulder against another, the shared silence that acknowledges the common struggle. There is a profound sense of peace in this lack of speech. It allows the consciousness to expand, to fill the small room and merge with the sounds of the night. You become the crackle of the cooling embers, the groan of the roof timbers, and the rhythmic sigh of the wind. The darkness is textured. If you stare into it long enough, it begins to reveal its layers. There is the blackness of the corners, which is absolute and impenetrable. Then there is the charcoal gray of the center of the room, where the faint, dying light of the hearth still struggles to define the edges of things. And then there is the shimmering, ghostly white of the frost on the walls. The eyes do not seek to see. They merely receive whatever the darkness offers. It is a visual diet of shadows, a slow-motion cinema of the mundane. A hanging pot becomes a dark, rounded beast. A stack of firewood becomes a jagged cliffside. The familiar becomes strange, and the strange becomes familiar. The fatigue is no longer sharp. It has become a soft, pillowy sensation that blankets the mind. It is the kind of tiredness that feels like a physical embrace, pulling the consciousness down into the deeper layers of the straw. The heart rate is slow, the pulse a gentle throb in the ears that matches the cadence of the world's stillness. This is the stage of the night where the boundaries between waking and dreaming are at their thinnest. Images from the day, the gray sky, the heavy axe, the frozen pump, flicker through the mind like shadows on a wall, devoid of their usual weight. They are just fragments of a story that is currently on hold, waiting for the return of the sun to resume its narrative. In the rafters, the soot hangs in long, delicate strings like black lace. These strings move slightly in the rising heat of the day's last fire, even now, hours later. They are the accumulation of years of winter nights, a record of every fire that has ever burned in this hearth. They represent the endurance of the house, the way it has sheltered generations of people through the same cycle of cold and dark. There is a quiet dignity in this soot, a sense of history that is felt rather than read. The house is a living thing, breathing with its inhabitants, expanding and contracting with the temperature, absorbing the essence of those who dwell within its stone embrace. The straw mattress is a complex landscape of its own. Over the weeks, it has been compressed into a shape that mirrors the bodies of those who lie upon it. It has its own warmth, its own scent, and its own language of rustles and creaks. Every movement creates a small symphony of dry, snapping sounds, a reminder of the fields where this straw once grew. It is a humble material, yet in this moment, it is more valuable than gold. It provides the insulation that makes sleep possible, the barrier that keeps the earth's cold from leaching the life from the limbs. You can feel the individual stalks through the wool, a prickly, textured presence that grounds you in the physical reality of the moment. Somewhere beneath the floorboards or deep within the stone walls, a cricket might have found a pocket of warmth, though it has long since fallen silent. The insects of the summer are gone, their lives reduced to eggs and larvae hidden in the dark, waiting for a warmth that is still months away. The house is a sanctuary not just for humans, but for all the small, hidden lives that share this space. The spiders in the corners are motionless, their webs frosted with the same moisture that coats the walls. The world has slowed to a crawl, a state of near-suspended animation, where the only thing that moves is the breath and the slow, inevitable creep of the frost. The heavy wooden door is the sentinel of the room. It is thick, reinforced with iron bands that have grown cold enough to burn the skin if touched. It stands between the huddle and the infinite, frozen night. You can hear the wind pressing against it, a low, insistent thudding as if something were trying to gain entry, but the door holds. It is a sturdy, honest thing, built by hands that knew the severity of the seasons. There is a sense of security in the sound of that wood resisting the wind, a feeling of being protected by the labor of the past. The house is a fortress, and its weapons are its thickness and its weight. The internal clock of the body is more accurate than any mechanical device. It knows that the night is long, but it also knows that it is finite. There is a subtle shift in the metabolism, a preparation for the eventual effort of waking. The muscles, though still stiff, are no longer locked in the defensive crouch of the midnight hours. They are beginning to soften, to prepare for the fluid movements of the day. The blood seems to move a little faster, a warm current returning to the extremities. The numbness in the fingers is replaced by a faint, tingling sensation, a sign that the body is reclaiming its territory from the cold. The smell of the room is a constant, comforting presence. It is the smell of survival. It is the dry, bready scent of the grain sacks in the corner, the salt and grease of the bacon hanging from the beam, the earthy, damp smell of the stone, and the omnipresent, mellow aroma of wood ash. These are the scents of a home that is functioning as it should, providing food and shelter against the elements. They are honest, uncomplicated smells that speak of the essential things. In the dark, the nose becomes the primary narrator of the story, describing the state of the world through the subtle shifts in the air. The mind begins to contemplate the first tasks of the morning, not with dread, but with a slow, methodical curiosity. The first person to rise will have to brave the air outside the blankets, their feet finding the freezing earth, their hands searching for the flint and steel or the remaining ember buried deep in the ash. It is a sacred task, the rekindling of the world's light. To watch the first flame take hold of a shaving of wood is to witness a miracle, the triumph of human agency over the indifferent dark. But that moment is still a comfortable distance away. For now, the luxury is the stillness, the ability to remain suspended in this quiet, gray world where nothing is required but the act of breathing. The rhythm of the house is one of long pauses. Between the gusts of wind, there are moments of such profound silence that you can hear the settling of the thatch. The straw of the roof is a heavy, golden blanket that protects the house from the snow, but it also breathes. It absorbs the moisture of the room and releases it slowly, a natural regulator of the atmosphere. On a night like this, the thatch is frozen into a solid mass, a cap of ice that seals the heat inside. You can imagine the snow piling up on top of it, a white, silent weight that adds another layer of insulation to the dwelling. The house is being buried, and in that burial there is safety. The blankets feel even heavier now, as if they are trying to merge with the sleepers. The wool is coarse, but its weight is a profound comfort. It feels like the hand of a giant pressing down, keeping the world from spinning away. This weight is a physical manifestation of security. In a world where so much is uncertain, the weight of a heavy blanket is a constant, a reliable truth. You find yourself pulling it up higher, tucking it under the chin, creating a small, warm cave where the only air is the air you have warmed yourself. It is the ultimate sanctuary, a space no larger than the body, yet as vast as a kingdom. The shadows on the ceiling seem to be thinning, though it is likely an illusion of the tired mind. The rafters are beginning to emerge from the blackness, their rough-hewn shapes becoming distinct against the slightly paler darkness above. These beams were once trees, standing in the same forest that now groans in the wind. They have been transformed by human hands into the skeletal structure of a home, a transition from the wild to the domestic. They carry the marks of the adze and the saw, the signatures of the craftsmen who lived and died before this night began. To look at them is to see the continuity of time, the way the work of the past supports the lives of the present. The darkness has a taste, a cold, metallic flavor that lingers on the tongue. It is the taste of the frost and the smoke, of the raw, unadorned elements of the world. It is not unpleasant, it is simply real. It is the flavor of the winter. When you swallow, you can feel the coolness of the air traveling down your throat, a reminder that the environment is not something you are merely in, but something that is within you. You are a part of the house, a part of the night, and a part of the cold. There is no separation. As the second part of the night draws to its conclusion, the sense of peace becomes almost absolute. The fear of the cold has been replaced by a deep, quiet familiarity. You know how it feels, how it moves, and how to live within it. It is no longer a monster at the door, but a silent guest at the hearth. The endurance is no longer an effort, it is a state of being. The body is still, the mind is quiet, and the heart is steady. The world is waiting, and you are waiting with it, a patient observer of the long, slow unfolding of the dark. The first hint of a sound from the village outside, perhaps the distant, muffled lowing of a cow in a nearby barn, breaks the isolation of the house. It is a lonely sound, but it is a sign of life. Somewhere else, another human is waking, another heart is beating, another breath is blooming in the cold. The village is a collection of these small, warm islands in a sea of ice, connected by invisible threads of shared experience. Every person in every house is doing exactly what you are doing, clinging to the warmth, listening to the wind, and waiting for the sun. This shared reality is a source of immense, unspoken strength. The silence returns deeper than before. The cow has fallen silent and the wind has taken a breath. The world is at its most stagnant. This is the moment when the night feels like it will never end, when the concept of morning seems like a beautiful, impossible fiction. But even in this stagnation, there is movement. The ice is thickening, the embers are fading, and the earth is turning. Change is constant, even when it is invisible. You can feel it in the way the air presses against your skin, a subtle increase in pressure that suggests the atmosphere is preparing for something new. The body is a map of sensations. The toes are cold, but the calves are warm. The back is stiff, but the chest is relaxed. The hands are tucked away, safe from the air. You navigate this map with the ease of long practice, moving your focus from one area to another, checking the status of your internal heat. It is a slow, methodical survey, a way of passing the time and staying connected to the physical self. You are a guardian of your own vitality, a sentry on duty in the fortress of the body. The dream state is becoming more vivid. You are walking through a summer field, the tall grass brushing against your thighs, the sun a heavy, golden weight on your shoulders. The smell of wild thyme and clover is so strong you can almost taste it. This is the mind's way of balancing the scales, of providing the heat that the body lacks. It is a necessary hallucination, a mental fire that keeps the spirit from freezing. You allow yourself to linger in this memory, to feel the imaginary sun on your skin, even as the real frost grows on the walls just inches away. The memory of the summer is a lifeline. It is the proof that the world is not always like this, that the cycle will eventually bring back the light and the growth. You hold onto the image of a ripe apple, its red skin warm from the sun, its juice sweet and cold. It is a talisman against the winter, a symbol of the abundance that is currently hidden beneath the snow. The apple is a promise, and in the dark of the night, promises are the most important things we have. They are the seeds of the future, kept safe in the frozen ground of the present. The heavy, rhythmic breathing of the others continues, a steady metronome for the night. It is the sound of life persisting, of the collective will to survive. You close your eyes, though it makes little difference in the dark, and let the sound wash over you. It is a lullaby for the soul, a gentle, repetitive melody that speaks of safety and connection. You are part of the huddle, part of the family, part of the human story. And in that belonging, there is a warmth that no amount of frost can ever truly extinguish. The shadows continue their slow, silent dance. The room is a theater of the quiet, a place where the smallest movement is a grand event. A piece of thatch shifts on the roof, a mouse sneezes in the wall, a sleeper sighs. These are the milestones of the hour, the only markers of time in a world that has stopped moving. You accept them as they come, letting them drift through your consciousness without judgment. They are the ingredients of the night, the raw materials of the experience. The cold is now a familiar coat, one that you have worn for many hours. You have learned its weight and its texture, and you know how to move within it. It is no longer a shock to the system, but a steady, manageable presence. You have reached a state of equilibrium with the environment, a balance between the heat of the body and the ice of the room. This is the peak of the night's endurance, the moment where the struggle becomes a form of rest. The night is a vast, dark ocean, and the house is a small, sturdy boat. You are a passenger on this vessel, drifting through the shadows toward a distant shore. There is nothing to do but trust the boat and wait for the journey to end. The water is cold and the wind is loud, but the wood is strong and the hull is tight. You settle deeper into the straw, feeling the movement of the night as a gentle, rocking motion. The morning will come when it is ready, and until then you are safe in the arms of the dark. The architecture of the night has reached its most profound stillness. It is the time when the deep, subterranean chill of the earth seems to rise through the very floorboards, meeting the descending frost from the rafters. The air in the room has become stratified, a silent map of temperatures that the body interprets through the veil of sleep. Near the ceiling, the last ghosts of warmth linger amongst the soot-stained timber, while at the level of the sleeping mats, the air is sharp and thin. Between these two worlds, the inhabitants remain locked in a state of quiet preservation. The wool of the blankets has become slightly damp from the condensation of breath, adding a new, heavy texture to the weight pressing down on the limbs. This moisture, though cold to the touch at the edges, acts as a seal, trapping the internal heat of the huddle in a humid, private atmosphere that smells of life and endurance. Outside the thick stone walls, the environment is a study in monochromatic silence. The snow has ceased to fall, leaving the world wrapped in a heavy, crystalline crust that reflects the star-stiffened sky. In the woods nearby, the trees crack with the sound of a hammer hitting an anvil, the sudden, violent expansion of freezing sap. This sound, sharp and lonely, travels through the frozen ground and vibrates against the foundations of the dwelling. Inside, a sleeper might stir, the sound integrating into a dream of a distant footstep or a falling branch, before settling back into the deep rhythm of the night. The stillness is so absolute that the sound of one's own heartbeat becomes a prominent feature of the room, a steady, low-frequency thud that anchors the consciousness to the physical form. The darkness is no longer a void. It has become a textured presence that feels as thick as velvet. If one were to reach out a hand into the open air of the room, the skin would be met with a resistance that feels almost liquid. The cold is not merely a temperature, it is a medium. It carries the faint, metallic scent of the iron cooking pot and the bitter, alkaline ghost of the wood ash. In this deep hour, the mind begins to perceive the room through senses other than sight. You know the distance to the hearth by the subtle change in the air's movement. You know the height of the ceiling by the way the silence echoes against the thatch. The room is familiar in a way that only those who live without artificial light can truly understand. It is a map drawn in shadows and sensations, etched into the memory by years of navigating the dark. In the corner of the room, the water in the wooden bucket has begun to form a skin of ice. It starts at the edges, delicate needles of frost reaching toward the center until they meet and lock in a translucent pane. This small, silent process is a measurement of the night's power. It is a transformation of the fluid into the solid, a quiet conquest of the cold over the most basic elements of life. To hear the soft, crystalline clink as the ice thickens is to understand the true nature of the season. It is a time of hardening, of turning inward, of solidification. The world is being held in a glass vise, and the only thing that remains soft and fluid is the blood in the veins and the breath in the throat. The fatigue that accompanies this hour is of a special kind. It is not the sharp exhaustion of the field or the forge, but a heavy, languid weight that feels like being submerged in deep water. It is the fatigue of the soul as much as the body. The mind, deprived of the stimulation of color and movement, turns its gaze toward the internal landscape. Thoughts move like slow-moving fish in a dark pond, surfacing briefly before sinking back into the depths. There is no desire for complex thought or problem-solving. There is only the observation of the present, the way the wool feels against the chin, the sound of a companion's swallow, the way the hip aches slightly from the hard pressure of the straw. These small, mundane realities are the only truths that matter. The hearth, now almost entirely surrendered to the ash, remains a focal point of the mind's eye. Even without the visible glow, the memory of the fire provides a psychological warmth. One can still picture the way the flames licked the underside of the cauldron, the way the sparks danced like tiny, short-lived stars before vanishing into the chimney. This memory is a fuel of its own, a mental ember that provides a sense of continuity. The fire is not dead, it is merely sleeping, waiting for the first ritual of the morning to bring it back to life. The cycle of the fire is the cycle of human existence, a constant movement between the brilliance of the day and the quiet, ashen stillness of the night. The breathing of the family has fallen into a synchronized cadence, a collective sigh that seems to move the very air of the room. This shared respiration is a powerful thing. It is the sound of a pack, a tribe, a lineage. It is the most basic form of communication, a constant reassurance that everyone is still there, still fighting, still alive. In the silence, this sound is the only music. It has a rhythm and a melody that is both soothing and profound. It is the lullaby of the species, the song that has been sung in caves and huts and cottages for tens of thousands of years. As long as the breath continues, the night can be endured. Beneath the blankets, the toes remain curled, seeking the warmth of the adjacent calf or the thickest part of the wool. The feet are the outposts of the body, the first to feel the retreat of the heat and the last to receive it back. There is a strange, quiet dignity in the struggle of the feet to stay warm. They are the parts of us that touch the earth, that carry us through the mud and the snow, and now they are the first to suffer the cold's embrace. You find yourself focusing on them, sending a mental pulse of warmth down the legs, a small act of internal housekeeping. It is a slow, meditative process that fills the minutes and keeps the mind anchored. The straw of the bedding has a distinct sound in this part of the night. It is drier now, more brittle, as the moisture from the room's air begins to freeze on its surface. Every shift of the body results in a series of sharp, tiny snaps, like the breaking of 1,000 microscopic twigs. It is a brittle, percussive sound that emphasizes the fragility of the world. Everything is on the verge of breaking: the wood, the ice, the very air itself. Only the human spirit, soft and resilient, seems capable of bending without snapping. The straw provides the cushion, the insulation, and the soundtrack to the night, a humble witness to the long hours of the dark. A sudden, sharp gust of wind hits the side of the house, making the thatch rattle and the door groan against its latch. It is a reminder that the world outside is active, even if it is hostile. The wind carries the voice of the waste, a long, low howl that sounds like the lament of something ancient and forgot. It searches for a way in, testing the thickness of the stone and the seal of the mud. But the house is an old hand at this game. It hunkered down, its weight pressing into the earth, its rounded shape allowing the wind to slide over it like water over a stone. The people inside feel the vibration of the wind in their bones, a shiver that is not of cold but of recognition. The wild is knocking, but the door is shut. The scent of the room shifts slightly as the night progresses. The initial smell of wood smoke has faded into a more earthy, mineral aroma, the scent of the stone walls and the damp earth floor. There is also the faint, sweet smell of the dried herbs hanging from the rafters: sage, thyme, and lavender, their oils long since dried but their essence still lingering in the air. These scents are the ghosts of the summer, a floral memory that provides a stark contrast to the metallic bite of the frost. They are a reminder of the garden, of the bees, and of the sun-drenched afternoons that now seem as distant as the stars. The mind begins to drift into the space between sleep and waking, a twilight realm where logic gives way to imagery. You are no longer just a person in a bed, you are the house itself. You feel the weight of the snow on your roof, the bite of the wind on your stones, the warmth of the life within your walls. You are the ancient protector, the silent witness to the passage of time. This expansion of the self is a common trick of the long night, a way for the consciousness to cope with the confinement of the dark. By becoming the environment, you no longer have to fear it. You are the winter, and therefore, the winter cannot hurt you. The silence returns after the wind, deeper and more resonant than before. The world feels as though it has been emptied of all but the most essential things. There is the dark, there is the cold, and there is the breath. Everything else, the worries of the day, the complexities of relationships, the anxieties of the future, has been stripped away by the sheer physical demand of the night. It is a purification, a return to the 0 point of existence. In this state, there is a profound sense of clarity. You are alive. That is the only fact that matters. That is the only victory worth celebrating. The light will not return for several more hours, but the body has already begun to adjust to its absence. The pupils are dilated to their fullest extent, searching for any scrap of photons in the gloom. The ears are tuned to the highest frequency, capable of hearing the falling of a single needle of frost from the rafter. This heightened state of awareness is exhausting in its own way, yet it is also a source of strange power. You are a creature of the dark, adapted and attuned to the subtle rhythms of the night. You are not a victim of the winter, you are a participant in it. The heavy wool of the blanket feels increasingly like a living thing. Its texture is rough, almost abrasive, yet it is a comfort beyond words. You run a thumb over the weave, feeling the individual knots and the coarse fibers of the sheep ingredient. It is a tangible link to the animal kingdom, to the creatures that endure the same cold on the hillsides and in the pens. We are all wearing the protection of others, all relying on the labor and the lives of those around us. The blanket is a testament to the interconnectedness of all things: the sheep, the weaver, the sleeper, the night. In the deepest shadows near the floor, the shadows seem to pool like dark water. They are so thick that they obscure the legs of the table and the base of the grain bin. This visual weight adds to the feeling of being submerged. The room is a diving bell, a small pocket of air at the bottom of a vast, frozen ocean. The pressure of the dark is immense, yet the walls hold. The integrity of the structure is a source of deep, subconscious relief. As long as the stones stay together, the world of the light can eventually be reclaimed. The passage of time is marked by the slow migration of a single patch of moonlight across the floor, filtered through the thick, yellowed animal bladder of the window. It is a pale, sickly light, more of a gray smudge than a true glow, but it is the only clock available. It moves with an agonizing slowness, a snail's pace that reflects the true speed of the night. To watch it move is to understand the patience required of the winter. Nothing happens quickly. Everything is a slow, deliberate unfolding. The ice grows, the stars turn, the moon climbs, and the human heart waits. A sleeper nearby exhales a long, shivering breath, a sound that is both a release and a protest. The cold has found a way into their dream, perhaps, or a limb has strayed too far from the center of the huddle. There is a soft rustle as they pull themselves tighter into the group, a collective adjustment that ripples through the pile of bodies. This movement is fluid and instinctive, a dance of survival that requires no music and no direction. It is the wisdom of the flesh, the ancient knowledge of how to keep the flame of life burning when the world is intent on blowing it out. The mind returns to the image of the fire, but this time it imagines the heat of the sun. It thinks of the way the light feels when it first hits the skin after a long winter, the prickling golden warmth that seems to reach all the way to the bone. It thinks of the color of the new grass, a green so bright it hurts the eyes. These thoughts are not a distraction, they are a necessity. They are the seeds of hope that must be kept warm in the dark. Without the memory of the light, the darkness would be unbearable. But with it, the night becomes a bridge, a difficult but necessary crossing toward the return of the world. The cold is now a dull ache, a constant companion that has lost its ability to shock. It has become a part of the identity of the night. You accept it as you accept the weight of your own body. It is the price of the silence, the cost of the rest. There is a strange, stoic peace in this acceptance. You are not fighting the cold anymore. You are simply existing within it. This surrender is not a defeat. It is a form of mastery. By letting go of the resistance, you find a new kind of strength. The house seems to breathe with you. Every creak of the timber is a sigh. Every groan of the stone is a shift in posture. The building is not an inanimate object, but a slow-moving, long-lived entity that has seen 1,000 nights like this one. It knows the secret of endurance. It knows that the dawn is inevitable, even if it feels impossible. It stands its ground, rooted in the earth, and offers its protection to the small, fragile lives within. To be inside the house is to be inside a promise. The night is a long, slow lesson in humility. It reminds us of our smallness, our vulnerability, and our dependence on the most basic of things. In the modern world, we forget these lessons, but here in the dark and the cold, they are inescapable. We are small sparks in a vast, indifferent universe, and our only defense is each other and the simple tools we have fashioned from the earth. There is a profound beauty in this realization, a sense of belonging to something much larger and older than ourselves. The darkness is beginning to feel thinner, though the sun is still far below the horizon. It is as if the air itself is getting tired of being so heavy. The silence is still absolute, but it no longer feels quite so oppressive. The worst of the night is behind us, even if the hardest work, the waking and the rekindling, is still to come. We are in the final stretch of the long watch, the quiet time before the first gray light begins to filter through the window. The body is ready for the day, even if the mind still clings to the safety of the blankets. The heart rate is beginning to climb, a slow, steady increase that signals the return of the active self. The long, meditative state of the night is coming to an end, and the practical realities of survival will soon take its place. But for these last few moments, there is still the peace. There is still the darkness. There is still the shared breath and the heavy wool and the deep, abiding stillness of the winter house. As the third part of the night draws to its close, the sense of accomplishment is palpable. Another night has been navigated, another challenge met. The cold did not win, the darkness did not swallow us. We are still here, a small, stubborn huddle of life in a frozen world. The dawn is coming, and with it, the fire, the porridge, and the work. But for now, we simply breathe. We wait. We endure. The story of the night is almost over, and the story of the day is about to begin. The stillness of the hour has reached a point of such depth that the distinction between the walls and the air seems to dissolve. It is the time of the night when the cold is no longer a visitor, but the very master of the house. The initial resistance of the body, the sharp shivering, and the tensed muscles of the early evening has given way to a heavy, stagnant acceptance. Inside the wool blankets, the climate is thick and still, a private atmosphere that has been breathed and rebreathed until it feels as dense as the thatch above. The scent of the family, the salt, the faint musk of sleep, and the lingering aroma of the day's labor is the only thing that fills the senses in the absence of light. It is a comforting, primal smell, the scent of the pack huddling against the void. Every person in the bed is a source of heat, a precious coal in a living fire, and the preservation of this shared warmth is the most important task in the world. The darkness in the room has a physical weight, pressing against the eyelids with a soft, insistent force. It is not an empty blackness. It is a space filled with the ghosts of objects. The heavy oak table, the carved chest holding the winter linens, the iron pot hanging over the dead hearth, they are all there, invisible but felt. One can sense their presence by the way they displace the silence. The silence itself has become a ringing, humming entity, a high-pitched vibration that exists in the ears when there is no other sound to occupy them. It is the sound of the absolute zero of the world, the sound of the frost reaching its peak of expansion. Outside, the world is locked in a grip so tight that the earth itself seems to have stopped its rotation. There is no wind now, only the cold, which moves through the night like a slow, invisible river. A single timber in the wall lets out a sharp, sudden crack. It is the sound of the wood contracting, a protest against the intensity of the freeze. The sound is as loud as a gunshot in the muffled quiet of the room, yet it does not startle. It is merely another marker of the night, a signal that the frost is still working, still tightening its hold. The sleepers do not wake, they only shift slightly, a collective rustle of straw that follows the sound like an echo. This movement is fluid and automatic, a subconscious adjustment to the environment. A child's foot might find the warm calf of a parent. A hand might pull a stray edge of wool back under a chin. These are the small, quiet victories of the night, the minor tactical maneuvers in the long war for survival. The hearth is a gray, silent crater. The ash is cold now, even at its center, and the stones of the chimney have lost the last of their stored heat. The air near the fireplace is the most treacherous in the room, a pocket of descending chill that flows down the flue from the frozen world above. This cold air spills across the floor like spilled water, seeking out the low points, creeping toward the edges of the bed. It is a reminder that the fire is a temporary grace, a fleeting gift that must be earned every day. In the absence of the flame, the house relies on its bones, the thickness of the stones and the density of the earth. The walls have absorbed the cold of many winters, and they stand as a testament to the endurance of those who built them. They are the silent guardians of the huddle, holding the night at bay with nothing more than their stubborn, heavy presence. The sensation of the wool against the skin has become the primary reality of existence. It is a coarse, honest texture, the result of 1,000 hours of shearing, carding, spinning, and weaving. Every thread is a piece of work, a fragment of a summer day repurposed for a winter night. The weight of the blanket is a physical manifestation of care, of the labor required to keep a family from the frost. Underneath this weight, the body feels secure, pinned to the earth in a way that prevents the mind from drifting too far into the terrifying vastness of the dark. To be heavy is to be safe. To be buried in the straw is to be rooted. The mind finds a strange, rhythmic peace in the pressure of the bedding, a feeling of being embraced by the very materials of the home. The breath is a rhythmic, visible mist, though there is no light to see it. One can feel its humidity as it leaves the nose, a brief warm puff that is immediately snatched away by the surrounding chill. The lungs work with a slow, deliberate cadence, processing the thin, cold air with a mechanical efficiency. In this state of near hibernation, the body requires very little. The pulse is low, the thoughts are sparse, and the will is focused entirely on the maintenance of the core. It is a stripping away of the ego, a return to the most basic animal state. There is no I in the dark. There is only the breathing, the warmth, and the waiting. The identity of the individual is subsumed by the identity of the huddle, a single, multi-limbed creature of wool and breath. The mind drifts toward the animals in the barn, separated from the house by only a few yards of frozen mud and stone. One can almost feel their presence, the heavy, rhythmic breathing of the oxen, the soft rustle of the sheep, the warmth of the cows' bellies. They too are huddled in the dark, their heat creating a thick, sweet-smelling fog in the rafters of their stable. They are the silent partners in this struggle, their lives intertwined with the lives of the people. The thought of their warmth is a comfort, a sign that life is persisting in all its forms, hidden away in the hollows and the structures of the village. The world is a collection of these small, warm pockets, each one a defiance of the great, cold silence of the winter. The frost on the interior walls has grown into a thick, crystalline forest. If one were to touch it, the ice would be dry and brittle, sticking to the skin with a biting intensity. These patterns are the art of the night, a fleeting, beautiful geometry that will vanish with the first light of the sun. They trace the paths of the moisture in the air, the invisible currents of breath and steam that have been frozen in mid-flight. The room is being decorated by the cold, turned into a palace of white and gray. This beauty is indifferent to the people sleeping in its midst. It is a byproduct of the laws of the universe, a silent expression of the power of the season. To live in the winter is to be a guest in this icy gallery, a temporary inhabitant of a world that belongs to the frost. Deep beneath the straw, the earth is a solid, unyielding mass. It carries no warmth from the summer now. That heat has long since bled away into the atmosphere. The floor is a slab of frozen time, holding the imprints of generations of feet. In the dark, the connection to the earth is profound. You are lying upon the very foundation of the world, protected only by a few inches of dried grass and woven hair. This proximity to the ground is a reminder of the fragility of the human condition. We are creatures of the surface, living in the thin, precarious layer between the fire of the core and the ice of the stars. In the winter, that layer feels thinner than ever, a fragile membrane of life stretched across the face of a cold and ancient planet. The silence of the room is occasionally broken by the soft, rhythmic grinding of teeth, a sleeper caught in a dream of labor or hunger. It is a small human sound that emphasizes the vastness of the quiet surrounding it. The noise is intimate, a secret shared between the inhabitants of the bed. It speaks of the tension that remains even in sleep, the subconscious awareness of the challenges that wait at the end of the dark. But for now, the dream is enough. Whether it is a dream of a green field or a warm loaf of bread, it is a sanctuary for the mind, a place where the cold cannot reach. The mind is a fire that never truly goes out, a flicker of imagination that persists even when the body is nearly frozen. The passage of time is measured by the slow, imperceptible cooling of the body's extremities. The toes, tucked deep into the center of the bed, remain warm, but the skin of the forehead and the tips of the ears are as cold as the air in the room. This gradient of temperature is a map of the body's priorities, the blood retreating to the vital center to protect the heart and the brain. It is a strategic retreat, a hunkering down that mirrors the behavior of the village and the house. Everything is moving toward the center, toward the core, toward the essential. The unnecessary is abandoned to the frost, while the precious is guarded with every ounce of available energy. The smell of the thatch above is a constant, earthy presence. It is a dry, golden scent, the smell of sunlight captured in straw. Even in the dead of winter, the roof carries the memory of the harvest, of the wind blowing through the grain and the heat of the August sun. This scent is a promise of return, a reminder that the seasons are a circle and not a line. The thatch is more than just a cover. It is a repository of the year's labor, a thick, protective layer of history that stands between the family and the sky. To smell the straw is to know that the world is still whole, that the resources of the earth are still there, even if they are currently hidden beneath the snow. The night feels as though it has reached a plateau. The initial descent into darkness is over, and the slow climb toward the dawn has not yet begun. This is the stagnant middle, the heart of the wait. The sense of time has completely vanished, replaced by a feeling of eternal suspension. There is no past, no future, only the weight of the blankets and the rhythm of the breath. It is a state of being that is almost monastic in its simplicity. One does not wish for the morning, for wishing requires an expenditure of energy that is better saved for the cold. One simply exists, a passenger on the slow-moving vessel of the night, drifting through the shadows with a quiet, patient dignity. Outside, the stars are brilliant and cold, their light a sharp, silver needle that pierces the atmosphere. They offer no comfort, only the perspective of the infinite. To look up at them, if one were to stand in the snow and brave the air, would be to realize the true scale of the winter. It is a cosmic event, a turning of the heavens that reduces the human struggle to a microscopic scale. But inside the house, the scale is human. The world is the size of a bed, the size of a huddle, the size of a breath. This smallness is a defense against the vastness. By shrinking the world, the people make it manageable. They create a universe that can be warmed by a single family, a reality that fits within the stone walls of a cottage. The heavy wooden latch on the door is coated in a thin layer of hoarfrost. It is the gatekeeper of the house, the physical link between the inside and the out. In the dark, the latch is a symbol of security, the simple mechanical device that keeps the wild from entering the domestic. You can hear the wood of the door expanding and contracting, a slow, rhythmic groan that sounds like the house itself is breathing. It is an old house, and it has learned how to settle into the cold, how to distribute its weight to avoid the worst of the stress. It is a partner in the endurance, a silent, stony elder that has sheltered children and grandparents alike through the same long, dark hours. The fatigue of the hour is a soft, enveloping cloud. It is a tiredness that does not demand sleep so much as it demands stillness. The body is content to remain motionless for hours, the joints stiff but painless in their frozen state. There is a sense of being part of a larger, slower rhythm, the rhythm of the rocks and the trees. The frantic pace of the growing season is a distant memory, a fevered dream of activity that has no place in the quiet of the winter. Now is the time for the slow pulse, the deep breath, the long wait. The soul is resting, gathering its strength for the explosion of energy that will come with the spring. In the corner of the room, the shadows are so deep they seem to have their own texture. They are like pools of ink reflecting nothing. These are the places where the mind projects its own images, the shapes of forgotten things, the movements of the imagination. but there is no fear in these shadows, only a quiet curiosity. The dark is a familiar companion, a space of rest and reflection. It is the canvas upon which the dreams of the night are painted, a silent theater for the subconscious. To be in the dark is to be in the presence of the self, stripped of the distractions of the visual world. It is an honest place, a place where truth is found in the rhythm of the heart. The blankets have become a mountain range of wool and shadow. Every fold and crease is a valley of warmth, every peak a ridge of heavy fabric. The landscape of the bed is as complex and varied as the hills outside, but it is a landscape of comfort and safety. You move your hand an inch and feel a new pocket of heat, a small, hidden treasure in the dark. The interaction with the bedding is a constant, tactile conversation, a way of exploring the limits of the personal world. The wool is a miracle of engineering, its fibers trapping the air and holding the heat with a persistent, stubborn efficiency. It is the most important technology in the room, the foundation of the winter life. The silence of the village is the silence of a shared pact. Every house is a twin of this one, every family a mirror of the one in this bed. There is an invisible web of connection between the cottages, a thread of common experience that binds the community together. They are all doing the same thing, breathing, waiting, and enduring. This collective stillness is a form of power, a shared resistance against the elements. The village is not a collection of individuals. It is a single organism, hunkered down under the snow, waiting for the return of the sun to begin its life again. The night is the time of the collective, the time when the boundaries of the self are the weakest and the strength of the group is the greatest. As the middle of the night begins to slowly, imperceptibly tilt toward the later hours, the air in the room becomes even more stagnant. The moisture of the breath has settled onto the blankets, freezing into a microscopic layer of rime that makes the wool feel stiff and cold at the edges. But deep inside, the heat remains. It is a stubborn, defiant warmth, a small fire that refuses to go out. The body recognizes this success and begins to relax into a deeper level of rest. The hardest part of the night is being managed, one breath at a time. The dawn is still a long way off, but the foundation of the morning has already been laid in the endurance of the dark. The mind begins to play with the sound of the silence, finding patterns in the high-pitched hum of the ears. It sounds like the wind in the pines, or the distant murmur of a brook under the ice. These auditory hallucinations are the brain's way of filling the void, of maintaining its connection to the world of sound. They are gentle, repetitive noises that lull the consciousness into a deeper state of calm. You follow these phantom sounds down into the depths of your own mind, exploring the quiet corridors of memory and thought. It is a journey that requires no movement, no light, and no effort. It is the work of the long, cold night. The house is a shell, a protective husk for the life within. It is built of the earth and the forest, and it carries the strength of both. The stones were gathered from the fields, the timbers from the woods, and the thatch from the marshes. It is a piece of the landscape that has been rearranged to provide a sanctuary. This connection to the land is palpable in the dark. You can feel the weight of the hill pressing against the back wall, the influence of the forest in the scent of the beams. You are not separate from the world. You are tucked inside a small, hollowed-out part of it, waiting for the cycle of the year to bring the warmth back to the surface. The heavy breathing of the sleeper next to you is a constant, reassuring presence. It is the rhythm of life itself, a steady, unhurried pace that speaks of trust and security. To hear someone else breathing in the dark is to know that the world is still functioning, that the basic biological processes are continuing despite the cold. It is the greatest comfort a person can have in the winter, the presence of another life, the shared heat of another body. You find yourself matching your breath to theirs, creating a unison of life that fills the small room with a sense of purpose and strength. Together, you are a fortress. Together, you are the dawn. The cold is a slow-moving predator, but it is one that has been thwarted. It has reached the walls, it has reached the door, and it has reached the surface of the blankets, but it has not reached the heart. The internal fire is still burning, the blood is still flowing, and the life is still there. This is the triumph of the ordinary person, the victory of the simple house and the heavy blanket. It is a victory that is won every night of the winter, a quiet, uncelebrated success that allows the human story to continue. The night is long, and the cold is deep, but the life within is deeper still. The shadows continue their slow, imperceptible movement across the room, though they have no light to guide them. They are the movement of the mind's eye, the shifting of the internal perspective. The room is a temple of the quiet, a place where the smallest reality is magnified and the largest worry is diminished. Here in the dark, there is only the essential. There is only the breath, there is only the warmth, there is only the weight, and in that weight there is a profound and lasting peace. The deep, heavy interior of the night has now solidified into a singular, unchanging state of being. The transition from the middle hours toward the latter third of the darkness is marked not by light, but by a subtle shift in the density of the air. It feels as though the oxygen itself has grown cold and brittle, requiring a more conscious effort to draw into the lungs. Each inhalation is a reminder of the vast, frozen world that sits just beyond the stone and thatch, while each exhalation is a small, warm contribution to the humid microclimate beneath the wool. This is the hour of the deep huddle, where the physical boundaries between the sleepers seem to blur, and the group becomes a single, breathing organism dedicated to the preservation of its internal temperature. The blankets, now stiff with the gathered moisture of hours of respiration, have become a heavy, insulating shell, a protective rind that keeps the fruit of life from the frost. The silence has taken on a new quality, a resonant, ringing tone that seems to vibrate within the very bones. It is the sound of the Earth's rotation in the dead of winter, a low-frequency hum that can only be heard when the wind dies down and the world holds its breath. In this absolute quiet, the smallest sounds within the house take on a monumental significance. The scratch of a mouse in the grain bin sounds like the carving of stone. The shifting of a heavy log in the cold hearth sounds like a distant landslide. These noises do not disturb the stillness. Rather, they define it, carving out the dimensions of the room in the mind's eye. One becomes acutely aware of the geometry of the dwelling, the height of the peaked roof, the thickness of the lintel over the door, the depth of the shadows in the corners where the light of the previous evening's fire never quite reached. The cold is no longer a sensation. It has become a physical presence, an invisible guest sitting at the foot of the bed. It presses its weight against the top layer of the blankets, testing the integrity of the wool, searching for any gap where a shoulder or an ankle might be exposed. To move is to invite this guest in, and so the body remains locked in a rigid, patient stillness. The skin of the face, the only part of the body not shielded by the bedding, has reached a point of equilibrium with the ambient air. It feels tight and waxy, the nose and cheekbones numb to the touch. This numbness is a form of protection, a dulling of the senses that allows the mind to retreat further inward, away from the immediate discomfort and into the slow, rhythmic cycle of the heart and lungs. Inside the bed, the warmth is a thick, tangible substance. It has a scent of its own, the deep, earthy smell of the straw, the salt of sweat, and the faint, sweet aroma of the lanolin still present in the coarse wool of the blankets. This heat is the most precious resource in the world, more valuable than silver or grain. It is the currency of survival, and it is spent with extreme care. The sleepers are experts in the economy of warmth, knowing exactly how to tilt a head or tuck a hand to maximize the retention of heat. There is a profound, silent cooperation in this act, a collective wisdom passed down through generations of people who have lived through these long, dark nights. It is the architecture of the huddle, a structure built of limbs and breath and shared intent. The hearth, though empty of flame, remains the spiritual center of the room. In the darkness, the mind's eye can still see the shape of the stones, blackened by centuries of smoke. The chimney is a cold, vertical shaft leading straight to the stars, acting as a straw that draws the cold air into the heart of the house. One can hear the faint, ghostly whistle of the air moving through the flue, a sound that speaks of the infinite, frozen sky above. The memory of the fire, the crackle of the wood, the golden light dancing on the rafters, is a mental sanctuary, a place for the consciousness to warm itself when the physical reality becomes too harsh. The fire is not gone, it is merely latent, waiting in the form of the woodpile outside and the flint and steel on the mantel. It is a promise of the morning, a guarantee that the light will return. The darkness is so absolute that the eyes begin to manufacture their own light. Swirling patterns of gray and violet appear in the vision, phantom shapes that move with the rhythm of the pulse. These are the visual echoes of a brain deprived of input, a mind trying to find order in the void. You watch these shapes with a detached, meditative interest, letting them drift across the internal horizon. They are the only entertainment in the long theater of the night. There is no urgency to see, for there is nothing to do but wait. The visual world has been replaced by the tactile and the auditory, the roughness of the wool, the tickle of the straw, the rhythmic sigh of a sleeping child. These are the landmarks of the night, the only things that truly exist in this windowless universe of shadow. Outside, the snow is a silent, heavy blanket that has transformed the landscape. It has softened the edges of the world, burying the fences, the paths, and the small garden plots. The weight of the snow on the roof is a protective layer, adding its own insulation to the thatch. The house is being hugged by the winter, held tight in a cold, white embrace. This burial is a form of safety. The deeper the snow, the less the wind can penetrate the walls. You can feel the house settling under the added weight, the timbers groaning softly as they adjust to the burden. It is a sturdy house, built with the understanding that the winter is a physical force that must be borne. It does not fight the snow, it accepts it, becoming a part of the white, silent landscape. In the barn, the heavy animals are also locked in their own version of the huddle. The oxen, with their massive bodies and slow pulses, generate a tremendous amount of heat, which rises into the haylofts and keeps the smaller creatures from freezing. The smell of their breath, a mixture of dried grass and warm blood, fills the stable, creating a thick, humid fog. The connection between the house and the barn is a vital thread of life. The animals provide the warmth and the labor that make the winter bearable, and in return they are sheltered and fed. In the silence of the night, the two buildings seem to speak to each other, two islands of heat in a sea of ice, bound together by the necessity of survival. The mind begins to wander through the geography of the house, moving from the bed to the pantry, the storage bins, and the heavy door. Each object has its own personality in the dark. The wooden spoons in their rack are like small, sleeping birds. The iron cauldron is a heavy, grounded anchor. The spinning wheel is a skeletal ghost waiting for the sun. These objects are the tools of a life, the extensions of the human hand. They sit in the dark, cold and motionless, yet they carry the imprint of the work they do. They are the silent witnesses to the family's history, the artifacts of 1,000 days of labor. To think of them is to feel the weight of the domestic world, the comfort of the familiar and the known. The passage of time is a slow, viscous crawl. Without the movement of the sun or the ticking of a clock, the hour is measured in the cooling of the breath and the gradual stiffening of the limbs. There is a sense of being suspended in a timeless state, a purgatory of the frost. It feels as though the night has always existed and will always exist. The concept of mourning becomes a mythical idea, a story told to children to keep them from being afraid of the dark. Yet the body knows better. Deep within the cells, the biological clock continues to tick, preparing the system for the eventual demand of activity. The heart beats a little more firmly, the blood moves a little more purposefully. The body is the only honest witness to the progress of the night. The heavy, rhythmic snoring of a family member is a comforting, grounding sound. It is a sign of a deep, trusting sleep, a surrender to the safety of the house. It provides a human cadence to the night, a counterpoint to the inhuman silence of the cold. You find yourself focusing on that sound, using it as a tether to the world of the living. It is a reminder that you are not alone in this darkness, that your survival is linked to the survival of others. The sound of another person's breath is the most fundamental form of companionship, a declaration of presence that requires no words. In the winter, this is the only social interaction that matters, the shared, unconscious effort to keep the flame of life burning. The straw beneath the wool blankets has its own voice. It rustles with every slight shift of the weight, a dry, papery sound that speaks of the fields and the summer wind. It is a humble material, yet its ability to trap air and provide insulation is a miracle of nature. You can feel the individual stalks through the fabric, a prickly, textured landscape that grounds the body in the physical world. The straw is a bridge between the earth and the bed, a layer of processed nature that makes human life possible in a hostile environment. It smells of the sun, a dusty, golden aroma that lingers even in the deepest freeze. This scent is a quiet rebellion against the metallic bite of the frost, a sensory reminder that the world will eventually turn green again. The shadows on the ceiling are beginning to take on more definition. It is not that there is more light, but that the eyes have reached their peak sensitivity. The rough texture of the beams, the long hanging strands of soot, and the uneven surface of the thatch are all visible in shades of deepest charcoal. The ceiling is a dark map of the house's history, a record of every fire and every storm. You trace the lines of the wood with your eyes, following the grain of the ancient timber. These trees were giants once, standing in a forest that existed long before the house was built. Now, they serve as the ribs of the sanctuary, holding up the weight of the snow and the sky. There is a profound sense of security in the presence of this old wood, a feeling of being protected by the strength of the past. The cold has a way of clarifying the thoughts, stripping away the trivial and the unnecessary. In the dark, the mind focuses on the essential truths, the importance of food, the necessity of shelter, the value of the people sleeping beside you. The complexities of the world fall away, leaving only the core of existence. There is a strange, quiet joy in this simplicity. To be warm enough to sleep, to have a roof that holds, to hear the breathing of your kin, these are the only things that matter. The winter is a teacher of gratitude, reminding us of the fragility of life and the immense effort required to sustain it. Every breath is a victory, every heartbeat a defiance of the void. As the later hours of the night unfold, the sense of isolation becomes absolute. It is as if the house has been cut off from the rest of the universe, a lone vessel drifting in a dark, frozen sea. The world beyond the walls is a vast, uninhabited waste, a place of ice and wind where nothing can survive. This feeling of solitude is not frightening, it is a source of peace. Within the walls, everything is known and managed. The chaos of the wild is kept at bay by the order of the domestic. The house is a small, bright point of logic in a world of unreason. To be inside is to be safe. To be still is to be powerful. The sensation of weight continues to be the dominant physical experience. The blankets feel heavier than they did at the beginning of the night, as if they are absorbing the gravity of the dark. This weight is a comfort, a physical assurance that you are still there, still anchored to the earth. It prevents the mind from floating away into the abstract spaces of the night. You lean into the pressure, allowing the heavy wool to mold itself to your form. It is a slow, silent embrace, a gesture of protection from the materials of the home. The weight is the physical manifestation of the word stay. It is a command to remain, to endure, to wait. The first faint change in the air's temperature begins to occur, a shift so subtle it can barely be felt. The absolute, biting edge of the cold begins to soften, just a fraction of a degree. It is the sign that the peak of the frost has passed, and the world is beginning its slow, agonizingly slow approach to the light. The change is sensed by the body before it is understood by the mind. The heart rate increases slightly, and the deep, stagnant sleep of the midnight hours begins to lighten. The process of returning to the world has begun. It will still be hours before the first gray light appears in the window, but the tide has turned. The night is no longer growing, it is beginning to dissolve. In the silence, the imagination begins to play with the idea of the sun. You picture the first ray of light hitting the frosted window, turning the crystals into diamonds. You imagine the warmth of the first fire, the way the flames will lick the cold stones of the hearth. These thoughts are like small mental torches, lighting the way through the final stretch of the dark. They provide the psychological energy needed to bridge the gap between the endurance of the night and the labor of the day. The sun is a memory, but it is also a certainty. It is the one constant in a world of change, the guarantee that the winter will not last forever. The huddle remains tight, a collective fortress of skin and wool. The breathing is steady, a rhythmic anthem of life. The house is still, a stone monument to human persistence. The night is long, but it is being conquered one breath at a time. There is a sense of immense accomplishment in this simple act of remaining. You have navigated the deepest part of the year, the coldest part of the night, and you have come through it whole. The strength of the individual is magnified by the strength of the group, and together, you are an unbreakable force. The dawn is coming, and you are ready to meet it. The story of the night is a story of stillness and weight, of cold and breath. It is a story that has been told 1,000,000 times in 1,000,000 different houses across the vast span of human history. It is the most basic story we have, the story of how we survive. And as the darkness begins to thin and the shadows begin to shift, the story reaches its quiet, powerful climax. We are still here, we are still warm, we are still breathing. The long watch is almost over, and the world of the light is waiting to be reclaimed. The transition into the final third of the night brings with it a silence so profound it feels as though the world has been carved from a single, vast block of obsidian. The wind, which had spent the earlier hours testing the integrity of the stone walls and rattling the heavy timber door, has finally retreated, leaving behind an atmosphere that is perfectly, terrifyingly still. Inside the dwelling, the air has settled into a state of absolute stagnation. The cold has penetrated the stone, the mud, and the wood, and now it sits in the center of the room like a physical object. It is a dry metallic cold that seems to strip the moisture from the very air, leaving the sleepers with a thirst that remains hidden beneath the heavy veil of fatigue. The wool blankets, though thick and dense, feel increasingly like a thin and fragile barrier against the infinite reach of the frost. Yet, beneath that barrier, the small, stubborn heat of the family persists. It is a localized miracle, a pocket of humid vitality, maintained by nothing more than the rhythmic expansion and contraction of lungs and the slow, steady pulsing of blood. At this hour, the physical body has reached a state of near-perfect efficiency. The metabolism has slowed to its lowest possible point, a biological hunkering down that mirrors the stillness of the village. The limbs are heavy, the joints stiffened by the lack of movement and the pervasive chill, yet there is no pain. There is only a deep, leaden sensation, a feeling of being a part of the floor, the straw, and the earth itself. The mind, too, has slowed. It no longer races with the anxieties of the day. Instead, it drifts in a slow, circular fashion, revisiting the same tactile sensations over and over again. The texture of the wool against the cheek, the sound of the thatch settling overhead, the weight of a companion's arm across the waist, these are the only thoughts that occupy the consciousness. It is a meditative state, a long, wordless prayer for the return of the sun, conducted in the secret language of the nerves and the skin. The frost on the walls has now achieved its full winter glory. In the absolute darkness, the crystals have grown into complex, jagged forests that shimmer with a ghostly internal light. Every breath exhaled by the sleepers adds another microscopic layer to this icy landscape, a silent accumulation of the night's endurance. The stones themselves are invisible, hidden beneath this white, brittle skin. If one were to reach out and touch the wall, the ice would be so cold it would feel hot, a sharp, searing bite that would leave the skin clinging to the rock. But no one reaches out. The arms are tucked tight to the chest, the fingers curled into the palms, the chin pressed to the collarbone. Every square inch of skin is guarded, every pocket of heat is hoarded with a desperation that borders on the sacred. To expose even a fraction of the body to the open air of the room is to invite the void in, and the body knows this with a primal, instinctive certainty. The hearth remains a silent, gray eye in the center of the room. The ash is now indistinguishable from the surrounding shadows, a powdery, scentless expanse that marks the site where the fire once lived. The chimney, that great stone throat, continues to draw the freezing air of the night into the house, creating a constant, invisible downdraft that spills across the floor. You can hear the faint, high-pitched whistle of the air as it navigates the soot-stained stones of the flue, a lonely, mournful sound that speaks of the vastness of the sky. The house is a hollowed-out stone in a desert of ice, and the hearth is its empty heart. Yet the emptiness is not permanent. The woodpile outside, though buried in snow, holds the potential for 1,000 fires, and the memory of the warmth is a psychological fuel that keeps the spirit from freezing. We are the guardians of the potential, the keepers of the spark that is currently hidden behind the heavy door of the night. Outside, the stars have begun their slow, final descent toward the western horizon. They are brilliant and sharp, like shards of broken glass scattered across a velvet cloth. Their light is beautiful but indifferent, offering no comfort to the frozen world below. The snow reflects this starlight, casting a dim, blue-gray luminescence across the landscape that makes the trees look like skeletal ghosts. There is no movement in the forest, no sound from the river, which has long since been silenced by a thick armor of ice. The world is a museum of stillness, a gallery of frozen forms. The animals in their burrows and the families in their huts are the only things that move, and even that movement is restricted to the essential, the internal, the unseen. It is the time of the great wait, the moment when the year is at its most fragile and its most enduring. In the barn, the heavy breathing of the livestock creates a thick, sweet-smelling mist that rises into the rafters. The cattle and the sheep are locked in the same silent struggle as the humans, their bodies pressed together for warmth, their hearts beating with a slow, heavy rhythm. The smell of dried clover and warm animal musk drifts from the stable, a scent that speaks of the summer past and the hope of the spring to come. The relationship between the people and their animals is at its most intimate in the winter. They are all passengers on the same small boat, drifting through the dark toward the distant shore of the morning. To think of the animals is to feel a sense of shared purpose, a realization that life in all its forms is a singular, persistent force that refuses to be extinguished by the cold. The internal architecture of the house feels increasingly like a living thing. The timbers groan as they contract, the thatch sighs as the frost tightens its grip, and the stones seem to huddle closer to the earth. The building is not just a shelter, it is a participant in the survival of the family. It takes the brunt of the weather, absorbing the wind and the snow into its own mass, protecting the fragile lives within with its stubborn, heavy presence. You can feel the vibration of the house in the floor, a low-frequency hum of resistance. It is an old house, built by hands that are now part of the earth, and it carries the wisdom of many winters. It knows that the dawn is coming, even if the inhabitants have begun to doubt it. It stands its ground, a stone anchor in a shifting, frozen sea. The passage of time is a viscous, slow-moving current. Without the ticking of a clock or the movement of a shadow, the hour is measured by the gradual stiffening of the blankets and the cooling of the breath. Each minute feels like an hour, each hour like a lifetime. The mind begins to play tricks, imagining the sound of a distant rooster or the first gray light in the window, only to be met with the same absolute darkness and the same ringing silence. This is the test of the later hours, to remain patient when the end feels so close yet so far away. One learns to break the time down into manageable pieces, the next 10 breaths, the next shift of a limb, the next heartbeat. In this way, the night is conquered, not in one great effort, but in 1,000 tiny, persistent victories. The sensation of the heavy wool blankets has become almost indistinguishable from the sensation of the body itself. The fabric is coarse, heavy, and smells of wood smoke and sheep, yet it is as precious as silk. It is a secondary skin, a protective layer that defines the boundaries of the known world. Inside the blanket, there is warmth, there is moisture, and there is life. Outside, there is only the frost. You find yourself tracing the weave of the wool with your fingers, a repetitive, tactile ritual that grounds the mind in the physical reality of the moment. The wool is a miracle of the ancient world, a technology of survival that has remained unchanged for millennia. It is the material of the huddle, the fabric of the long watch. The breathing of the others in the bed is a constant, reassuring cadence. It is a collective sigh, a rhythmic anthem of persistence that fills the room with a sense of purpose. When one sleeper shifts, the others adjust instinctively, maintaining the integrity of the huddle without ever fully waking. This shared movement is a dance of survival, a subconscious cooperation that has been perfected over countless nights. There is no individual in the dark, there is only the group, a single, multi-limbed entity dedicated to the preservation of its internal fire. The sound of a neighbor's breath is the most beautiful sound in the world, for it is the sound of a life continuing, a soul enduring, a heart refusing to stop. The scent of the room is a complex tapestry of the season. There is the bass note of the wood ash, the earthy scent of the stone walls, and the dusty, golden aroma of the straw. Overlaying this is the sharp, metallic tang of the frost and the faint, sweet scent of the dried herbs in the rafters. These smells are the landmarks of the interior world, the sensory guides that help the mind navigate the darkness. They are honest, unpretentious smells that speak of the essential realities of life. In the winter, the nose becomes the primary storyteller, describing the state of the world through the subtle shifts in the air. The scent of the house is the scent of safety, a fragrant barrier against the scentless, frozen void outside. The mind drifts toward the image of the first task of the morning, the rekindling of the fire. You can see it in your mind's eye, the first shaving of dry wood, the strike of the flint against the steel, the tiny, fragile spark that catches in the tinder. You can feel the first wave of heat against your face, a sensation so powerful it brings tears to the eyes. This mental image is a beacon, a light that guides the consciousness through the final, darkest stretch of the night. The fire is not just a tool, it is a symbol of human agency, a declaration that we are not helpless victims of the environment. We are the makers of light, the creators of warmth, the masters of the flame. The cold has a way of stripping the soul bare, removing all the layers of artifice and vanity that we accumulate in the daylight. In the dark, you are only what you are, a breathing, living being with a heart that beats and a spirit that hopes. The worries of the world, the petty grievances, the small ambitions, the fleeting anxieties, all seem ridiculous in the face of the vast, cold silence. The winter is a purifier, a season that forces us to focus on what is truly important. To be warm, to be fed, to be together, these are the only things that matter. There is a profound, quiet joy in this realization, a sense of liberation that can only be found in the depths of a winter night. The shadows in the room have begun to thin, not because of the sun, but because the mind is becoming more attuned to the subtle variations in the darkness. The rafters, the hanging bundles of herbs, and the heavy furniture are starting to emerge from the blackness, taking on a ghostly gray reality. This is the gray hour, the time before the dawn when the world is at its most ethereal. The house feels like a cathedral of the quiet, a sacred space where the passage of time is measured in the slow movement of the frost. You watch the shapes of the room with a sense of reverence, acknowledging the silent service they provide in the long war against the cold. The body begins to prepare for the transition from rest to activity. The pulse quickens slightly, a warm current of blood returning to the hands and feet. The numbness in the face is replaced by a faint tingling, a sign that the body is reclaiming its territory from the ambient air. The deep, heavy sleep of the midnight hours has given way to a lighter, more alert state of being. You are no longer just enduring the night, you are waiting for the morning. The shift is subtle, but profound. It is the movement from the defensive to the offensive, from the huddle to the hearth. The long watch is entering its final phase. Outside, the first hint of light is still an hour away, but the atmosphere has changed. The air is no longer growing colder. It has reached its floor and is beginning to hold steady. The stars seem a little less sharp, as if the sky itself is starting to soften. The world is getting ready to wake. In the woods, a deer might stir in its bed of leaves, or an owl might take its final flight before the sun. The silence is no longer oppressive, it is anticipatory. The earth is turning, the night is ending, and the cycle of the day is about to begin its slow, inevitable return. Inside the house, the huddle remains still, but the breathing is more varied. A sleeper might let out a long, shivering sigh, or a child might murmur a word in their sleep. These are the first stirrings of the day, the quiet signals that the period of suspended animation is coming to an end. We are coming back to ourselves, emerging from the deep, collective identity of the huddle, and preparing to face the world as individuals once again. But the memory of the shared warmth will remain, a foundational strength that will carry us through the labors of the coming day. The story of the night is a story of resistance. It is the story of how the soft and the warm manage to survive in a world of the hard and the cold. It is a story told in the language of the breath and the pulse, a narrative that has no need for words. To have reached this point in the night is to have won a significant victory. You have faced the worst that the winter can offer, and you are still here, still breathing, still whole. The dawn is no longer a myth, it is a certainty. The light is coming, and with it, the warmth, the work, and the life of the world. The heavy wooden latch of the door is still covered in frost, but it no longer looks like a barrier. It looks like a threshold. Soon, a hand will reach out and lift that latch, and the first light of the day will spill across the floor. The ritual of the morning will begin: the fire, the water, the bread. But for these last few moments, we remain in the sanctuary of the dark. We savor the stillness, the quiet, and the profound, peaceful exhaustion of the long wait. We are the survivors of the night, and the morning belongs to us. The world remains suspended in that precarious, fragile state where the night has reached its maximum weight, but the morning has yet to offer even the faintest glimmer of relief. This is the hour of the true test, the time when the cold is most predatory, having spent the long hours of the dark, leaching every scrap of residual heat from the stones and the soil. The atmosphere inside the room has become almost crystal clear in its stillness, a vacuum of sound where the only reality is the proximity of another human body. The blankets, which felt like a luxury at sunset, now feel like a thin and desperate defense, yet they are the only thing standing between the blood and the frost. The moisture of hours of shared breathing has settled into the very weave of the wool, creating a heavy, damp armor that is cold to the touch on the outside, but holds a humid, feverish heat within. It is a biological sanctuary, a small temple of life carved out of the heart of an ice-covered world. The sensation of the cold has transformed from a sharp, biting pain into a dull, pervasive pressure. It is as if the air itself has become heavier, pressing down on the chest and the limbs with the weight of the frozen sky. The skin of the face, long exposed to the room's ambient temperature, has reached a state of profound stillness. One can no longer feel the individual features of the nose or the ears. They have become part of the room's topography, cold and unmoving. This retreat of sensation is a mercy of the body, a quiet closing of the gates to prevent the mind from dwelling on the severity of the environment. Instead, the consciousness remains anchored to the core, to the slow, steady rhythm of the heart, which beats with a heavy, deliberate thud that can be felt in the very ears. Each beat is a declaration of presence, a small, rhythmic drum in the vast, silent theater of the winter. The frost on the interior walls has achieved a thickness that distorts the shape of the room. The corners have been rounded off by the accumulation of white crystals, and the doorframe is encrusted with a jagged, sparkling rime. This ice is not just a coating, it is the physical manifestation of the night's victory over the house. It is a beautiful, terrifying growth that traces the path of every draft and every breath. In the absolute dark, it seems to possess a light of its own, a cold, phosphorescent glow that provides a ghostly map of the interior. To look at it, even with eyes that see only shadows, is to realize the power of the stillness. The world is not dead, but it is frozen, held in a state of suspended animation that requires the utmost patience to endure. The ice is a clock that does not tick, it merely grows, one microscopic crystal at a time. The hearth, the center of all domestic logic, is now a cold and desolate place. The ash has settled into a flat gray plain, hiding the last of the charred wood from the previous day. The chimney acts as a conduit for the night, a direct link to the freezing void of the stars. One can hear the faint, metallic groan of the iron tripod as it contracts in the chill, a small, lonely sound that echoes the contraction of the entire world. There is a deep, quiet yearning for the first spark of the morning, yet the will to move is currently non-existent. The body is too precious a vessel of heat to risk breaking the seal of the blankets. The effort required to rise, to find the wood, and to strike the flint is a mountain that must be climbed later. For now, the only task is to remain. The potential for fire is enough to sustain the spirit, a golden promise kept in the dark. Outside, the landscape has been simplified by the snow. The familiar contours of the village, the ruts in the path, the garden walls, the stacks of winter fodder have been erased, replaced by a smooth, white, undulating sea. The light of the stars, reflected in this vast mirror, creates a dim blue luminescence that makes the night feel even more alien and vast. There is no wind to disturb the rime on the branches. Every twig is encased in a sleeve of ice, making the forest look like a forest of glass. If a branch were to snap, the sound would carry for miles through the brittle air, a sharp, clean report like the cracking of a whip, but nothing moves. Even the predators are silent, huddled in their dens, waiting for the turn of the tide. The world is a held breath, a moment of absolute equilibrium between the end of one day and the birth of the next. In the stable attached to the house, the shared warmth of the livestock has created a thick, animal-dense atmosphere. The cows and the sheep, their woolly sides pressed together, generate a heat that is both heavy and humid. The smell of their breath, the scent of fermented grass and deep, internal warmth, filters through the cracks in the adjoining wall, a comforting, earthy aroma that speaks of life's stubborn persistence. The animals are the silent brothers of the household, their survival inextricably linked to that of the people. In the depth of the night, the heartbeat of the ox and the heartbeat of the man are part of the same rhythm, a collective resistance against the freezing sky. The village is a collection of these warm, breathing nodes, each one a defiance of the frost, connected by nothing but the shared experience of the long watch. The passage of time has lost its linear quality. Minutes and hours have dissolved into a single, continuous experience of waiting. There is no sense of beginning or end, only the persistent reality of the now. The mind wanders into the past, not to events, but to sensations, the heat of a summer stone, the smell of a sun-warmed field, the taste of a ripe plum. These memories are not distractions. They are a form of internal fuel, a way of reminding the spirit that the world is not always made of ice. They are held close like the blankets, protected from the cold air of the room. In the dark, the imagination is the only thing that can travel, and it travels always toward the light, toward the heat, toward the eventual return of the green world. The heavy, rhythmic breathing of the family provides the soundtrack to this hour. It is a deep, resonant sound, a unison of existence that fills the small space with a sense of solidity. When one person exhales, the warm mist of their breath merges with the mist of the others, creating a shared atmosphere that is more than the sum of its parts. There is a profound security in this sound, a reassurance that the huddle is still intact. To be alone in this cold would be to feel the true scale of the void, but to be together is to shrink the world down to a manageable size. The family is a fortress, and its walls are made of skin and wool and the collective will to see the dawn. The scent of the house in the early morning hours is one of cold stone and old smoke, but beneath that is the deeper, more complex aroma of the grain and the herbs. The dried bundles of lavender and mint hanging from the rafters release a faint, dusty perfume as the air slowly circulates. It is a ghost of a scent, a reminder of the garden and the bees, standing in stark contrast to the metallic ozone bite of the frost. These smells are the sensory anchors of the home, the things that make this particular pile of stones a sanctuary. They represent the accumulation of years of living, of harvesting, and of storing. They are the evidence of a life well managed, a system designed to endure exactly this kind of night. The mind begins to observe the subtle variations in the darkness of the room. The rafters are no longer just a black mass. They have become textured, their rough-hewn edges catching the faint, indirect light of the stars that filters through the window. One can see the long, drooping stalactites of soot, moving almost imperceptibly in the rising heat of the sleepers. The room is a living entity, reacting to the cold in its own way, groaning and settling as the frost tightens its grip. There is a sense of respect for the materials of the house, the honesty of the wood, the strength of the stone, the resilience of the thatch. They are the silent partners in this endurance, bearing the weight of the winter, so that the people within can remain soft and warm. The fatigue of this hour is total, a heaviness that goes beyond the need for sleep and becomes a state of being. It is the exhaustion of the season, the cumulative weight of short days and long, freezing nights. One feels as though they have been waiting for the morning for 100 years. The limbs are like lead, and the thought of movement feels like an impossible task. Yet within this fatigue, there is a core of alertness, a small, sharp awareness that refuses to go under. It is the sentinel of the soul, keeping watch over the breath and the pulse. It is the part of us that remembers the sun even when the world is dark, the part that knows the dawn is coming even when the ice is thickest. As the night begins its final, slow tilt toward the light, the silence in the room feels even more profound. The wind has not returned, and the earth seems to have reached its coldest point. This is the pivot of the winter, the moment when the power of the dark is at its absolute peak, and yet, because it can go no further, it must begin to break. The body senses this shift before the eyes can see it. There is a change in the internal pressure, a subtle quickening of the blood. The long, defensive crouch of the night is almost over. The preparation for the morning is beginning, not in action, but in the slow, inevitable awakening of the senses. The wool blankets are now a permanent part of the body's map. One knows every knot in the weave, every heavy fold that traps the air. The pressure of the fabric is a comfort, a physical assurance of safety. It is the weight of the world made small and manageable. You pull the edge of the blanket closer, tucking it under the chin with a slow, deliberate movement that minimizes the exposure to the air. It is a gesture of profound intimacy with the materials of survival, a recognition of the value of the humble things. In the modern world, we forget the weight of the things that keep us alive, but here, in the dark, that weight is the only thing that matters. The mind contemplates the first sounds of the morning village, the distant, muffled thud of a neighbor's axe, the lowing of a hungry cow, the creak of a bucket on a well. These sounds are not yet here, but their eventual arrival is a certainty. They will break the spell of the silence, shattering the glass-like atmosphere of the night and returning the world to the realm of the active. To imagine these sounds is to participate in the rebirth of the day. Each one is a milestone on the road back to the light, a sign that the collective effort of the village has once again succeeded in holding the darkness at bay. The huddle remains tight, a single breathing mass of humanity. The warmth is steady, a small, defiant fire that refuses to be extinguished. The house is still, a stone monument to persistence. The night is long, but it is finite. We are the survivors of the dark, the keepers of the breath, the watchers of the long cold. The story of the night is reaching its conclusion, and the first gray light of the dawn is waiting just behind the curve of the earth, ready to reclaim the world from the frost. The deepest basin of the night has been reached, that profound and motionless valley where the world seems to have forgotten the very concept of color. It is the time of the gray-black, a monochromatic existence where the only definition comes from the varying textures of shadow. The air in the room has attained a quality of stillness that is almost liquid. It feels as if one could reach out and stir it with a finger, leaving ripples in the cold. Every person in the sleeping huddle has become a specialist in the art of the shallow breath, drawing in only as much of the freezing air as is necessary to sustain the slow, internal burn of life. The moisture from these breaths has now created a delicate layer of rime upon the uppermost fibers of the wool blankets, a microscopic landscape of ice that crumbles with the slightest movement. This brittle crust is a testament to the night's duration, a physical measurement of how many hours have passed in this silent, stone-walled vessel. Underneath the heavy weight of the bedding, the map of the body is reduced to a few critical points of awareness. There is the steady, thumping warmth of the chest, the protected heat of the armpits, and the cooling outposts of the knees and elbows. The feet, tucked deep into the center of the communal pile, are finally beginning to feel the glow of shared vitality, a slow thawing that radiates upward through the shins. This is the great work of the night, the redistribution of heat, the constant, unspoken negotiation of warmth between the sleepers. A slight lean of a shoulder, a subtle shift of a hip, these are the communications of the dark, a language of necessity that requires no vocalization. The closeness is no longer an imposition. It is the very foundation of safety, a living wall built against the creeping frost that continues to bloom in intricate, jagged patterns across the interior stonework. The silence of the house has a depth that is resonant, almost musical. It is a symphony of small, nearly imperceptible vibrations. There is the rhythmic, papery rustle of the straw mattress as it settles under the collective weight, a sound that mimics the dry sigh of a winter forest. There is the low, mournful hum of the wind as it passes over the chimney, a sound that never quite enters the room, but remains as a distant, haunting reminder of the emptiness outside. And there is the sound of the house itself, the slow, tectonic groaning of oak beams and the subtle clicking of cooling stones. These are the voices of the sanctuary, the sounds of a structure that is under immense pressure but refuses to yield. The dwelling is a living entity, a stony shell that breathes with its inhabitants, absorbing the brunt of the season's malice so that the life within might remain soft and vulnerable. The hearth remains a dark, ashen hollow, yet the mind continues to orbit it as if it were still a source of light. In the absence of the flame, the imagination provides a phantom warmth. one can almost feel the prickle of heat that will come when the first dry kindling is ignited, the way the smoke will curl upward to join the ancient soot on the rafters. This mental rehearsal of the morning ritual is a vital psychological anchor. It transforms the night from an endless endurance into a bridge with a definitive destination. The tools of the fire, the flint, the striker, the charred linen, are sitting in their wooden box near the hearth, cold and silent, yet they represent the most powerful technology available to the human hand. They are the keys to the world of light, waiting for the first gray filtering of dawn to signal their use. Outside the thick walls, the night is a desert of silver and blue. The snow has been sculpted by the wind into long, graceful drifts that lean against the fences and the barns like frozen waves. The trees are motionless, their branches heavy with a burden of ice that makes them sparkle with a cold internal fire in the starlight. There is no movement in the village. The very air is too cold for sound to travel far, making the world feel small and intimate. Somewhere in the distance, a frozen lake might groan as the ice thickens, a deep, booming sound that travels through the earth and into the very foundations of the cottages. It is the sound of the world hardening, of the season asserting its total authority over the land. In this landscape, the human presence is a fragile thing, a series of small, warm sparks hidden beneath the snow and the thatch. In the stable, the animals are locked in their own deep, rhythmic trances. The horses and oxen stand with their heads lowered, their breath creating a thick, humid fog that coats the rough timber of their stalls. The sheep are a dense, warm mass of wool, their hearts beating in a slow, collective tempo that mimics the rhythm of the house. The scent of the barn, a mixture of dry hay, manure, and warm blood, is a rich, earthy perfume that speaks of the deep roots of survival. This animal heat is a resource as vital as the woodpile, a biological reservoir of warmth that supports the life of the entire farmstead. In the dark, the boundary between the human world and the animal world thins. All are equally subject to the law of the frost, and all are equally dependent on the shared heat of the huddle. The fatigue of this hour is a dense, velvet shroud that covers the consciousness. It is a state where the difference between waking and dreaming is almost non-existent. One might see the phantom of a summer garden blooming in the corner of the room, the colors so vivid they seem to provide their own warmth, only to blink and find the same charcoal shadows and the same biting air. This is the mind's way of preserving the spirit, of providing a sanctuary of color in a world of gray. The memories of the sun, the feeling of dust between the toes, the taste of a sun-warmed berry, the drone of a bumblebee, are held onto with a fierce, quiet intensity. They are the seeds of the future, kept safe in the frozen vault of the present, waiting for the great turning of the year to bring them back into reality. The passage of time has become a slow, viscous process, like the movement of cold honey. Without the sun to mark the progress of the day, the hour is measured by the gradual stiffening of the neck and the slow migration of the cold across the floor. The darkness is not a static thing. It has a tide, a subtle ebb and flow that the senses eventually learn to perceive. There is a point where the night feels as though it can get no darker, as though the shadows have reached their ultimate density. This is the turning point, the moment of maximum endurance. From here, the only way forward is toward the light. Even though the dawn is still an immense distance away, the knowledge that the peak has been passed provides a silent, internal strength. The watch continues, but the outcome is no longer in doubt. The scent of the room has evolved over the hours. The sharp, alkaline smell of the wood ash has been joined by the mineral scent of the damp stone and the deep, musky aroma of the wool. There is also the faint, sweet smell of the grain bins, the scent of the summer's harvest providing a dry, bready background to the night. These odors are the sensory architecture of the home, the things that define the space as a place of safety and abundance. They are the smells of a life that has been carefully prepared for the winter, a life that has gathered the treasures of the light to see it through the darkness. To breathe in the air of the room is to consume the history of the household, to taste the labor and the care that have gone into making this shelter a reality. The mind begins to focus on the textures of the immediate environment. There is the abrasive, honest feel of the wool against the skin, a sensation that is both a comfort and a reminder of the raw materials of the earth. There is the smooth, cold surface of the wooden bedframe, the rough-hewn texture of the rafters, and the prickly, shifting warmth of the straw beneath. Every object in the room has a tactile identity that is magnified by the darkness. One navigates this world with the hands and the skin, rediscovering the familiar through the lens of touch. This physical intimacy with the home creates a profound sense of belonging. The house is not just a place where one lives, it is a part of the self, an extension of the body's own defenses against the world. The breathing of the others in the bed is a constant, rhythmic anchor. It is the music of the huddle, a steady, unhurried cadence that speaks of trust and endurance. When a child sighs or an elder shifts their weight, the sound ripples through the group, prompting a series of small, instinctive adjustments. This is the dance of the long night, a slow-motion choreography of survival. To hear another person's breath is to know that the fortress is still holding, that the heat is still being maintained, and that the morning will be reached together. There is no loneliness in this darkness, only a deep, communal quietude that binds the family into a single, breathing entity. The shadows on the ceiling are beginning to take on a new quality. They are no longer just dark shapes. They have become deeper, more three-dimensional, as if the darkness itself were gaining weight. The long, hanging strands of soot move in the rising warmth of the sleepers, casting thin, flickering shadows that look like the legs of spiders. The thatch above is a heavy, dark canopy that seals the heat inside, a thick layer of grass that has been frozen into a solid, protective plate. You can feel the weight of the snow pressing down from above, an invisible force that adds to the feeling of being buried and safe. The house is a cocoon, a place of transformation, where the vulnerability of the body is protected by the strength of the earth. The cold has a way of silencing the internal dialogue of the mind. In the face of such absolute physical demand, there is no room for the trivial or the vain. The thoughts become simple and direct, focused on the essential realities of existence. One thinks of the wood that must be split, the water that must be thawed, and the food that must be prepared. These are not burdens, they are the privileges of the living. To have work to do is to have a reason to persist. The winter is a teacher of focus, stripping away the distractions of the world until only the core remains. In the dark, you are simply a spark of life, a point of awareness in a vast, cold universe, and your only duty is to keep that spark burning. As the later hours of the night continue their slow, silent march, a sense of profound peace settles over the room. The initial anxiety of the cold has passed, replaced by a quiet, stoic confidence. The huddle is warm, the house is strong, and the night is moving toward its end. There is a deep satisfaction in this endurance, a feeling of having participated in an ancient and necessary ritual. Every generation has sat in this dark, listened to this wind, and waited for this sun. You are a part of that long, unbroken chain of human persistence, a single link in a story that stretches back to the beginning of time. This realization provides a warmth that no wool blanket can match, a sense of belonging to a species that knows how to survive. The first nearly imperceptible change in the atmosphere begins to occur. It is not light, but a softening of the silence. The wind, which had been a low moan, shifts to a gentler whisper. The air in the room seems to lose its metallic edge, becoming a fraction of a degree less brittle. It is a change that only the most attuned senses can detect, a signal that the peak of the frost has been reached and the world is beginning its slow, laborious turn back toward the light. The heart responds with a slight increase in rhythm, a subconscious preparation for the transition from rest to action. The long watch is not over, but the climax has passed. The morning is no longer a dream, it is a coming reality. Inside the bed, the huddle remains perfectly still, savoring these last hours of communal warmth. The breath is steady, a rhythmic anthem of life that fills the small room with a sense of purpose. The story of the night is reaching its final chapter, a narrative of stillness and strength that has been written in the frost and the shadow. We are the watchers of the dark, the keepers of the flame, and we have held our ground. The dawn is waiting behind the horizon, ready to reclaim the world, and when it arrives, we will be there to meet it, emerging from our stone sanctuary with the strength of those who have endured. The final, deepest reach of the night before the first stirrings of the gray hour is a time of absolute suspension. The air in the stone dwelling has become a stagnant pool of cold, so motionless that the thin trails of frost climbing the interior walls seem to have frozen time itself. Every breath is a precious exchange, a tiny, humid plume of warmth offered up to the insatiable chill of the room. Beneath the dense, heavy layers of wool, the collective heat of the family has settled into a thick, languid atmosphere that smells of old earth and deep sleep. This is the moment when the endurance of the night becomes a meditative state, a slow-motion existence where the pulse of the heart is the only marker of passing time. The world outside is a silent, silver wasteland, locked under a sky so clear and cold that the stars look like frozen droplets of light, distant and unblinking. Inside, the only movement is the rhythmic, shallow rise and fall of chests, and the occasional, almost imperceptible shift of a limb beneath the straw. The sensation of the blankets has evolved into a total physical embrace. The wool, rough-hewn and heavy with the scent of the flock, has become a second skin, a boundary that defines the limits of the habitable world. One can feel the individual fibers pressing against the skin, a coarse and honest texture that provides a profound sense of grounding. There is a deep, quiet intimacy in the huddle, a shared biological language where a slight increase in pressure or a change in the cadence of a breath communicates more than words ever could. This is the sanctuary of the flesh, the oldest defense against the winter. In this space, the cold is not an enemy to be fought with fire or steel, but a presence to be waited out with patience and shared warmth. The body has surrendered to the stillness, sinking deep into the rustling, sun-scented straw of the mattress until the self and the bed are one. In the corners of the room, the darkness is so dense it feels as though it could be touched. It pools under the heavy wooden benches and behind the grain sacks, creating depths within depths. Yet this darkness is no longer threatening. It is a familiar cloak, a space of rest and renewal. The eyes, long accustomed to the absence of light, trace the ghostly outlines of the rafters and the hanging bundles of dried herbs. The sage, thyme, and lavender are skeletal shapes in the gloom, their scents long since muted by the frost, yet their presence is a reminder of the garden that sleeps beneath the snow. The house is a vessel of memories, holding the remnants of the summer harvest in its stone belly, waiting for the cycle to begin again. Every object, the wooden bowl, the iron tripod, the spinning wheel, sits in its place with a patient, stony dignity, enduring the cold with the same stoicism as the people. The silence is a living thing, a resonant hum that fills the ears and the mind. It is punctuated only by the subtle, high-pitched clicking of the stones in the hearth as they continue to contract in the deep freeze. The chimney is a cold, vertical passage to the stars, a straw through which the night drinks the remaining warmth of the house. One can hear the faint, ghostly whistle of the air moving across the top of the flue, a lonely sound that emphasizes the isolation of the dwelling. But inside the huddle, the silence is warm. It is filled with the rhythmic music of the breath, a steady, unhurried anthem of survival. To listen to the breathing of one's kin is to know that the world is still whole, that the thread of life has not been broken by the frost. It is a comforting, hypnotic sound that lulls the consciousness into a state of profound peace. Outside, the snow has formed a perfect, unbroken crust that reflects the dim, ethereal light of the setting moon. The trees are motionless, their branches encased in a sleeve of rime that makes them look like silver carvings. There is no wind, only the steady, invisible pressure of the cold. The landscape is a study in silence and stillness, a world held in a glass vise. Somewhere in the forest, a frozen stream might crack with a sound like a distant bell, the vibration traveling through the earth and into the very foundations of the cottage. It is the sound of the earth turning, of the seasons grinding against one another in the dark. But here, within the walls, there is only the waiting. The house is a stone anchor in a sea of ice, its weight pressing into the frozen ground, its roof a thick, protective cap of thatch and snow. In the barn, the animals are nearly motionless, their heads low, their eyes closed in a deep, rhythmic trance. The warmth of their massive bodies has created a microclimate of its own, a thick, humid fog that smells of hay and life. The connection between the house and the stable is a vital circuit of heat and energy, a partnership that has endured since the first stones were laid. To think of the oxen and the sheep is to feel a sense of communal strength. The entire village is a network of these warm, breathing pockets, each one a defiance of the great, cold dark. We are all part of the same huddle, all waiting for the same sun. The isolation of the night is tempered by the knowledge of this shared experience, a quiet, unvoiced solidarity that binds the community together in the silence. The fatigue that settles over the room at this hour is heavy and sweet. It is a tiredness that has moved past exhaustion and into a state of profound rest. The mind drifts on the surface of sleep, caught in a slow-moving current of images and sensations. One might recall the feeling of the sun on a bare shoulder, or the sound of a scythe moving through tall grass, but these memories are distant, like stories told about a different world. The reality is the weight of the wool, the scent of the wood ash, and the cold air on the tip of the nose. There is a strange, quiet clarity in this state, a stripping away of the unnecessary until only the core of existence remains. You are a breathing being in a stone room, and that is enough. The complexities of the day are gone, replaced by the simple, powerful act of remaining. The passage of time is a slow, viscous crawl, measured by the cooling of the hearth and the gradual thickening of the frost on the window bladder. The night feels as though it has no beginning and no end, an eternal present of shadow and cold. Yet there is a subtle change in the air, a shifting of the tide. The darkness is no longer growing. It has reached its floor and is beginning to thin ever so slightly at the edges. The body senses this before the mind does. The heart rate increases by a fraction. The blood moves with a new, quiet purpose. The defensive posture of the midnight hours is beginning to soften, preparing for the eventual transition to the morning. The long watch is entering its final movement, a slow and deliberate crescendo toward the light. The scent of the house is the scent of the earth itself, the mineral tang of the stones, the dusty sweetness of the grain, the heavy, musk-laden aroma of the wool. It is an honest, unadorned smell that speaks of the essential things. There is no artifice here, only the raw materials of survival. One breathes in the history of the room, the soot of 1,000 fires, the salt of generations of labor. This scent is a comfort, a sensory anchor that prevents the mind from drifting away into the abstract spaces of the night. It is the smell of home, a fragrance that means safety, even in the heart of the winter. It is the aroma of a life that has been built to last, a system that knows how to turn the resources of the summer into the warmth of the winter. The mind begins to play with the idea of the first spark of the day. One can visualize the movement of the hand as it reaches for the tinderbox, the cold feel of the iron striker, the sharp, rhythmic clink of metal on stone. The first tiny, orange glow in the charred linen will be the most beautiful thing in the world, a miniature sun born in the palm of the hand. This mental rehearsal is a way of claiming the future, of asserting control over the environment. The fire is not just a tool for cooking or warmth. It is a declaration of presence, a signal that the humans are awake and the day has begun. But for now, that moment is still a comfortable distance away. The luxury of the stillness remains, the quiet joy of being warm and safe in the dark. The huddle remains tight, a single, breathing entity. The warmth is a shared treasure, guarded with every ounce of available energy. To hear the breath of a companion is to receive a constant reassurance, a rhythmic reminder that you are not alone. The proximity of others is the greatest wealth one can have in the winter, a treasure of skin and blood and shared intent. We are the architects of our own survival, building a world of heat in a landscape of ice. The strength of the family is the strength of the house, and together we are an unbreakable force. The night is long, but we are longer. The cold is deep, but we are deeper. The shadows on the ceiling are beginning to take on more definition, as if the darkness is becoming more transparent. The heavy oak beams and the long strands of soot are visible as dark, solid lines against the slightly paler gray of the thatch. The room is emerging from the void, reclaiming its shape and its identity. One can see the curve of the iron pot, the handle of the wooden ladle, the edge of the heavy table. These objects are returning to the world of the light, waiting patiently for the touch of a hand and the heat of the fire. The transition is slow, but it is inevitable. The night is surrendering its hold, one shadow at a time. Outside, the first faint hint of the dawn is still hidden behind the curve of the earth, but the atmosphere has changed. The sky is no longer a solid black. It has become a deep, bruised violet, a sign that the sun is beginning its long climb toward the horizon. The stars are fading, their sharp light softening as the atmosphere begins to stir. The world is getting ready to breathe again. In the woods, the first birds will soon make their tentative, freezing calls, a fragile music that marks the end of the long silence. The earth is turning, the night is ending, and the cycle of the light is about to be reclaimed. Inside the stone house, the huddle remains still, savoring the final moments of the night's peace. The breathing is steady, a rhythmic anthem of life that fills the room with a sense of purpose. The story of the night is a story of resistance and resilience, a narrative written in the frost and the shadow. We are the survivors of the dark, the keepers of the flame, and we have held our ground. The dawn is no longer a myth. It is a coming reality, and when it arrives, we will be there to meet it, emerging from our sanctuary with the quiet strength of those who have endured. The air in the chamber has reached its ultimate point of stillness, a moment where the very atmosphere feels as though it has been held in a state of crystalline suspension for an eternity. The cold is no longer a biting intruder, but a pervasive, unmoving weight that has claimed every unoccupied inch of the room. It has seeped into the grain of the heavy oak benches and settled into the pores of the stone walls, turning the dwelling into a cool, silent cavern. Beneath the mound of wool, the shared warmth of the family has reached a deep, humid maturity. The heat is heavy and dense, smelling of the sheep that provided the fleece and the salt of long-preserved vitality. Every person in the bed has become an expert in the economy of the breath, sipping the freezing air and warming it within the chest before releasing it as a faint, ghost-like mist. This rhythmic exchange is the only clock that remains in a world where the sun is a distant memory and the morning is a tentative promise. The sensation of the blankets has transformed into a profound, grounding gravity. The wool is not merely a covering, it is a shield, a thick and honest barrier that keeps the predatory frost at bay. One can feel the coarse texture of the weave against the jawline, a sensation that is both abrasive and immensely comforting. The weight of the fabric is so significant that it seems to pin the sleepers to the earth, preventing the mind from drifting too far into the terrifying, vast spaces of the winter night. To be heavy is to be safe. To be buried is to be protected. The straw mattress beneath provides a constant, dry rustle with every slight adjustment, a sound that carries the faint, dusty scent of the August harvest. This aroma is a quiet defiance of the metallic bite of the ice, a sensory bridge that connects the dark, frozen present to the golden, sun-drenched past. In the deepest shadows, the eye begins to perceive the room not through light, but through the absence of it. The corners are deep, velvety wells of obsidian, while the center of the room is a slightly paler shade of charcoal. The rafters overhead are visible as dark, massive ribs, supporting the weight of the thatch and the snow. One can see the long, delicate strings of soot hanging from the timber, moving with a hypnotic, slow-motion grace in the rising heat of the huddle. These soot strings are the records of every fire that has ever warmed this house, a visual history of endurance. The room is a vessel of time, holding the stories of generations who have sat in this same dark, listened to this same wind, and found the same comfort in the proximity of their kin. There is a profound sense of continuity in this thought, a feeling of being a single link in an endless chain of human persistence. The silence of the house is not an empty thing. It is a resonant, humming entity. It is a symphony of small, honest sounds, the creak of a timber as it contracts in the frost, the subtle settling of the thatch, the distant, muffled groan of a frozen tree in the woods. These noises do not break the quiet, they define it. They are the voices of the sanctuary, reassuring the inhabitants that the walls are strong and the roof is holding. Somewhere in the wall, a cricket might have found a pocket of warmth, though its summer song is long since silenced. The world has slowed to a crawl, a state of near-suspended animation where the only thing that moves is the blood in the veins and the slow, deliberate expansion of the lungs. It is a time for the soul to rest, to gather its strength in the deep, protective shadows of the long watch. Outside, the moon has begun its final descent, casting long, distorted shadows across the blue-tinted snow. The landscape is a study in monochromatic stillness, a world of silver and gray, where the only movement is the occasional shimmering fall of rime from a branch. The air is so cold that it has a sound, a low, subsonic vibration that hums in the ears and the teeth. It is the sound of the earth turning away from the light, of the sap freezing in the bark, of the very molecules of the world slowing down. In the village, every cottage is a twin of this one, a small, stone-walled island of heat in a sea of ice. Every family is huddled in the same way, breathing in the same rhythm, waiting for the same dawn. This collective stillness is a form of power, a shared, silent pact made against the indifference of the winter. In the stable, the animals are locked in their own deep trances. The oxen and the horses stand with their heads low, their massive bodies radiating a heat that fills the rafters with a thick, sweet-smelling fog. The sheep are a dense, warm mass of wool and breath, their hearts beating in a slow, collective tempo. The scent of the barn, dry hay, old earth, and warm animal blood is a rich and grounding perfume that filters through the cracks in the walls. This connection to the livestock is a fundamental part of the winter experience. They are the partners in survival, their heat a resource as vital as the woodpile or the grain bin. To think of the animals is to feel a sense of communal purpose, a realization that life in all its forms is a singular, stubborn force that refuses to be extinguished by the dark. The fatigue of this hour is total and all-encompassing. It is a heaviness that goes beyond the need for sleep and becomes a state of being. One feels as though they have been part of the dark forever, as if the world of light and color was a dream from another life. The mind drifts on the surface of memory, touching on the sensation of sun-warmed grass or the taste of a ripe apple, but these images are fleeting and distant. The only reality is the pressure of the wool, the scent of the wood ash, and the cold air on the face. There is a strange meditative peace in this deprivation, a stripping away of all that is unnecessary. In the dark, you are not a name or a trade. You are simply a spark of vitality, a point of warmth in a frozen universe. This simplicity is a form of freedom, a quiet liberation from the complexities of the daylight world. The passage of time is a slow, viscous process, measured by the cooling of the breath and the gradual thickening of the frost on the window bladder. The night feels as though it has reached a plateau, a moment of absolute equilibrium where the darkness is at its deepest, and the morning is still a distant, impossible dream. Yet the body senses the progress of the hours. The internal clock, tuned to the ancient rhythms of the earth, knows that the peak has been passed. The heart rate increases by a fraction. The blood moves with a new, quiet purpose. The defensive posture of the midnight hours is beginning to soften, preparing for the eventual transition to the day. The long watch is moving toward its conclusion, not with a sudden burst of energy, but with a slow, deliberate unfolding. The scent of the house is the scent of survival itself. It is the mineral tang of the stone, the dusty sweetness of the grain, the heavy, musky aroma of the wool, and the lingering, alkaline ghost of the wood smoke. These are the smells of a home that has been carefully prepared, a system designed to turn the abundance of the summer into the persistence of the winter. One breathes in the history of the dwelling, the salt of generations of labor, the smoke of 1,000 fires. This scent is a sensory anchor, preventing the mind from drifting away into the abstract, terrifying spaces of the night. It is the smell of safety, of belonging, of the domestic world holding its ground against the wild. The mind begins to play with the idea of the first fire. One can visualize the movement of the hand as it reaches for the tinderbox, the cold feel of the iron striker, the sharp, rhythmic sound of metal on stone. The first tiny, orange glow in the charred linen will be a miracle, a miniature sun born in the palm of the hand. This mental rehearsal is a way of claiming the morning, of asserting human agency over the environment. The fire is not just a tool, it is a declaration of presence, a signal that the day has begun and the darkness has been defeated once again. But for now, that moment is still a comfortable distance away. The luxury of the stillness remains, the quiet joy of being warm and safe in the deep, protective shadows of the night. The huddle remains tight, a single, breathing entity of skin and wool. The warmth is a shared treasure, guarded with every ounce of available energy. To hear the steady, rhythmic breath of a companion is to receive a constant reassurance, a reminder that the fortress is still holding. The proximity of others is the greatest wealth in the winter, a treasure of shared heat and silent solidarity. We are the architects of our own endurance, building a world of vitality in a landscape of ice. The strength of the family is the strength of the house, and together we are an unbreakable force. The night is long, but we are longer. The cold is deep, but we are deeper. The shadows on the ceiling are beginning to take on more definition, as if the darkness itself is becoming more transparent. The heavy oak beams and the long strands of soot are visible as solid lines against the slightly paler gray of the thatch. The room is reclaiming its shape, emerging from the void one shadow at a time. One can see the curve of the iron pot, the handle of the wooden ladle, the edge of the heavy table. These objects are returning to the world, waiting patiently for the touch of a hand and the return of the flame. The transition is slow and deliberate, a movement from the abstract to the concrete. The night is surrendering its hold, yielding to the inevitable return of the light. Outside, the first faint hint of the dawn is still hidden, but the atmosphere has changed. The sky is no longer a solid black. It has become a deep, bruised violet, a sign that the sun is beginning its climb. The stars are fading, their sharp light softening as the world begins to stir. The air is no longer growing colder. It has reached its floor and is beginning to hold steady. In the woods, the first birds will soon make their tentative calls, marking the end of the long silence. The earth is turning, the night is ending, and the cycle of the light is about to be reclaimed from the frost. Inside the stone house, the huddle remains still, savoring the final moments of the night's peace. The breathing is steady, a rhythmic anthem of life that fills the room with a sense of purpose. The story of the night is a story of resistance and resilience, a narrative written in the frost and the shadow. We are the survivors of the dark, the keepers of the flame, and we have held our ground. The dawn is no longer a myth. It is a coming reality, and when it arrives, we will be there to meet it, emerging from our sanctuary with the quiet strength of those who have endured the long, cold watch. The silence that precedes the very first hint of light is perhaps the heaviest of the entire night. It is a thick, velvet stillness that feels as though it has been accumulating since the stars first rose. Inside the stone walls, the air is perfectly stratified. The cold has pooled on the earthen floor like invisible water, while the gathered heat of the sleepers remains trapped in the low-lying hollow of the bed. The wool blankets have become so infused with the humidity of the huddle that they possess a unique leaden weight, pressing the family into the straw with a comforting, protective gravity. There is no sound from the outside world, no wind, no movement, only the vast, ringing quiet of a world frozen to its core. Every breath taken in this hour feels significant, a quiet claim on existence in a space that seems designed for absolute stillness. The lungs expand slowly, carefully warming the icy air of the room before returning it to the dark as a fleeting, invisible mist. Under the covers, the map of the family's shared warmth has reached its most stable configuration. Every limb has found its place, every curve of the body fitted against another to minimize the surface area exposed to the chill. The skin of the hands, tucked deep into the warmth of the torso, has become soft and humid, while the skin of the face remains a cold, dormant mask. This dual existence, half in the summer of the bed, half in the winter of the room, creates a strange, detached state of consciousness. One feels rooted in the earth, yet floating in the shadows. The straw beneath the wool provides a constant textural reminder of the fields, its dry rustling a rhythmic accompaniment to the steady thrum of the heart. This is the deepest peace the body can know, the peace of the survivor who has reached the end of the long watch and found that the spark of life is still burning bright. The darkness of the chamber is no longer an empty void, but a rich tapestry of shades. The eye, having spent hours in the gloom, can now distinguish the subtle differences between the rough grain of the oak beams and the smooth, shimmering skin of the frost on the stone walls. The frost has grown into intricate, fractal patterns, feathers of ice that seem to vibrate with the low-frequency hum of the freezing world. These crystals are the night's own handwriting, a silent record of the temperature's descent. The room is a museum of the cold, but the exhibits are all temporary, waiting to be dissolved by the first true heat of the morning. In the corners, the shadows are deep and impenetrable, hiding the tools of the daily labor, the heavy wooden pails, the iron-rimmed wheels, the stacks of winter wool. These objects sit in patient silence, sharing the family's wait for the sun. The hearth, though still cold and filled with the gray ghosts of yesterday's fire, feels like it is beginning to wake. There is no flame yet, but the focus of the room is shifting toward that stone center. One can almost feel the potential energy stored in the woodpile outside, the dry oak and birch waiting to be transformed into light and motion. The chimney continues its work as a silent conduit, drawing the freezing air of the night down into the house, but the draft feels less aggressive now, as if the night is losing its breath. The memory of the fire is so strong it provides a psychological warmth, a mental image of orange light dancing on the soot-stained rafters. This vision is a beacon for the spirit, a promise that the period of suspended animation is drawing to a close. The ritual of the rekindling is not just a chore, it is the act that restores the world to its proper order. Outside the house, the landscape is a monochromatic study in silver and blue. The snow is so deep and so still that it seems to have muffled the very earth. The trees are encased in rime, their branches heavy and crystalline, bowing slightly under the weight of the frozen atmosphere. There is a sense of immense, planetary scale in this stillness, a realization that the winter is a cosmic turning of the wheel. The stars are beginning to lose their sharp, diamond-like edges, their light softening as the first infinitesimal change in the sky occurs. It is not yet dawn, but the night is no longer absolute. The horizon is preparing itself, a slow and silent transition from the black of the void to the deep, bruised violet of the coming morning. The world is holding its breath, waiting for the first bird, the first sound, the first movement to break the spell. In the stable, the animals have reached the peak of their own internal warmth. The cows and the oxen are huddled together, their thick hides radiating a heat that has turned the barn into a humid, sweet-smelling sanctuary. The scent of clover, hay, and warm animal life is a heavy, grounding aroma that permeates the walls, offering a sensory tether to the people in the house. The heartbeat of the livestock is a slow, powerful rhythm that mirrors the pulse of the earth itself. There is a profound dignity in this shared struggle, a quiet understanding between the man and the beast that they are both part of the same cycle. The animals are the silent guardians of the farm, their presence a guarantee of the spring to come. In the dark, the village is a constellation of these warm nodes, each one a stubborn defiance of the frost. The fatigue of this final hour is of a different quality than the exhaustion of midnight. It is a light, expectant tiredness, a state of being where the body is ready to move, but the soul still clings to the stillness. One feels as though they are emerging from a long, underwater journey, rising slowly toward the surface of the day. The thoughts are clear and rhythmic, focused on the immediate tasks of the morning, the ice to be broken on the water bucket, the grain to be measured, the first log to be laid on the hearth. These thoughts are not a burden but a comfort. They represent the return of agency, the moment when the passive endurance of the night gives way to the active life of the sun. The long wait has been a purification, a stripping away of the unnecessary until only the essential movements of survival remain. The passage of time is now measured by the gradual thinning of the shadows on the ceiling. The long, delicate strands of soot, which have hung motionless for hours, begin to shiver almost imperceptibly as the air in the room starts to circulate. The thatch above is a dark, heavy canopy, but one can imagine the first light touching its frosted surface. The house is a living thing, groaning softly as the timbers adjust to the subtle shift in pressure. It is a sturdy protector, a stone shell that has seen 1,000 winters and will see 1,000 more. To be inside its walls is to be inside history, a participant in the ancient human tradition of waiting out the dark. The house doesn't just shelter the body, it shelters the memory of all the mornings that have come before. The scent of the room is at its most complex in this hour. There is the base note of the wood ash, the mineral scent of the stone, and the deep, musky aroma of the wool blankets. But there is also the faint, sweet smell of the dried herbs in the rafters, a ghostly fragrance of summer that seems to grow stronger as the night thins. It is as if the herbs are waking up, releasing their essence in anticipation of the light. This scent is a floral promise, a reminder that the world of green and gold is still there, buried beneath the white. To breathe in this air is to consume the very essence of the home, to take in the sense of preparation and abundance. It is the aroma of a life that is ready for the day, a life that has been kept safe in the heart of the storm. The huddle begins to stir, not with sudden movement, but with a slow, collective awakening of the senses. A sleeper might draw a hand from the warmth of the blanket to test the air, only to tuck it back in quickly as the cold bites. There is a soft, rhythmic murmuring in the straw, the sound of the family coming back to themselves after the deep, shared trance of the night. This is the moment of greatest intimacy, the quiet transition from the collective identity of the huddle to the individual identities of the day. We are coming back from the dark, carrying the warmth we have stolen from the night, ready to distribute it back into the world. The strength of the family is the foundation of the village, and the village is the foundation of the world. The shadows are now gray rather than black, and the outlines of the furniture are becoming distinct. The heavy table, the wooden stools, and the storage chests emerge from the gloom like islands in a receding tide. One can see the details of the room, the way the adze marks on the beams catch the dim light, the curve of the iron cauldron, the handle of the wooden shovel. These objects are the tools of our existence, and they are ready to be used. The room is no longer a cavern of the night, it is a workshop of the day. The transition is nearly complete. The long, cold silence is about to be broken by the first sounds of life, the strike of flint, the splash of water, the opening of a door. Outside, the sky has turned a pale, luminous gray, and the stars have vanished into the whitening air. The world is waking up. A bird makes a sharp, tentative chirrup from the thatch, a sound that carries a startling clarity in the quiet. The snow looks different in this light, not silver and blue, but a soft, matte white like unbaked bread. The trees are no longer ghosts. They are wood and bark standing firm in the frozen earth. The tide of the night has fully retreated, leaving behind a world that is clean, cold, and ready to be lived in. The sun is just below the horizon, its warmth still a promise, but its light already a reality. Inside the house, the first person begins the movement that will end the watch. A foot touches the cold earth floor, a sharp shock that brings the mind fully into the present. The blankets are pulled back, and the humid warmth of the huddle dissipates into the room. It is the end of the long night and the beginning of the work. The cycle has been completed once again. We have endured the cold, we have guarded the heat, and we have reached the morning. The story of the night is over, and the story of the day is waiting to be written in the smoke of the hearth and the tracks in the snow. The final moments of the absolute dark are characterized by a profound, shimmering tension, as if the air itself is a thin sheet of glass waiting for the first vibration of the morning to shatter it. Inside the stone walls, the temperature has reached its lowest ebb, but the quality of the cold has changed. It is no longer the aggressive, searching frost of midnight, but a heavy, stagnant chill that seems to be waiting for permission to depart. Beneath the massive weight of the wool blankets, the collective heat of the sleepers has become a dense, humid atmosphere, a private reservoir of life that feels increasingly separate from the rest of the room. Every breath is now a deliberate act of reclamation, taking in the sharp, metallic air of the chamber and turning it into the warm, moist fuel of survival. The family remains locked in the deep huddle, a multi-limbed creature of skin and fleece, perfectly still as it listens to the silence of the dying night. This is the hour when the house feels most like a living organism. The thick stones of the walls have absorbed the cold of the entire night and are now radiating a deep mineral stillness that can be felt in the very marrow of the bones. The thatch above is a heavy, frozen cap, sealing the interior off from the vast, star-bleached emptiness of the sky. In the silence, the small sounds of the structure become monumental. A roof timber contracts with a slow, grinding moan, A piece of dried mud falls from a crack in the wall and hits the floor with a dry, papery thud. The straw in the mattress settles with a sound like 1,000 tiny breaking twigs. These are the whispers of the sanctuary, the sounds of a building that has successfully defended its inhabitants against the worst of the winter's malice. The dwelling has done its work, holding the night at bay, and now it stands ready to receive the first light of the new day. In the corner of the room, the frost on the water bucket has thickened into a solid, opaque pane, a white mirror reflecting the total absence of light. This ice is the physical marker of the night's duration, a measure of how far the temperature has fallen while the world slept. The eyes, dilated to their absolute limit, find detail in the nothingness, the jagged silhouette of the iron tripod, the rounded bulk of the grain bin, the spectral lines of the spinning wheel. These objects sit in the gloom with a patient, stony dignity, sharing the family's long watch. They are the artifacts of the domestic life, waiting for the touch of a hand to return them to the world of utility. The darkness is no longer a void. It is a space crowded with the potential for action, a theater where the first act of the morning is about to begin. The hearth, though still cold and filled with the pale gray ash of the evening, remains the psychological focus of the sleepers. Even in the depth of the chill, the mind orbits the fireplace, visualizing the first movements of the day. One can feel the texture of the dry tinder in the hand, the weight of the iron striker, and the sharp, rhythmic impact that will birth the first spark. This mental image provides a warmth that is not yet physical, a flickering hope that guides the consciousness through the final, coldest stretch of the night. The chimney is a dark, vertical shaft leading to the heavens, a cold throat that has breathed the night's ice for hours, but soon it will carry the first ribbon of wood smoke toward the sky. The ritual of the fire is the ultimate triumph of the human hand over the indifference of the frost, and the anticipation of that victory is what makes the final hour bearable. Outside the house, the world is a study in monochromatic silver. The moon has set, leaving the landscape to the stars and the dim, blue-gray luminescence of the snow. The drifts have been sculpted into long, elegant waves that bury the paths and the fences, turning the familiar village into an alien landscape of white and shadow. The trees are encased in a sleeve of rime, their branches heavy and brittle, sparkling with a cold, internal fire whenever they catch a stray photon from the sky. There is no movement in the woods, no sound from the river. Everything is held in a state of crystalline perfection. It is a world of glass, beautiful and fragile, waiting for the sun to breathe movement back into its frozen lungs. The silence of the outdoors is absolute, a ringing, high-pitched quiet that seems to vibrate with the very effort of holding the earth in its grip. In the stable, the animals have reached the peak of their shared warmth. The cattle and the oxen are huddled together, their thick hides radiating a heat that has turned the interior of the barn into a humid, sweet-smelling fog. The scent of clover and old hay is a rich, grounding perfume that filters through the cracks in the adjoining wall, offering a sensory tether to the people in the house. The rhythmic, heavy breathing of the livestock is a constant, low-frequency sound that mirrors the pulse of the earth. There is a profound, silent dignity in this shared struggle. The animals are the silent partners of the household, their survival inextricably linked to the survival of the people. In the dark, the village is a constellation of these warm, breathing pockets, each one a stubborn, defiant island of heat in a sea of ice. The fatigue that accompanies this hour is a heavy, velvet shroud that covers the mind. It is a state where the boundaries between waking and dreaming are at their thinnest. One might recall the sensation of a hot summer breeze against the skin, or the smell of rain on sun-warmed earth, but these memories feel like legends from a distant era. The reality is the weight of the wool, the tickle of the straw, and the metallic bite of the air. There is a strange, quiet clarity in this deprivation, a stripping away of all the noise of the daylight world until only the essential truths remain. You are a living being, you are warm enough, and you are not alone. These are the only facts that matter. The complexities of identity and society have been dissolved by the cold, leaving only the core of existence. The passage of time is now measured by the gradual thinning of the shadows on the ceiling. The long, delicate strands of soot, which have hung motionless for hours, begin to shiver almost imperceptibly as the air in the room starts to circulate. The thatch above is a dark, heavy canopy, but the mind begins to imagine the first light touching its frosted surface. The house is a living thing, groaning softly as its timbers adjust to the subtle shift in pressure that occurs as the night prepares to break. It is a sturdy protector, a stone shell that has witnessed 1,000 winters and understands the necessity of the long wait. To be inside its walls is to be inside a promise, a contract made with the earth and the seasons that the light will always, eventually, return. The scent of the room is at its most complex and evocative. There is the bass note of the wood ash and the mineral scent of the damp stone, but there is also the deep, musky aroma of the wool blankets and the faint, dusty sweetness of the grain bins. These odors are the sensory architecture of the home, the things that define the space as a place of safety and abundance. They are the smells of a life that has been carefully prepared for the winter, a life that has gathered the treasures of the sun to see it through the darkness. To breathe in the air of the chamber is to consume the history of the family, to taste the labor and the care that have gone into making this shelter a reality. It is a fragrant barrier against the scentless, frozen void of the world outside. Under the blankets, the huddle begins to stir with the first faint signals of the coming day. It is not a sudden movement, but a slow, collective awakening of the senses. A sleeper might draw a hand from the warmth to test the air, only to tuck it back in quickly as the cold bites. There is a soft, rhythmic murmuring in the straw, the sound of the family coming back to themselves after the deep, shared trance of the night. This is the moment of greatest intimacy, the quiet transition from the collective identity of the huddle to the individual identities of the day. The warmth we have shared is a treasure we take with us as we prepare to face the world once more. The strength of the family is the foundation of the home, and together we are an unbreakable force against the winter. The shadows are now gray rather than black, and the outlines of the furniture are becoming distinct. The heavy oak table, the wooden stools, and the storage chests emerge from the gloom like islands in a receding tide. One can see the details of the room, the way the adze marks on the beams catch the dim light, the curve of the iron cauldron, the handle of the wooden ladle. These objects are the tools of our existence, and they are ready to be used. The room is no longer a cavern of the night. It is a workshop of the day. The transition is nearly complete. The long, cold silence is about to be broken by the first sounds of life, the strike of flint, the splash of water, the opening of a heavy door. Outside, the sky has turned a pale, luminous gray, and the stars have vanished into the whitening air. The world is waking up. A single bird makes a sharp, tentative chirrup from the thatch, a sound that carries a startling clarity in the quiet. The snow looks different in this light, not silver and blue, but a soft, matte white like unbaked bread. The trees are no longer ghosts. They are wood and bark, standing firm in the frozen earth. The tide of the night has fully retreated, leaving behind a world that is clean, cold, and ready to be lived in. The sun is still below the horizon, but its light is already reclaiming the landscape from the shadows. Inside the house, the first person begins the movement that will end the long watch. A foot touches the cold earth floor, a sharp, bracing shock that brings the mind fully into the present. The blankets are pulled back, and the humid warmth of the huddle dissipates into the room, a final offering to the disappearing night. It is the end of the long endurance and the beginning of the work. The cycle has been completed once again. We have navigated the darkness, we have guarded the heat, and we have reached the morning. The story of the night is over, and the story of the day is waiting to be written in the smoke of the rekindled hearth and the fresh tracks in the morning snow. The transition is slow, but it is absolute. The world of the light is returning, and with it, the duties and the joys of the living. The memory of the cold and the dark will fade as the fire takes hold and the porridge begins to bubble, but the strength gained from the endurance will remain. We are the survivors of the long, cold nights, the keepers of the ancient warmth. As the first ray of sun hits the frost on the window, we stand ready to face the winter once more, secure in the knowledge that we have the stone, the wool, and each other to see us through until the spring. The gray, translucent hour has finally arrived, that thin sliver of time when the world is no longer truly dark, but refuses to be called light. Inside the dwelling, the air has reached a peak of heavy, expectant stillness. The frost on the interior stones has begun to lose its crystalline sparkle, taking on a matte, milky appearance as the sky beyond the walls shifts from obsidian to a deep, bruised charcoal. Beneath the weight of the wool, the huddle remains perfectly motionless, though the quality of the sleep has changed. It is no longer the deep, subterranean trance of the midnight hours. It has become light, brittle, and alert. Every person in the bed is now listening, not for the wind, but for the first sound of a neighbor's life, the first confirmation that the village has survived another turn of the frozen earth. The breathing of the family is synchronized and shallow, a rhythmic hum that seems to hold the very walls of the house together in the face of the receding void. In the dimness, the furniture of the room begins to reclaim its physical weight. The heavy oak table, which for hours was merely a darker patch of shadow, now reveals the rugged grain of its surface and the sturdy, unyielding lines of its legs. The iron cauldron, suspended over the cold ash of the hearth, looks like a silent, grounded bell, waiting for the first splash of water to wake it. These objects are not merely tools, they are the anchors of the domestic world, the permanent residents of the house that endure the cold without the benefit of wool or breath. One looks at them with a sense of quiet kinship. They have stood their ground in the dark, just as the people have, and now they are ready to return to their service. The room is no longer a cavern of the night. It is a workshop of the morning, slowly emerging from the sea of shadow like a landscape revealed by a falling tide. The sensation of the cold has shifted once again. It is no longer a predatory force trying to find a way into the bed. It is now a static, heavy atmosphere that the body simply accepts as the baseline of existence. The tip of the nose and the edges of the ears are numb, but the core of the body is a steady, glowing furnace of humid warmth. This internal heat feels solid and earned, a treasure that has been guarded through the long watch and successfully brought to the threshold of the day. One feels a sense of profound, quiet power in this survival. To have stayed warm enough to live while the world outside turned to glass is a monumental achievement, a testament to the efficacy of stone, thatch, and the shared heat of the kin. The mind begins to plan the first movements of the day with a slow, methodical clarity, visualizing the path from the bed to the hearth as if it were a journey across a vast, frozen continent. The chimney remains a cold, vertical passage, but the air within it has stopped its aggressive downward tumble. The atmosphere is balancing itself, preparing for the first rising column of heat. The hearth is a pale, ashen circle, a silent witness to the fire that was and the fire that will be. The potential for warmth is palpable in the room, stored in the dry wood stacked against the wall and the tinder kept safe in its box. To think of the first spark is to feel a phantom prickle of heat against the palms of the hands. It is the most sacred ritual of the day, the act that truly ends the night and restores the human order to the house. The flint and steel are the most important objects in the universe at this moment, the keys to the kingdom of the light. The anticipation of that first orange glow is a fuel of its own, keeping the spirit alert as the body lingers in the last, precious moments of the huddle. Outside, the stars have vanished, swallowed by a sky that is now the color of cold iron. The snow is a soft, matte white, its crystalline crust no longer shimmering but absorbing the flat, gray light of the approaching sun. The silence of the village is profound, yet it is no longer the silence of the dead. It is the silence of the waiting. In the woods, a single crow might stir, its feathers ruffled against the frost, preparing for its first flight. The trees are motionless, their branches still encased in rime, but the air feels less brittle, as if the tension of the deep freeze is beginning to relax. The world is coming back to itself, one gray shade at a time. The tracks of a nocturnal fox might be visible near the door, a series of delicate, frozen imprints that mark the only movement in the landscape since the sun went down. In the stable, the animals are fully awake, though they remain still to conserve their heat. The lowing of a cow is a soft, muffled sound that carries through the wall, a gentle demand for the first feeding of the day. The scent of the barn is stronger now, the smell of warm cattle, fermented hay, and the sharp, clean aroma of the frost. This animal presence is a comfort, a reminder that the work of the farm is waiting. The horses shift their weight, their hooves creating a dull thud against the frozen earth, a sound that signals the return of the world of motion. The relationship between the house and the stable is the foundation of the winter life, a circuit of heat and labor that keeps the family fed and sheltered. To hear the animals is to know that the morning has truly arrived, even if the sun is still hidden behind the hills. The fatigue of the long watch has transformed into a light, expectant energy. The body is ready to move, though the mind still savors the security of the blankets. This is the time of the final lingering, the last few minutes of communal stillness before the individual duties of the day begin. One feels the weight of the wool one last time, appreciating the coarse, honest protection it has provided. The straw mattress is a rustling, scented landscape that has held the family's weight for hours, a humble but vital technology of survival. The transition from the dream state to the waking state is complete. The images of summer gardens and warm breezes have faded, replaced by the practical realities of the ice, the water, and the wood. We are the masters of the morning, ready to claim the day from the shadows. The scent of the house is at its most potent in this gray hour. The mineral smell of the stone, the alkaline tang of the ash, and the deep, musky scent of the wool are all present, but they are joined by the first, faint aroma of the morning air leaking through the gaps in the door. It is a sharp, ozone scent, the smell of snow and cold sky. This influx of the outside world is a signal that the boundaries of the sanctuary are opening. The house is no longer a closed vessel. It is a part of the waking village. One breathes in this mixture of the domestic and the wild, feeling the lungs expand with the bracing clarity of the winter. The room is ready to be filled with the sounds of the living, the crackle of the fire, the clatter of the pails, the voices of the family. The first person to rise does so with a slow, deliberate movement that respects the remaining quiet. A hand is withdrawn from the warmth, reaching for the rough clothing laid out nearby. The air hits the skin like a cold blade, a sharp reminder of the world beyond the bed. The foot finds the floor, the hard-packed earth as cold as a frozen lake. This contact is the final bridge between the night and the day, a grounding moment that brings the consciousness fully into the physical realm. The blankets are pulled back, releasing the humid heat of the huddle into the room, a final offering to the disappearing shadows. The long endurance is over. The work of the morning has begun. The gray light has now gained a subtle, pearlescent strength, filtering through the translucent window bladder and casting a soft, shadowless glow across the room. It is a light that does not illuminate so much as it reveals the absence of darkness. The frost on the interior walls no longer looks like a forest of diamonds, but like a thick coating of salt, white and opaque. Within the bed, the family remains in a state of quiet transition. The heavy wool blankets, which for so many hours were the only world that mattered, are now just fabric once more, heavy with the moisture of a long night's breathing. The huddle is beginning to loosen, the collective heat dissipating slowly as the individual members prepare to face the biting air of the chamber. There is no rush, the cold is still the master of the air, and the first movements are slow, calculated, and rhythmic, designed to preserve as much of the core heat as possible during the crossing from the straw to the hearth. The floor, a hard-packed surface of clay and earth, is a frozen continent waiting for the first footfall. It draws the heat from anything it touches with a ruthless mineral efficiency. To step onto it is to fully acknowledge the reality of the season. The mind, now fully awake, focuses on the sequence of survival. First, the feet must be wrapped in heavy woolen clouts or pushed into stiff, cold leather shoes that have been waiting by the bed. Then the torso must be shielded by the thick tunics that have spent the night absorbing the room's chill. Every layer of clothing is a layer of defense, a piece of armor in the daily war against the frost. The silence of the room is now broken by the small, domestic sounds of the awakening, the rustle of heavy fabric, the soft grunt of a body stretching after hours of rigidity, and the rhythmic, dry snapping of the straw as it is relieved of its burden. The hearth remains the focal point of the emerging world. The gray ash is undisturbed, a flat and silent expanse that hides the potential for life. The first task is a sacred one, the searching for a remaining ember or the striking of new fire. The hands move with a practiced automatic grace, reaching for the tinderbox. Inside, the charred linen is dry and ready. The flint is a cold, sharp weight in the palm, and the steel striker is a familiar tool of the hand. The first strike is a sharp, metallic ring that cuts through the silence like a bird's cry. A shower of tiny, orange sparks cascades into the tinder, and for a heartbeat, there is only the scent of scorched fabric. Then a thin blue ribbon of smoke rises, followed by a microscopic glow that begins to eat into the black linen. This tiny point of light is the sun of the house, the center around which the day will soon revolve. As the first tiny flame licks at a shaving of dry birch bark, the room seems to contract around the light. The shadows, which had been retreat into the corners, find new life, dancing on the rafters and the soot-stained thatch. The fire is a fragile thing at first, a small, hungry spirit that must be fed with the utmost care. A twig is added, then a larger branch, until the first true crackle of burning wood signals the success of the ritual. The sound is a music of profound comfort, a rhythmic snapping that promises the return of the heat. The smell of the wood smoke, sweet, sharp, and ancient, begins to fill the room, replacing the stagnant smell of the night with the active scent of the day. This first wave of warmth is a psychological victory, a sign that the boundaries of the domestic world have been re-established, and the cold has been pushed back to the walls. Outside the door, the world is a study in matte white and iron gray. The sky has lost its violet hue and is now a pale, luminous wash that makes the snow look almost blue in the hollows. The silence of the village is beginning to fray. Somewhere, a heavy wooden door groans as it is pushed open against a drift of snow, and the sound of a shovel clearing a path carries through the still air with a muffled, rhythmic thud. These are the sounds of the community waking, a series of individual efforts that together create the life of the village. The tracks of the night's wanderers, the fox, the hare, the field mouse, are being covered by the first light movements of the morning. The world is no longer a frozen museum. It is a place of labor once again. The air is so cold it makes the throat ache, but it is the air of a new day, and the lungs welcome its bracing, crystalline purity. In the stable, the animals have sensed the fire in the house. They shift in their stalls, the oxen letting out long, low bellows of anticipation. The warmth of their bodies has created a thick, sweet fog in the barn that smells of summer hay and deep, earthy vitality. The work of the morning begins there as well, the breaking of the ice in the troughs, the tossing of the fodder, the checking of the hooves. The animals are the backbone of the winter economy, their heat and their health a reflection of the family's own well-being. To step into the barn is to enter a different kind of sanctuary, one where the smell of life is at its most potent and the rhythm of the heart is at its most steady. The connection between the hearth and the stable is the circuit of the farm, a loop of warmth and service that has sustained the village for generations. Back inside the dwelling, the fire has grown into a steady orange glow that illuminates the faces of the family. They move toward the warmth, their hands extended as if in prayer. The heat is a physical relief that reaches deep into the joints, loosening the stiffness of the night and bringing the blood back to the surface of the skin. The first pot of water is placed over the flames, the iron handle cold to the touch, but the vessel soon singing with the first signs of heat. This sound, the gentle, rising hum of water approaching the boil, is the anthem of the morning. It speaks of the porridge to come, of the warmth that will be taken into the body, of the nourishment that will fuel the day's work. The house is now a place of motion, of purpose, and of shared light. The scent of the room has been transformed. The wood smoke is now the dominant note, a rich and comforting aroma that signifies safety and life. Beneath it, the smell of the grain begins to rise as the porridge is stirred, a bready, wholesome scent that promises the end of the night's long fast. The dried herbs in the rafters, the sage and the thyme, seem to release their fragrance in the warming air, adding a faint, floral complexity to the atmosphere. The house is no longer a cold stone shell. It is a living, breathing home. Every object, the wooden bowl, the iron spoon, the heavy table, is now bathed in the flickering light of the fire, reclaiming its identity from the shadows. The transition is complete. The long, silent watch of the night has ended, and the active life of the day has taken its place. The passage of time is now measured by the growth of the fire and the rising of the sun. The window bladder is no longer a source of gray gloom, but a glowing rectangle of white light. Soon, the first true ray of the sun will strike the frost on the exterior wall, turning the white crystals into a shimmering, temporary garden of light. The work of the day is ahead, the splitting of wood, the hauling of water, the tending of the stock, but the foundation has been laid in the endurance of the night. We have come through the dark together, protected by the stone, the wool, and the shared heat of our own bodies. We are the masters of the winter, the keepers of the ancient warmth, and as the morning unfolds, we stand ready to meet the cold with the fire in our hearts and the light of the sun on our faces. The pearlescent glow of the morning has finally reached a state of permanence, a steady and unwavering light that fills the small stone chamber with a soft, clinical clarity. The shadows have retreated into the very deepest corners, beneath the heavy storage chests and into the recesses of the thatch, leaving the center of the room exposed in all its rugged, honest simplicity. Within the bed, the final surrender of the huddle is underway. The transition is marked by a sudden, sharp intake of air as the first person fully disengages from the shared warmth, the humid heat of the blankets escaping in a visible cloud that vanishes into the rafters. The air of the room, though beginning to be influenced by the growing fire in the hearth, remains a formidable presence. It is a dry, biting chill that catches in the throat and makes the skin of the arms prickle instantly. Yet the work of the day cannot wait for the warmth to be total. The morning is a call to action, a reminder that survival is an active pursuit, a labor that begins with the first step onto the cold earth. To stand on the floor is to feel the ancient, unyielding power of the ground. The packed clay is a heat thief, drawing the warmth from the soles of the feet through the thick woolen clouts. It is a grounding sensation, a physical tether that connects the sleeper to the foundations of the house and the village beyond. The body moves with a slow, heavy grace, a mechanical sequence of dressing that has been honed by 1,000 winter mornings. The heavy wool tunic, which has spent the night hanging on a peg, feels like a garment of ice as it is pulled over the head, but within moments, the body's own persistent furnace begins to warm the fibers. Every buckle fastened, every string tied, is a closing of the armor, a preparation for the world outside the sanctuary of the blankets. The room is now filled with the rhythmic sounds of the morning, the thud of heavy boots, the rustle of coarse linen, and the low, murmuring voices of the family as they acknowledge the successful passage of the night. The fire is no longer a fragile spark, but a robust and hungry entity, consuming the dry oak logs with a steady, comforting roar. The light it casts is a warm orange flicker that dances across the frost-covered walls, creating a shifting landscape of gold and white. The heat radiates outward in waves, a physical embrace that softens the biting edge of the room's air. The iron cauldron, now filled with water fetched from the bucket, begins to sing, a low, melodic hum that rises in pitch as the temperature climbs. This sound is the heartbeat of the morning, a signal that the fast of the night is about to be broken. The scent of the wood smoke is thick and sweet, a primal aroma that signifies the human mastery over the environment. It is the smell of the hearth, the smell of the home, a fragrant barrier that tells the cold it is no longer welcome in the center of the house. Outside the heavy timber door, the world is waiting in a state of crystalline perfection. The sky is a pale, empty blue, devoid of the deep bruised tones of the night, and the first true rays of the sun are beginning to crest the distant hills. When the sun finally hits the snow, the transformation is instantaneous. The matte white surface erupts into a billion tiny, shimmering diamonds, a brilliance so intense it makes the eyes water. The trees, still encased in their sleeves of rime, sparkle like glass sculptures, their branches heavy with the silent weight of the winter. There is a profound, ringing clarity to the air, a purity that feels as though it could shatter if one were to speak too loudly. The village is now fully awake. Thin plumes of gray smoke rise straight into the still air from every chimney, a series of vertical markers that signal the shared resilience of the community. In the stable, the transition from the night's huddle to the day's labor is nearly complete. The heavy wooden bar of the stable door is lifted with a resonant thud, and the first breath of the morning air rushes into the warm, humid interior. The animals react with a chorus of lowing and shifting, their hooves stamping against the frozen ground in a rhythmic display of vitality. The oxen, their great heads swinging slowly, look toward the door with eyes that reflect the emerging light. The work here is methodical: the clearing of the stalls, the distribution of the golden winter hay, and the breaking of the thick ice in the water troughs. The relationship between the farmer and the stock is at its most visible here, a partnership of mutual dependence and shared endurance. The warmth of the animals is a living resource, a biological heat that has sustained the farm through the darkest hours and is now ready to be put to the service of the day. Back at the hearth, the first meal of the day is a simple but profound ritual. The wooden spoons clatter against the bowls, a domestic music that signifies the return of nourishment. The porridge is thick and hot, a concentrated warmth that is taken into the body to fuel the muscles for the tasks ahead. To eat in the warmth of the fire, with the light of the morning filling the room, is to experience a deep and quiet satisfaction. The terrors of the night, the fear of the cold, the isolation of the dark, the fragility of the breath, have been replaced by the tangible realities of food and heat. The world is manageable again. The house is a hive of activity, a space where the individual efforts of the family members merge into a single, coordinated movement towards survival. The transition is total, the night is a memory, and the day is a broad, white canvas waiting to be marked by the labor of the living. The scent of the house has reached its daytime equilibrium. The wood smoke remains the dominant note, but it is now joined by the earthy, wholesome smell of the grain and the sharp, bracing scent of the outdoors that clings to the clothing of those who have already ventured out. The dried herbs in the rafters continue to release their faint, ghostly perfume, a floral reminder of the seasons to come. The room is no longer a sanctuary of stillness. It is a workshop of motion. The heavy oak table is covered with the tools of the morning, the iron pots are bubbling, and the sounds of the village filter through the walls with a new, energetic clarity. We are no longer the watchers of the dark. We are the actors of the light. The long watch has ended, and the work of the winter has begun in earnest. The passage of time is now marked by the movement of the sun across the floor. A single, bright rectangle of light crawls slowly toward the hearth, illuminating the dust motes that dance in the warming air. The frost on the window bladder is melting, the water trickling down in small, glistening tracks that reflect the world outside. Soon, the ice on the interior walls will begin to soften, and the house will shed its winter skin. This is the victory of the morning, the triumph of the fire and the sun over the long, cold night. We have come through the darkness together, and we are stronger for the endurance. The story of the night is a foundation upon which the day is built, a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring power of the home. The sun has finally cleared the horizon, but its light carries no immediate warmth. It is a visual splendor only, a brilliant, cold fire that illuminates the world without melting it. Inside the house, the transition is complete, and the rhythm of the day has established its first steady beat. The great mound of wool blankets has been folded back, revealing the hollowed-out nests in the straw where the family's heat was stored for so many hours. This straw, which served as the silent foundation of the night, is now being fluffed and turned, releasing a dry, sun-baked aroma that lingers in the air like a ghost of August. The room is now a place of sharp contrasts. The orange glow of the hearth fire competes with the blue-white glare of the morning light streaming through the door. The air is no longer stagnant. It moves with the energy of the fire and the opening of the latch, a constant circulation of heat and frost that keeps the senses sharp and the body in motion. To move through the room now is to participate in a choreography of utility. Every step on the cold earth floor is purposeful. The hands, which were curled into tight knots just hours ago, are now reaching, lifting, and pouring. The skin has regained its color, a healthy flush brought on by the combined influence of the hearth's radiation and the effort of movement. The heavy wool of the outer garments provides a thick, protective layer that catches the stray sparks of the fire and the biting drafts from the window. There is a profound sense of physical reality in these tasks: the weight of the iron kettle, the resistance of the heavy wooden door, the abrasive texture of the grain being ground for the next meal. The abstractions of the night have been replaced by the honest weight of material things. The world is solid once again, and we are its caretakers. The hearth is now a roaring furnace, a contained sun that has finally mastered the temperature of the room. The thick stones of the fireplace are becoming warm to the touch, beginning to store the heat that will be slowly released throughout the day. The sound of the fire is a constant, rhythmic roar, a vocalization of the life that has been returned to the house. The smoke rises in a thick, confident column, disappearing into the dark soot of the chimney before emerging into the crisp, blue sky outside. This smoke is a signal of the house's vitality, a vertical banner of human persistence. To sit near the fire is to receive a physical blessing, a warmth that reaches into the joints and the marrow, erasing the last lingering stiffness of the long watch. The fire is the soul of the dwelling, and its strength is the family's strength. Outside, the village has been transformed into a landscape of blinding brightness. The snow is so white it seems to have a light of its own, casting a brilliance upward that illuminates the underside of the eaves and the dark branches of the pines. Every footprint in the snow is a deep, sapphire blue shadow, a sharp relief against the dazzling surface. The silence of the morning is different from the silence of the night. It is an active, vibrating quiet, filled with the potential for sound. You can hear the distant, metallic ring of an axe against frozen wood, a sharp clink that travels for miles through the thin, cold air. You can hear the rhythmic crunch of boots on the snow crust, a sound like the breaking of glass. These are the sounds of the living, the signals that the community has successfully navigated the dark and is now reasserting its presence upon the land. In the stable, the light is filtering through the cracks in the timber, creating long, dusty beams that illuminate the breath of the livestock. The animals are standing in their golden hay, their bodies radiating a deep, comforting heat that turns the interior of the barn into a humid sanctuary. The smell here is rich and complex, the scent of warm animal hair, dried clover, and the sharp, clean bite of the frost that lingers near the door. The work of the morning is a methodical ritual of care: the grooming of the horses, the checking of the sheep's wool, the quiet conversation between the farmer and the ox. There is a deep, ancestral peace in this labor, a connection to the animals that goes back to the very beginnings of the village. We are all part of the same cycle of warmth and work, a shared existence that is at its most visible in the early hours of the winter day. Back inside the house, the primary meal has been consumed, and the warmth of the porridge is now a slow-burning fuel in the stomach. The wooden bowls have been cleared, and the table is now a workspace for the tasks of the morning. A ball of rough wool might be produced for spinning, or a leather strap might be mended by the light of the fire. The domestic life is a series of small, repetitive actions that together build a fortress of security. Every stitch and every turn of the wheel is a contribution to the endurance of the family. The room is no longer a place of waiting, it is a place of making. The firelight glints off the iron tools and the polished wood, highlighting the beauty of the mundane. The house is a hive of quiet industry, a testament to the fact that life does not just survive the winter, it thrives within it. The scent of the house has settled into its daytime character. The dominant note is the sweet, resinous smell of the burning oak, but it is layered with the earthy scent of the floor, the bready aroma of the grain, and the sharp, cold smell of the snow that clings to the boots. The dried herbs in the rafters continue to release their faint, floral ghosts, a reminder that the spring is a certainty, even if it is currently hidden beneath a yard of ice. This scent is the fragrance of resilience, the aroma of a life that knows how to gather the gifts of the summer and preserve them through the long, dark nights. To breathe in this air is to feel a sense of profound belonging. The house is not just a structure of stone and wood, it is a repository of shared effort and common history, a place where the scent of the past and the light of the present merge into a single, enduring reality. The passage of time is now visible in the movement of the light across the interior walls. The frost is retreating, melting into small, glistening beads that trickle down the stones before disappearing into the earth. The window bladder is now a brilliant, glowing parchment, diffusing the sun's light into a soft, golden radiance that fills the room. Soon the day will reach its peak, a brief and brilliant window of activity before the shadows begin their slow, inevitable return. But for now, the light is our ally. We move within it with a sense of gratitude, appreciating the clarity it brings to our work and the warmth it brings to our spirits. The long watch of the night is a memory, a dark foundation upon which this bright morning has been built. We have come through the cold together, and the strength of that shared endurance is the invisible thread that binds us. The night was a test of our patience and our heat, and we have passed it. As the morning progresses, we find ourselves more deeply rooted in the life of the village and the rhythms of the earth. The story of how we lived through the cold nights is not a story of fear, but a story of preparation, of stone, of wool, and of the persistent, quiet flame of the human heart. We are the masters of the house, the keepers of the hearth, and as the winter sun climbs higher into the pale blue sky, we stand ready to face the day with the quiet confidence of those who know how to wait for the light. The morning light has fully matured into a sharp, crystalline clarity that exposes every detail of the room's interior, from the silvered grain of the oak beams to the fine, powdery ash at the edge of the hearth. The transition from the collective stillness of the night to the busy movement of the day is now complete, and the house has hummed into its daylight rhythm. The heavy wool blankets, having performed their duty as the primary shield against the void, are now draped over the rafters to air, their weight causing the old timber to settle with a comfortable, familiar groan. The air in the room is no longer the stagnant, frozen substance of the midnight hours. It is alive with the scent of the wood fire and the bracing, sharp influx of the outdoors. The cold still lingers in the corners and near the floor, but it has been relegated to the status of a guest rather than the master of the house. Every person moves with a purposeful, rhythmic grace, their bodies warmed by the porridge and the radiant heat of the stones. To be in the center of the room is to be bathed in the warmth of the fire, a localized summer that defies the frozen world just beyond the threshold. The hearthstones are now so deeply infused with heat that they have begun to glow with a subtle internal light, radiating a warmth that reaches into the marrow and loosens the last lingering stiffness of the night. The iron cauldron bubbles steadily, its low, rhythmic boiling providing a percussive accompaniment to the domestic sounds of the morning. There is a deep, quiet beauty in this industry, the rhythmic whir of a spindle, the soft scraping of a wooden spoon, the sharp, clean sound of a knife carving a piece of dry wood. These are the sounds of survival made into art, the repetitive tasks that build the infrastructure of a life. The darkness of the night was a time for preservation, but the light of the day is a time for creation, for mending what was broken and preparing for what is to come. Outside, the sun is a brilliant, unblinking eye in a sky of polished cobalt. Its light is so intense that it seems to vibrate against the snow, creating a shimmering, ethereal haze that blurs the line between the earth and the atmosphere. The village is a network of activity, a series of small, dark figures moving against the vast, white canvas. You can hear the rhythmic thwack of a neighbor splitting logs, a sound that carries a startling distance in the thin, cold air, followed by the muffled lowing of cattle being led to the spring. The world is no longer a silent museum. It is a place of effort and breath once again. The air is so crisp it tastes of iron and ice, but it is the air of the living, and it fills the lungs with a bracing, energetic purity. The footprints of the morning create deep, indigo paths through the drifts, marking the return of the human order to the landscape. In the stable, the light is streaming through the vents, turning the breath of the oxen into golden clouds that rise and vanish in the rafters. The animals are content, their stalls freshly bedded with the dry, scented straw that was stored in the height of the summer. There is a profound, stoic peace in the presence of the stock. They do not complain of the cold, but simply endure it with a heavy, rhythmic patience that mirrors the endurance of the house itself. The smell of the barn, a rich tapestry of warm musk, fermented grain, and the sharp, clean bite of the frost, is a comforting, earthy reminder of the foundations of the village life. To work among the animals is to participate in a partnership that is older than the stones of the cottage, a shared contract of care and labor that ensures the survival of both man and beast. Back at the heavy oak table, the work of the hands continues with a slow, meditative focus. The wood of the table is cool to the touch, but it carries the history of 100 winters in its scars and its polish. The light from the window illuminates the fine dust motes that dance in the air, creating a dreamlike suspended atmosphere within the room. There is no urgency in these tasks. The winter is a season of long pauses, and the work is measured in hours and days rather than minutes. A leather harness is oiled, a wool garment is patched, a wooden bowl is sanded, all with the same deliberate, quiet care. This industry is a form of meditation, a way of grounding the spirit in the physical world while the wind outside begins to stir the rime on the trees. The scent of the house has reached its peak complexity. The wood smoke is the base, a sweet and resinous aroma that signifies the ongoing victory of the hearth. Above it is the bready, wholesome scent of the grain, the mineral tang of the warming stone, and the faint, floral ghosts of the dried herbs in the rafters. These smells are the sensory map of the sanctuary, the markers of a life that has been built to withstand the extremes of the world. To breathe this air is to consume the very essence of the home, to take in the sense of labor, preparation, and shared history. The house is a vessel of time, holding the treasures of the sun safe within its stone belly until the earth turns back toward the light. As the day moves toward its midpoint, the shadows begin to shift their position on the floor, creeping slowly away from the door and toward the back wall. The frost on the interior stones has largely vanished, replaced by a damp, glistening skin that reflects the orange light of the fire. The window bladder is a glowing parchment, a source of soft, diffused radiance that makes the interior feel warm and protected. The house is a cocoon of vitality, a small, stubborn point of logic in a landscape that is otherwise dominated by the indifferent power of the frost. We move within this space with a sense of profound belonging, knowing that we have earned the right to this warmth through our patience and our shared endurance. The long watch of the night is now a distant memory, a dark foundation upon which this bright and busy morning has been constructed. We carry the strength of that endurance in our muscles and our hearts, a quiet confidence that comes from having faced the void and remained whole. The winter is not an enemy to be feared, but a condition of life to be managed with wisdom and care. As the sun climbs higher, illuminating the white expanse of the world, we stand ready to meet the challenges of the day, secure in the knowledge that we have the stone, the wool, and the fire to see us through until the next stars rise. The midday sun hangs at its low winter apex, casting a brilliant but shallow light that washes across the village in shades of blinding white and long, stretching indigo. Inside the house, the hearth fire has settled into a deep, rhythmic glow, the initial frantic crackle of the morning kindling replaced by the steady, intense radiation of heavy hardwood logs. The warmth has now fully saturated the air, reaching into the very cracks of the masonry and softening the brittle edges of the furniture. The air is thick with the life of the dwelling. It carries the heavy, humid scent of drying wool, the sharp tang of resin from the fire, and the earthy, comforting aroma of the floor that has been warmed by the shifting patches of sunlight. The transition from the preservation of the night to the industry of the day is total. There is a sense of profound solidity in the room, a feeling that the house is not just a shelter, but a heavy, anchored vessel that has successfully weathered the storm of the dark and is now sailing through the bright, cold waters of the day. The heavy oak table is the centerpiece of this daytime existence. Its surface, worn smooth by generations of elbows and hands, catches the direct light from the doorway, revealing a landscape of grain and knots that mirrors the hills outside. Upon it lie the tools of the afternoon's quiet labor: a wooden bowl half filled with dried peas, a pair of heavy iron shears, a bundle of unspun flax waiting for the wheel. The movements of the family around this table are unhurried, a slow-motion choreography dictated by the weight of their clothing and the thickness of the air. To lift a hand is to move through a medium of warmth and history. There is no need for haste. The winter day is short, and the work is measured by the steady progress of the shadows rather than the ticking of a clock. The silence of the night has been replaced by a domestic hum, the rhythmic thud of a pestle, the soft scrape of a stool, the low, melodic vibration of a voice sharing a story that has been told 100 times before. Outside, the world is a study in frozen energy. The sky is so clear it looks fragile, a thin pane of glass that might shatter if the wind were to rise. The sun, despite its brilliance, is a distant and cool companion, its rays reflecting off the snow crust with such intensity that the trees seem to cast shadows of pure violet. The silence of the outdoors is deep and ringing, a high-pitched vibration that speaks of the absolute stillness of the woods. You can hear the distant, muffled sound of a frozen river shifting beneath its ice, a deep, resonant boom that travels through the earth like the heartbeat of a giant. The village is a collection of these small, breathing islands, each marked by a vertical plume of gray smoke that rises straight into the air, undisturbed by any breeze. To step outside is to feel the immediate sharp bite of the frost against the cheeks, a reminder that the warmth of the house is a hard-won luxury, a temporary defiance of the vast, cold reality that surrounds the human world. In the stable, the light is at its most dramatic, piercing through the gaps in the timber walls in solid, dusty beams that illuminate the slow-moving forms of the livestock. The animals are in a state of contented suspension, their heads lowered as they methodically chew the golden summer hay. The heat they generate is immense, a thick and humid atmosphere that smells of life, earth, and the sweetness of the harvest. There is a profound dignity in the presence of the oxen and the sheep. They are the silent anchors of the farm, their steady pulses a constant reassurance that the cycle of growth and rest remains unbroken. The relationship between the house and the barn is a circuit of mutual survival, a shared endurance that is at its most visible in these quiet, sunlit hours. To lean against the warm flank of a cow is to feel the persistence of the earth itself, a heat that no winter can truly extinguish. Back within the stone walls, the scent of the house has deepened into a rich, complex tapestry. The wood smoke is the dominant note, but it is now layered with the bready, wholesome smell of the midday meal and the faint, floral ghosts of the herbs in the rafters. The lavender and sage, warmed by the rising heat of the fire, release their essential oils into the air, creating a sensory bridge to the gardens of the past and the springs of the future. The room is a repository of these scents, a vessel that holds the essence of the family's history in its very atmosphere. To breathe this air is to consume the reality of the home, to take in the sense of labor, preparation, and shared peace. The house is a living thing, its stones and timbers absorbing the life of its inhabitants and reflecting it back in a glow of warmth and light. The passage of time is now marked by the slow migration of the sunlight across the floor. The bright rectangle from the doorway has moved from the edge of the bed to the center of the hearth, illuminating the fine dust that dances in the air. The frost on the window bladder has melted away, leaving the translucent surface wet and shimmering, a glowing parchment that filters the day into a soft, golden radiance. Soon, the sun will begin its rapid descent toward the horizon, and the long shadows of the afternoon will start to reclaim the room. But for now, there is the stillness of the peak. We move within this light with a sense of gratitude, appreciating the clarity it brings to our hands and the warmth it brings to our hearts. The long watch of the night is a dark foundation, a memory of cold that makes this midday peace feel all the more precious. We carry the strength of the night's endurance into the work of the afternoon. The stiffness of the joints has vanished, replaced by a steady, rhythmic energy that allows the hands to find their familiar patterns. To mend a net, to sharpen a tool, to spin a thread, these are the small, essential victories of the day. They are the actions that ensure the night will be survived again, the preparations that build the fortress of the domestic world. Every movement is a declaration of presence, a sign that the family is not just enduring the winter, but living within it. The story of the cold nights is a story of what we do in the light to make the dark bearable. It is a narrative written in the smoke of the hearth and the labor of the hands, a testament to the resilience of the ordinary person in a world of ice. As the sun begins its slow tilt toward the west, the air in the house remains steady and warm. The stones of the hearth are our guardians, holding the heat of the fire and releasing it slowly into the room. We are safe within these walls, protected by the thickness of the masonry and the weight of the thatch. The world outside may be a frozen waste, but here there is the light, the fire, and the company of our kin. The endurance of the night has taught us the value of these things, stripping away the unnecessary until only the essential remains. We are the keepers of the ancient warmth, the survivors of the long watch, and as the afternoon unfolds, we stand ready to meet the return of the shadows with the same quiet confidence that saw us through the dawn. The sun has begun its inevitable, steep descent toward the jagged edge of the western hills, and the light in the chamber has shifted from a brilliant white to a deep, honeyed amber. This is the hour of the long shadows, when the silhouettes of the heavy furniture stretch across the earthen floor like dark, reaching fingers. The frost that had softened during the midday peak is beginning to reassert itself, a thin, crystalline shimmer reappearing on the furthest corners of the stone walls where the fire's reach is weakest. Inside the huddle of the home, the atmosphere remains thick and warm, but there is a subtle change in the energy of the room. The frantic industry of the morning has smoothed into a quiet, rhythmic pace, a preparation for the closing of the world. The fire is being tended with a new sense of purpose. The heavy logs turn to ensure a core of glowing embers that will serve as the foundation for the coming night. The heavy oak table, now bathed in the low, horizontal rays of the sun, looks like a gilded altar of the mundane. The dust motes that dance above its surface move in a slow, hypnotic swirl, caught in the invisible currents of rising heat and descending cold. To sit at this table is to feel the weight of the day's accomplishments and the approach of the night's rest. The hands continue their work, perhaps the slow peeling of root vegetables or the steady winding of wool, but the movements are more languid, a reflection of the fading light. Every sound in the room carries a new weight: the rhythmic tock of a wooden knife against the board, the soft sigh of the bellows, the occasional crackle of a resinous knot in the fire. These are the sounds of a house drawing inward, pulling its skirts around itself in anticipation of the frost. Outside the thick walls, the air has turned from cold to brittle. The sky is a gradient of bruised orange and pale, icy green, a transition that feels both beautiful and forbidding. The snow crust has hardened under the influence of the falling temperature, becoming a mirror that reflects the dying light with a cold metallic sheen. The shadows of the trees are long and distorted, stretching across the white landscape until they merge with the encroaching darkness of the forest. There is a profound, echoing silence in the village, broken only by the sound of the last heavy doors being latched and the final buckets of water being carried from the well. The plumes of smoke from the chimneys are turning a deep lavender in the twilight, rising straight and true against a sky that is rapidly losing its depth. The world is tightening its grip once again, and the human response is to retreat to the hearth. In the stable, the evening ritual has begun. The animals are being gathered into their final positions for the night, their heavy bodies pressing together to create a reservoir of shared warmth. The smell of the barn is at its most concentrated, the scent of dry earth, warm hide, and the sweet, fermented aroma of the evening mash. The light in the stable is dim, a series of golden slivers piercing the gaps in the timber, illuminating the rhythmic rise and fall of the oxen's flanks. There is a deep, wordless communication between the people and the stock in this hour, a shared understanding of the necessity of the enclosure. To touch the warm muzzle of a horse or to feel the thick wool of a sheep is to receive a physical reassurance of life's persistence. The animals are the silent witnesses to the closing of the day, their steady pulses a grounding rhythm for the farmstead. Back inside the dwelling, the scent of the evening meal begins to mingle with the wood smoke, creating a rich and savory atmosphere that fills the room with a sense of completion. It is a smell that promises comfort and the end of labor. The dried herbs in the rafters, caught in the strengthening updraft of the fire, release a final, faint perfume of the summer fields. The room is a sanctuary of sensory abundance, a space where the elements of survival are gathered in a single, glowing center. The heavy wool blankets, aired during the day, are brought down from the rafters, their fibers still carrying the faint, crisp scent of the sun and the frost. They are laid out across the straw in preparation for the huddle, a tactile promise of the protection that will soon be needed. The passage of time is now measured by the fading of the light on the wall. The bright rectangle of the doorway has narrowed to a thin, golden thread before vanishing entirely as the heavy timber door is shut and barred. This is the moment of closure, the physical act that marks the end of the public day and the beginning of the private night. The sound of the iron bolt sliding into place is a resonant, final thud that echoes through the room, a declaration of security. The world outside no longer exists. There is only the circle of the hearth, the weight of the stone, and the proximity of the kin. The transition is profound, a movement from the vast, white emptiness of the landscape to the intimate, orange-lit world of the interior. The shadows on the ceiling are becoming more active as the firelight becomes the primary source of illumination. The soot-stained rafters look like the ribs of an ancient, protective beast, holding the weight of the thatch and the coming dark. The furniture has lost its daylight-sharp edges, becoming a series of soft, rounded shapes in the gloom. We move within this flickering world with the ease of long familiarity, navigating the spaces between the fire and the shadows with a quiet, instinctive grace. The endurance of the previous night has given us a sense of mastery over this environment. We know how the cold moves, we know where the warmth lingers, and we know how to live within the rhythm of the flame. As the last glow of the sun vanishes from the sky and the first stars begin to prick through the deepening violet of the atmosphere, a sense of profound peace settles over the house. The work of the day is done, and the work of the night, the work of staying warm and keeping the breath, is about to begin. We gather around the hearth, our faces illuminated by the steady, rhythmic pulsing of the embers. There is a deep, quiet satisfaction in this moment, a realization that we have once again successfully navigated the cycle of the light. We are the keepers of the hearth, the survivors of the winter, and as the darkness settles around the stone walls, we stand ready to face the long, cold watch with the quiet confidence of those who have the fire, the wool, and each other. The twilight has surrendered to the first true darkness of the evening, and the atmosphere inside the stone dwelling has begun its slow, inevitable thickening. This is the hour of the transition, where the active energy of the daylight hours is gathered up and stored like grain in a bin. The fire in the hearth is no longer a leaping, hungry flame. It has been banked and fed with heavy, slow-burning logs that will provide a steady, pulsing radiation for the hours to come. The light in the room has retreated to a warm, orange circle that illuminates the center of the floor, leaving the corners to the deepening shadows. The air is perfectly still, carrying the heavy, sweet scent of wood smoke, the earthy aroma of the drying herbs, and the faint, musky scent of the wool blankets that are being arranged for the night. There is a profound sense of closure in this stillness, a realization that the world beyond the walls has once again become a place of ice and silence. To be within the circle of the firelight is to feel the concentrated essence of the home. The hearthstones, having absorbed the heat of the day, are now radiating a deep, penetrating warmth that seems to vibrate in the very air. The family moves within this glow with a quiet, practiced efficiency, their shadows stretching long and distorted across the rafters. The heavy oak table has been cleared of its daytime tools, its surface reflecting the rhythmic pulsing of the embers like a dark, wooden mirror. Every sound in the room is muffled and intimate, the soft rustle of the straw as the mattresses are fluffed, the metallic clink of the iron pot being moved to the edge of the fire, the low, steady murmuring of voices. These are the sounds of the huddle forming, the preparation for the long, cold watch that is the heritage of the winter. The walls of the house, thick and honest, stand as the primary shield against the encroaching frost. One can almost feel the cold pressing against the exterior stones, a silent, invisible weight that seeks out every crack and crevice. But the house is a sturdy vessel, built with the understanding of the night's power. The interior stones remain dry and warm to the touch near the fire, though a thin, ghostly rime has already begun to form near the base of the door. This frost is a scout, a signal that the temperature outside has plummeted. The heavy timber door, barred with its iron bolt, is the final gatekeeper, a solid barrier that defines the boundary between the habitable world and the frozen waste. To hear the wind begin its first, tentative moan around the eaves is to feel a deep sense of gratitude for the integrity of the structure. Outside, the village has vanished into a monochromatic world of silver and black. The sky is a deep, polished obsidian, scattered with stars that look like frozen chips of ice. There is no moon yet, and the snow reflects the starlight with a dim, ethereal luminescence that makes the landscape feel vast and alien. The trees are motionless, their branches already beginning to gather a new layer of rime from the moisture in the air. The silence of the outdoors is absolute, a ringing, high-pitched quiet that seems to push against the ears. Every chimney in the village continues to release its vertical plume of lavender smoke, a series of silent signals that the community is hunkering down, each family retreating to its own small island of heat. The world is a held breath, a moment of perfect equilibrium before the true depth of the night takes hold. In the stable, the animals have settled into their nocturnal positions. The cows and the horses are standing close, their heads lowered, their rhythmic breathing creating a thick, sweet-smelling fog in the rafters. The heat they generate is a tangible thing, a heavy, humid atmosphere that provides a second sanctuary for the farmstead. The scent of the barn, dry hay, warm hide, and the earthy aroma of the floor is a grounding perfume that speaks of the deep roots of survival. To check the stock one last time is to participate in an ancient ritual of care, a final confirmation that the life of the farm is secure. The heartbeat of the oxen is a slow, powerful drum that echoes the pulse of the earth, a reminder that even in the heart of the winter, the cycle of life remains unbroken. Back inside the dwelling, the final preparations for sleep are being made. The heavy wool blankets, still carrying the warmth of the fire, are pulled up over the straw, creating a thick and inviting nest. The huddle is the ultimate technology of the night, a biological furnace that will sustain the family through the hours of darkness. As each person takes their place, the collective heat begins to build, a humid and private atmosphere that will soon become the only world that matters. The individual disappears into the group, a single breathing entity dedicated to the preservation of the spark. The identity of the day is shed with the outer garments, leaving only the core of existence, the breath, the warmth, and the shared intent to see the morning. The scent of the house in this hour is one of profound peace. The wood smoke is a steady, resinous background, layered with the scent of the drying herbs and the deep, musky aroma of the wool. It is a scent that means safety, a fragrance that has been imprinted on the memory by 1,000 winter nights. To breathe this air is to feel a sense of absolute belonging, a realization that the house is not just a building, but a part of the self. The shadows on the ceiling, moving with the pulsing of the fire, are the only entertainment in the quiet room. One watches them with a detached, meditative interest, letting the mind drift on the surface of the night. There is no urgency to sleep, only a desire to remain still and warm in the heart of the sanctuary. The passage of time has already begun to lose its linear quality. The hours ahead are not a sequence of events, but a single, continuous experience of endurance. The darkness is not a void. It is a space of rest and reflection, a time for the body to recover from the labor of the day and for the soul to gather its strength. We are the masters of the long watch, the keepers of the ancient warmth, and we know how to wait. The fire will fade, the frost will grow, and the wind will howl, but the huddle will remain. The strength of the family is the strength of the house, and together we are an unbreakable force against the winter. As the last log settles into the bed of coals and the light in the room dims to a soft, rhythmic glow, a sense of total security settles over the huddle. The world outside may be a frozen desert, but here, there is the fire, the wool, and the proximity of the kin. We have everything we need to survive the night. The endurance is not an effort, but a state of being, a quiet and persistent defiance of the cold. We close our eyes, though the darkness remains the same, and let the rhythmic breathing of our neighbors lead us into the deep, subterranean peace of the winter sleep. The watch has begun, and we are ready. The first true watch of the night has begun, and the stone walls of the dwelling have already begun to radiate a deep, steady chill that meets the warmth of the banked fire in a silent, invisible collision. The atmosphere inside the room is thickening, the air becoming a heavy, still medium that carries the sense of the day's survival. The sweet resin of the oak, the dry dust of the straw, and the faint, mineral tang of the cooling masonry. Beneath the massive, scratchy weight of the wool blankets, the huddle is solidifying, the bodies of the family members settling into a communal rhythm of breath and heat. This is the hour when the individual world shrinks to the size of a mattress, and the only reality that matters is the proximity of a warm shoulder or the shared humidity of a neighbor's lung. The fire, now a bed of deep, pulsing crimson coals, provides a flickering, rhythmic heartbeat for the room, casting long, liquid shadows that dance slowly across the soot-darkened rafters. The sensation of the cold is no longer a sharp intrusion, but a persistent, patient weight that presses against the exterior of the wool. One can feel it testing the boundaries of the bed, searching for any gap in the blankets or any limb that has strayed from the center of the huddle. The reaction is instinctive and automatic. A shoulder is shrugged deeper into the wool, a hand is tucked into an armpit, the chin is pressed against the collarbone to protect the warmth of the throat. This is the ancient posture of the winter sleeper, a return to the most basic form of self-preservation. There is a strange, quiet dignity in this stillness. To remain perfectly motionless is to conserve the precious fuel of the body, to hoard the small fire of life against the vast, indifferent ice of the world outside. The mind, stripped of the distractions of motion, begins to focus on the smallest tactile details, the abrasive texture of the wool, the dry rustle of the straw, the steady thud of the heart in the ears. Inside the darkness, the room has lost its sharp edges. The furniture, the heavy table, the storage chests, the benches, has dissolved into a series of soft, charcoal-gray mounds that seem to merge with the shadows of the floor. The only definition comes from the hearth, where the embers flare occasionally as a log shifts, sending a momentary wave of orange light across the ceiling. This light reveals the long, hanging strings of soot that sway almost imperceptibly in the rising heat, a slow-motion record of the house's history. These rafters have sheltered generations of such huddles, absorbing the breath and the smoke of 100 years. There is a profound sense of continuity in this thought, a feeling of being part of a long, unbroken lineage of endurance. We are not the first to wait for the morning in this stone box, and we will not be the last. The house is a vessel that carries the family through the frozen sea of the night, its stones and timbers a testament to the stubborn persistence of the human spirit. The silence of the house is a complex, resonant thing. It is not an absence of sound, but a tapestry of small, honest noises that define the dimensions of the sanctuary. There is the slow, rhythmic grinding of the timbers as the frost tightens its grip on the roof. There is the high-pitched, metallic click of a cooling iron pot hanging over the coals. And there is the sound of the world outside, a low, mournful whistle as the wind navigates the thatch, a sound that never quite enters the room, but remains as a haunting reminder of the emptiness beyond the door. These sounds are the milestones of the hour, the only markers of time in a world without clocks. one learns to interpret them with a keen animal-like sensitivity. A sharp crack in the wall means the temperature has dropped. A sudden hush in the wind means the snow is falling thick and fast. The house is an instrument, and we are its listeners, tuned to the frequency of the winter. Outside the heavy timber door, the village has become a ghost of itself. The snow reflects the starlight with a cold, blue-white brilliance that makes the night feel unnaturally bright. Every fence post and garden wall is buried beneath a yard of sculpted drift, turning the familiar landscape into an alien world of soft, undulating forms. The air is so cold it is brittle, a substance that feels like it could shatter if struck. There is no movement in the lanes, the animals have gone to ground, and the people are hidden away in their stone shells. Every cottage is a twin of this one, a small, warm spark of life in a vast, dark expanse of ice. This shared isolation is a form of communal strength, the knowledge that every neighbor is doing exactly the same thing, breathing, huddling, and waiting, is a silent tether that binds the village together. We are a collection of small fires, separated by the snow, but united by the same ancient struggle. In the stable, the animals are locked in their own deep, rhythmic trance. The oxen and the cows are huddled together, their massive hides radiating a heat that has turned the interior of the barn into a humid, sweet-smelling fog. The scent of the barn, dry hay, old earth, and warm hide, is a rich, grounding perfume that speaks of the deep roots of survival. To think of the stock is to feel a sense of communal purpose. The entire farmstead is a single organism, hunkered down for the long watch. The animals provide the heat and the labor that make the winter bearable, and in return, they are protected by the stone and the timber. In the dark, the heartbeat of the ox and the heartbeat of the man are part of the same rhythm, a collective defiance of the frost that is at its most potent in the early hours of the night. The fatigue of the first watch is heavy and sweet. It is a tiredness that feels like a physical blanket, pulling the consciousness down into the deeper layers of the straw. The mind drifts on the surface of sleep, caught in a slow-moving current of images and sensations. One might recall the feeling of the sun on a bare shoulder during the hay harvest, the smell of wild thyme in the lanes, the sound of a summer brook. These memories are not distractions. They are a form of internal fuel, a way of reminding the spirit that the world is not always made of ice. They are held close like the blankets, protected from the cold air of the room. In the dark, the imagination is the only thing that can travel, and it travels always toward the light, toward the heat, toward the eventual return of the green world. The passage of time is a viscous, slow-moving process, measured by the cooling of the breath and the gradual thickening of the frost on the interior walls. The darkness is not a static thing. It has a tide, a subtle ebb and flow that the senses eventually learn to perceive. There is a point where the night feels as though it can get no darker, as though the shadows have reached their ultimate density. This is the heart of the wait, the moment of maximum endurance. From here, the only way forward is toward the eventual thinning of the light. Even though the morning is an immense distance away, the knowledge that the cycle is turning provides a silent, internal strength. The watch continues, but the spirit is steady. We are the keepers of the ancient warmth, the survivors of the long watch, and we know how to wait. The scent of the house in this hour is one of profound peace. The wood smoke is a steady, resinous background, layered with the scent of the drying herbs and the deep, musky aroma of the wool. It is a scent that means safety, a fragrance that has been imprinted on the memory by 1,000 winter nights. To breathe this air is to feel a sense of absolute belonging, a realization that the house is not just a building, but a part of the self. The shadows on the ceiling, moving with the pulsing of the fire, are the only movement in the quiet room. One watches them with a detached, meditative interest, letting the mind drift into the deep, subterranean peace of the winter sleep. The watch has begun, and the world of the light is a distant dream, but the huddle is warm and the stone is strong. The night has deepened into its most profound and territorial phase, where the cold ceases to be an external weather event and becomes the very soul of the landscape. Inside the dwelling, the air has reached a state of perfect, crystalline transparency, so still that a single falling soot flake from the rafters would be the most violent movement in the room. The fire has retreated into a concentrated, glowing core of orange and violet, a miniature sun buried under a protective layer of white ash. This ash acts as an insulator, preserving the life of the embers just as the wool blankets preserve the life of the family. The warmth within the bed has attained a thick, humid quality, a heavy atmosphere that smells of the earth and the flock. To be part of the huddle now is to lose the sense of the individual limb. There is only a shared topography of heat, a collective resistance against the encroaching frost that has begun to climb the interior stones in long, feathery-reaching fingers of white ice. The physical sensation of the hour is one of immense, comforting weight. The blankets, made of wool that still carries the natural lanolin of the sheep, have become a heavy armor that presses the family into the straw. This weight is a constant, tactile reassurance, a physical proof of the boundaries between the safety of the interior and the hostility of the void. Underneath this pressure, the body enters a state of deep, metabolic stillness. The pulse is a slow, rhythmic thud in the ears, a low-frequency music that matches the settling of the stone foundations. The skin of the face, exposed to the ambient chill, has reached a point of waxy numbness, a biological shutdown that allows the mind to focus entirely on the warmth of the core. There is a strange, quiet ecstasy in this preservation, a realization that despite the vast, freezing indifference of the winter sky, the blood remains warm and the breath continues to flow. In the absolute darkness of the room, the mind's eye becomes the primary organ of sight. You can see the room through the memory of the hands, the location of the heavy water bucket, the curve of the iron ladle, the rough-hewn texture of the support beams. The darkness is not empty. It is a space crowded with the silent presence of the tools of life. These objects, cold and motionless, are the silent partners in the family's endurance. They wait in the shadows with a patient, mineral dignity, enduring the freeze without the benefit of breath or wool. The rafters overhead, stained by a century of smoke, are the ribs of a great, protective beast that has swallowed the family whole, keeping them safe in its stone belly. There is a profound sense of security in this containment, a feeling of being tucked away in the very roots of the world, far beneath the reach of the wind and the stars. The silence has achieved a resonant, humming depth that feels as though it could be touched. It is a symphony of the nearly inaudible, the rhythmic, papery sigh of the straw mattress as it settles under the weight, the microscopic tink of a cooling stone in the hearth, and the distant, muffled groan of a timber in the roof as it contracts in the grip of the frost. These are the sounds of the house doing its work, a structural dialogue between the materials and the elements. Outside, the wind may be searching for a way in, testing the seal of the mud-daubed cracks and the fit of the heavy door, but inside, the silence is a fortress. It is a dense, protective medium that muffles the soul and allows the consciousness to drift into the deep, subterranean channels of the winter dream. You are no longer an individual. You are a part of the house, a part of the night, and a part of the long, slow history of the village. Beyond the thick timbered door, the village is a landscape of silver and obsidian, locked under a sky so clear it seems to vibrate with the cold. The moon, a pale and frozen disk, casts a light that carries no warmth, only a clinical clarity that reveals the vast, white, undulating sea of the snow. Every drift is a sculpture of the wind, every tree a glass carving of rime and ice. There is no movement in the forest. The animals are deep in their burrows, their hearts slowed to a near stop, their breath a faint, rhythmic mist in the dark. The village is a collection of these hidden, warm pulses, each cottage a stone-walled sanctuary holding a single flame of life against the immense pressure of the winter. This shared isolation is the strongest bond of the community. Though the paths are buried and the doors are barred, every person knows that their neighbor is also huddled, also breathing, and also waiting for the sun. In the stable, the animals have reached a state of perfect collective trance. The oxen and the cows are pressed together, their massive bodies radiating a heat so thick it turns the interior of the barn into a humid, sweet-smelling fog. The scent of the barn is a powerful, grounding aroma, the smell of dry hay, warm animal musk, and the mineral tang of the frozen earth. The connection between the house and the barn is a vital thread of survival. The animals provide the heat and the labor that sustain the farm, and in return they are granted the protection of the timber and the care of the human hand. In the silence of the night, the heartbeat of the livestock and the heartbeat of the family are part of the same rhythm, a single anthem of persistence that echoes through the frozen village. We are all part of the same huddle, all waiting for the same dawn. The fatigue that accompanies this part of the night is total and all-encompassing. It is not a tiredness that demands sleep, but a heaviness that demands absolute stillness. The body is content to remain motionless for hours, the joints stiff but painless in their frozen state. The mind drifts on the surface of memory, touching on images of the summer that feel like legends from another world, the heat of the sun on a bare neck, the smell of rain on dry dust, the drone of a bumblebee in the clover. These memories are not distractions. They are the mental embers that keep the spirit from freezing. They are guarded with the same ferocity as the fire in the hearth, small packets of gold kept in the dark vault of the mind. To remember the heat is to ensure its eventual return. The passage of time has become a slow, viscous crawl, measured only by the cooling of the breath and the gradual thickening of the frost on the interior walls. The darkness is a tangible presence, a velvet weight that presses against the eyelids and the chest. Yet there is a subtle change in the air, a shifting of the tide that only the most attuned senses can perceive. The night is no longer growing. It has reached its deepest point and is beginning its long, agonizingly slow climb toward the light. The body recognizes this shift before the mind does. The heart rate increases by a fraction, and the blood moves with a new, quiet purpose. The defensive posture of the midnight hours is beginning to soften, preparing for the eventual transition to the morning. The long watch is entering its most patient phase, the quiet endurance before the first gray hint of the light. The scent of the house is the scent of survival itself. It is the mineral tang of the stone, the dusty sweetness of the grain, the heavy, musky aroma of the wool, and the lingering, alkaline ghost of the wood smoke. These are the smells of a home that has been carefully prepared, a system designed to turn the abundance of the summer into the persistence of the winter. One breathes in the history of the dwelling, the salt of generations of labor, the smoke of 1,000 fires. This scent is a sensory anchor, preventing the mind from drifting away into the abstract, terrifying spaces of the night. It is the smell of safety, of belonging, of the domestic world holding its ground against the wild. We are the keepers of the ancient warmth, the survivors of the long watch, and as the darkness settles into its final, deepest configuration, we stand ready to face the frost with the quiet confidence of those who have the stone, the wool, and each other. The midpoint of the deep night has passed, leaving the room in a state of stagnant, absolute equilibrium. The cold has now fully occupied every cubic inch of the space not claimed by the huddle, creating a silence so dense it feels as though the air has turned to stone. The fire in the hearth is a secret, internal thing now, a glowing red eye buried deep beneath a thick blanket of pale ash that mimics the snow outside. This ash is the only thing protecting the core of the fire from the descending chill of the chimney, just as the heavy timber and thatch protect the core of the family. Inside the bed, the atmosphere is thick and humid, a recycled heat that carries the heavy scent of the sleepers and the ancient, earthy musk of the wool. This is the hour of the true interior, where the world beyond the walls is not just invisible, but conceptually distant, a myth of ice and stars that has no bearing on the immediate, tactile reality of the blankets and the straw. The sensation of the weight is the only thing that anchors the mind to the body. The blankets, layered one upon the other, have become a heavy, immovable slab that presses the family into the mattress. This pressure is a profound comfort. It is the physical manifestation of being held. Underneath this weight, the limbs have lost their individual identity, merging into a single, warm mass of shared vitality. To move an arm or a leg would be to break the seal of the huddle, to invite a sudden, sharp needle of the ambient room air to pierce the sanctuary. And so, the stillness is absolute. The pulse is the only movement, a slow and rhythmic thud that echoes the deep, subterranean settling of the frost in the ground beneath the floor. One becomes an observer of their own internal mechanics, listening to the slow expansion of the lungs and the quiet, distant song of the blood as it carries the heat to the furthest outposts of the toes and fingers. In the total darkness, the room's features are perceived as a map of textures and absences. The eye no longer searches for light, but accepts the varied densities of the blackness. The corner where the grain bins sit is a solid, heavy void. The space above the hearth is a thinner, shimmering dark where the last of the heat currents disturb the air. The rafters overhead are felt more than seen, a massive skeletal presence that bears the weight of the winter sky. These beams are the silent witnesses to the night's endurance, their rough-hewn surfaces stained with the soot of generations. There is a deep, quiet sense of belonging in this containment. To be in the house is to be part of its history, a link in a chain of breathing beings who have all occupied this same space, felt this same cold, and relied on this same stone. The house is a living archive of survival, and its atmosphere is the breath of the past. The silence is no longer an absence of noise. It has become a tangible substance, a velvet muffling that coats the senses. Every small sound within the room is magnified, taking on the significance of an event. The sharp tick of a cooling stone, the dry, papery rustle of a stray piece of straw, the rhythmic, high-pitched whistle of a sleeper's breath, these are the landmarks of the hour. Outside, the world is even quieter, a ringing, crystalline silence that speaks of the absolute cessation of movement. The wind has died down, leaving the frost to do its work in peace. You can almost hear the ice thickening on the windows, the microscopic click of crystal meeting crystal as the patterns grow across the animal bladder. The world is being encased in glass, a frozen museum of itself, while inside, the small, humid flame of life continues to burn with a stubborn, quiet intensity. Beyond the door, the village is a series of white mounds under a sky of polished obsidian. The stars are so bright and so cold they seem to hiss in the darkness, their light a sharp, silver needle that offers no warmth. The snow crust is hard enough to carry the weight of a fox, a mirror for the starlight that turns the landscape into a dream of silver and blue. There is no scent in the air outside. The cold has stripped the world of its aromas, leaving only the sharp, metallic tang of the frost. Every cottage is a twin to this one, a stone-walled island of heat in an ocean of ice. This shared isolation is the strongest bond of the community. Even in the depths of the night, the knowledge that every neighbor is also huddled and breathing creates an invisible web of solidarity. We are a constellation of small, warm hearts, pulsing in the dark, waiting for the great turning of the wheel. In the stable, the animals have reached the peak of their collective warmth. The oxen and the sheep are a single, breathing mass of wool and hide, their internal fires creating a thick, sweet fog that coats the rough timber of the stalls. The scent of the barn, the smell of dry hay, warm blood, and old earth, is a rich, grounding perfume that filters through the cracks in the walls. The livestock are the silent brothers of the household, their survival inextricably linked to the survival of the people. To think of their warmth is to feel a sense of communal strength. The entire farmstead is a single organism, hunkered down for the long watch. The heartbeat of the ox is a slow, powerful drum that echoes the pulse of the earth, a reminder that even in the heart of the winter, the cycle of life remains unbroken and the heat is still being held. The fatigue of this hour is total and all-encompassing, a heaviness that goes beyond the need for sleep and becomes a state of being. The mind drifts on the surface of memory, no longer seeking grand events but lingering on the most basic sensations of the summer, the prickle of heat on the back of the neck during harvest, the smell of sun-warmed dust, the taste of a ripe plum. These memories are the mental embers that keep the spirit from freezing, small packets of gold kept in the dark vault of the mind. To remember the heat is to ensure its eventual return. There is a strange, quiet joy in this deprivation, a stripping away of all that is unnecessary until only the core of existence remains. In the dark, you are not a name or a trade. You are simply a point of warmth, a breath, a pulse. This simplicity is a form of freedom. The passage of time is now a slow, viscous crawl, measured only by the gradual cooling of the air and the slow migration of the frost across the walls. The darkness is a tangible presence, a velvet weight that presses against the eyelids. Yet there is a subtle change in the air, a shifting of the tide that only the most attuned senses can perceive. The night has reached its deepest point and is beginning its long, agonizingly slow climb toward the light. The body recognizes this shift before the mind does. The heart rate increases by a fraction, and the blood moves with a new, quiet purpose. The defensive posture of the midnight hours is beginning to soften, preparing for the eventual transition to the morning. The long watch is entering its most patient phase, the quiet endurance before the first gray hint of the light. The scent of the house is the scent of survival itself. It is the mineral tang of the stone, the dusty sweetness of the grain, the heavy, musky aroma of the wool, and the lingering, alkaline ghost of the wood smoke. These are the smells of a home that has been carefully prepared, a system designed to turn the abundance of the summer into the persistence of the winter. One breathes in the history of the dwelling, the salt of generations of labor, the smoke of 1,000 fires. This scent is a sensory anchor, preventing the mind from drifting away into the abstract, terrifying spaces of the night. It is the smell of safety, of belonging, of the domestic world holding its ground against the wild. We are the keepers of the ancient warmth, the survivors of the long watch, and as the darkness settles into its final, deepest configuration, we stand ready to face the frost with the quiet confidence of those who have the stone, the wool, and each other. The depth of the night has reached its most profound stagnation, that heavy and unmoving hour where the world seems to have forgotten the very concept of color or motion. Inside the stone cottage, the air has become a solid, cold medium, stratified by the long hours of the freeze. At the level of the floor, the chill is absolute, a silent pool of ice-heavy atmosphere that creeps toward the edges of the bed. But within the huddle, the climate is entirely different. The collective heat of the sleepers has created a thick, humid microclimate, a reservoir of biological energy that is the only true currency of survival. The blankets, now stiff with the gathered rime of breath at their edges, act as a heavy, insulating lid on this private world. There is a deep, primal scent to this warmth, the aroma of lanolin from the wool, the salt of human skin, and the dry, bready smell of the straw. This is the inner sanctum, the final retreat of the living against the encroaching stillness of the winter. In the total absence of light, the body's internal landscape becomes the primary field of awareness. one can feel the precise moment a shiver begins in a shoulder and is suppressed by the warmth of a neighbor's proximity. The joints, though stiff, are held in a state of suspended animation, preserved by the humidity of the huddle. The heart beats with a slow, deliberate cadence, a rhythmic thud that seems to vibrate through the straw and into the very stones of the house. There is a strange, meditative peace in this confinement. To be unable to move is to be freed from the necessity of action. For these few hours, the only duty is to exist, to remain a warm and breathing point in the darkness. The mind drifts through the corridors of memory, no longer seeking the complexities of life, but dwelling on the simple, tactile joys of the sun, the feeling of dry grass underfoot, the heat of a summer wind, the scent of a blooming meadow. These thoughts are the mental tinder that keeps the spirit from falling into the same deep freeze as the world outside. The architecture of the house in this hour is felt through a series of subtle vibrations and shifts. The roof timbers, ancient oak and ash, speak in a language of groans and cracks, their fibers contracting in the grip of the frost. The thatch above is no longer a collection of individual stalks, but a solid frozen plate that deflects the starlight and the cold. One can sense the weight of the snow pressing down from above, a silent, white burden that adds another layer of insulation to the sanctuary. The walls, thick with the mud and stone of generations, absorb the silence of the night and reflect it back as a heavy, mineral presence. There is a profound sense of respect for these materials. They are the silent guardians of the family, the barriers that allow the soft and the warm to survive in a world of the hard and the cold. To be inside the stone is to be safe. To be under the thatch is to be rooted. The silence has attained a ringing, high-pitched quality, a sound like a distant silver bell that exists only in the ears. It is the sound of the absolute zero of the forest and the field. Occasionally, this silence is punctuated by the small, honest sounds of the domestic world, the rhythmic, papery rustle of the mattress as a sleeper shifts, the metallic tink of the iron tripod as it cools further in the hearth, or the dry, snapping sound of a piece of thatch being moved by a nesting bird. These noises do not disturb the peace, they anchor it. They are the proof that the house is still inhabited, that life is still persisting in the dark. Outside, the world is a museum of ice, a landscape where even the air has stopped moving. The wind has completely retreated, leaving the frost to do its work with a clinical, silent precision. You can imagine the crystals growing across the animal bladder window, a jagged, crystalline script written by the night. Beyond the door, the village is a series of white mounds, each one a stone-walled island of heat in a sea of obsidian and silver. The stars are at their most brilliant, their light a cold, flickering fire that illuminates nothing but the vastness of the void. The snow reflects this starlight with a dim, blue-gray luminescence, turning the familiar ruts of the lane into deep, sapphire-shadowed valleys. There is no movement in the village. The cattle are silent in their stalls, the dogs are curled into tight circles in the straw, and the people are hidden away in the deep huddle of their beds. This shared isolation is a source of immense, unspoken strength. The knowledge that every neighbor is currently engaged in the same struggle, the same preservation of the breath and the heat, creates an invisible web of connection across the frozen landscape. We are a community of survivors, waiting together in the dark for the eventual return of the light. In the stable, the animals have reached the peak of their own internal warmth. The oxen and the sheep are pressed together, their massive hides radiating a heat that turns the interior of the barn into a humid, sweet-smelling fog. The scent of the barn is a powerful, grounding aroma, the smell of dry clover, warm animal musk, and the mineral tang of the frozen earth. The connection between the house and the stable is the fundamental circuit of the farmstead, a shared contract of survival. To think of the animals is to feel a sense of communal purpose. The entire village is a single organism, hunkered down for the long watch. The heartbeat of the ox is a slow, powerful drum that echoes the pulse of the earth, a reminder that even in the heart of the winter, the cycle of life remains unbroken, and the heat is still being held by the strong and the patient. The fatigue of this hour is total, a velvet shroud that covers the consciousness. It is a state where the boundaries between waking and dreaming are almost non-existent. The mind enters a meditative loop, revisiting the same small comforts over and over, the weight of the blanket, the warmth of the shoulder next to you, the steady rhythm of the breath. There is a profound, quiet joy in this simplicity. To have enough heat to sleep, to have a roof that holds, to hear the breathing of your kin, these are the only metrics of success in the deep winter. The complexities of the world fall away, leaving only the core of existence. In the dark, you are not a name or a trade. You are simply a point of vitality, a spark of heat in a frozen universe. This realization is a form of peace that can only be found in the depths of the night. The passage of time has become a slow, viscous process, measured only by the gradual cooling of the air and the slow migration of the frost across the interior walls. The darkness is a tangible presence, a weight that presses against the eyelids and the chest. Yet there is a subtle change in the air, a shifting of the tide that only the most attuned senses can perceive. The night has reached its floor and is beginning its long, agonizingly slow climb toward the dawn. The heart rate increases by a fraction. The blood moves with a new, quiet purpose. The defensive posture of the midnight hours is beginning to soften, preparing for the eventual transition to the morning. The long watch is entering its final, most patient phase, the quiet endurance before the first gray hint of the light. The scent of the house is the scent of survival itself. It is the mineral tang of the stone, the dusty sweetness of the grain, the heavy, musky aroma of the wool, and the lingering, alkaline ghost of the wood smoke. These are the smells of a home that has been carefully prepared, a system designed to turn the abundance of the summer into the persistence of the winter. One breathes in the history of the dwelling, the salt of generations of labor, the smoke of 1,000 fires. This scent is a sensory anchor, preventing the mind from drifting away into the abstract spaces of the night. It is the smell of safety, of belonging, of the domestic world holding its ground against the wild. We are the keepers of the ancient warmth, the survivors of the long watch, and as the darkness settles into its final, deepest configuration, we stand ready to face the frost with the quiet confidence of those who have the stone, the wool, and each other. The deep, stagnant well of the night has reached its absolute bottom, a point where the world feels as though it has been dipped in liquid iron and left to set. Inside the stone house, the silence has achieved a physical density, a weight that presses against the ears with a low, rhythmic hum. The air in the room is perfectly stratified, a map of the night's long labor, the frozen floor, the cooling stones of the hearth, and the humid, feverish microclimate of the bed. Beneath the thick, textured piles of wool, the family remains locked in the deep huddle, their bodies having long since surrendered their individual boundaries to become a single, breathing entity of shared warmth. This is the hour of the true interior, the most isolated and protected moment of the winter existence. The outside world, the village, the forest, the frozen river, has ceased to be a reality. There is only the weight of the blankets, the scent of the straw, and the steady, hypnotic pulse of the blood. Every breath is a visible ghost, a small, pale cloud that rises and dissipates in the dark, adding its microscopic moisture to the frost on the rafters. The lungs work with a slow, mechanical precision, sipping the freezing air and transforming it into the fuel of survival. To be awake in this hour is to be a silent witness to the body's own miracle. One can feel the warmth radiating from a neighbor's ribs, a steady and persistent heat that defies the logic of the ice-covered walls. This shared vitality is the only thing that keeps the shadows from becoming solid. The mind, stripped of the need for action, wanders through a landscape of tactile sensations. The scratch of the wool against the jaw, the dry rustle of the mattress as a sleeper shifts, the metallic smell of the cooling iron tripod, these are the coordinates of the night. There is no desire for the morning yet. There is only a deep, subterranean satisfaction in the fact of remaining. The architecture of the house has become a living, groaning participant in the night's endurance. The oak timbers, seasoned by a century of smoke, contract in the grip of the frost with a sound like a distant drum. The thatch above is a heavy, frozen cap, sealing the interior off from the vast, star-pierced emptiness of the sky. One can sense the immense pressure of the cold against the exterior of the walls, a silent weight that seeks out every hairline fracture in the mud-daubed stone. But the house holds. It is a sturdy vessel, built by hands that understood the severity of the seasons, a fortress of logic in a world of unreason. The soot on the rafters, hanging in long, delicate strings, shivers almost imperceptibly in the rising heat of the huddle, a visual record of every fire that has ever burned in this sanctuary. To be inside these walls is to be protected by the labor and the wisdom of the past. The silence of the room is punctuated by the small, honest sounds of the domestic world. The high-pitched tink of a cooling stone in the hearth, the rhythmic grinding of a sleeper's teeth, the dry snapping of a piece of straw, these are the landmarks of the hour. They are the proof that the house is still inhabited, that the flame of life is still burning in the dark. Outside, the world is even quieter, a ringing, high-pitched silence that speaks of the absolute cessation of movement. The wind has completely died down, leaving the landscape to the stars and the frost. You can imagine the crystals growing across the animal bladder window, a jagged, crystalline script written by the night. The village is a collection of these white mounds, each one a stone-walled island of heat in a sea of obsidian. This shared isolation is a source of immense strength. The knowledge that every neighbor is engaged in the same struggle binds the community together in a silent web of connection. In the stable, the animals have reached the peak of their own internal warmth. The oxen and the sheep are pressed together, their massive hides radiating a heat that turns the interior of the barn into a humid, sweet-smelling fog. The scent of the barn, the smell of dry hay, warm animal musk, and the mineral tang of the frozen earth is a powerful, grounding perfume that speaks of the deep roots of survival. The livestock are the silent partners of the farmstead, their heartbeat a slow, powerful drum that echoes the pulse of the earth. To think of their warmth is to feel a sense of communal purpose. The entire village is a single organism, hunkered down for the long watch. We are all part of the same huddle, all waiting for the same dawn, all dependent on the shared heat of the living to see us through the long, cold night. The fatigue of this hour is total and all-encompassing, a velvet shroud that covers the consciousness. It is a state where the boundaries between waking and dreaming are almost non-existent. The mind drifts on the surface of memory, touching on the most basic sensations of the summer, the prickle of heat on the back of the neck, the smell of sun-warmed dust, the taste of a ripe plum. These memories are the mental embers that keep the spirit from freezing, small packets of gold kept in the dark vault of the mind. To remember the heat is to ensure its eventual return. There is a strange, quiet joy in this deprivation, a stripping away of all that is unnecessary until only the core of existence remains. In the dark, you are not a name or a trade. You are simply a point of warmth, a breath, a pulse. This simplicity is a form of freedom that can only be found in the winter. The passage of time has become a slow, viscous crawl, measured only by the gradual cooling of the air and the slow migration of the frost across the walls. The darkness is a tangible presence, a weight that presses against the eyelids. Yet there is a subtle change in the air, a shifting of the tide that only the most attuned senses can perceive. The night has reached its floor and is beginning its long, agonizingly slow climb toward the light. The heart rate increases by a fraction. The blood moves with a new, quiet purpose. The defensive posture of the midnight hours is beginning to soften, preparing for the eventual transition to the morning. The long watch is entering its final, most patient phase, the quiet endurance before the first gray hint of the light. The scent of the house is the scent of survival itself. It is the mineral tang of the stone, the dusty sweetness of the grain, the heavy, musky aroma of the wool, and the lingering, alkaline ghost of the wood smoke. These are the smells of a home that has been carefully prepared, a system designed to turn the abundance of the summer into the persistence of the winter. One breathes in the history of the dwelling, the salt of generations of labor, the smoke of 1,000 fires. This scent is a sensory anchor, preventing the mind from drifting away into the abstract, terrifying spaces of the night. It is the smell of safety, of belonging, of the domestic world holding its ground against the wild. We are the keepers of the ancient warmth, the survivors of the long watch, and we stand ready to face the frost with the quiet confidence of those who have the stone, the wool, and each other. As the later hours of the night unfold, the huddle remains perfectly still, a single breathing mass of humanity. The warmth is steady, a small, defiant fire that refuses to be extinguished. The house is still, a stone monument to persistence. The night is long, but it is finite. We are the survivors of the dark, the keepers of the breath, the watchers of the long cold. The story of the night is reaching its conclusion, and the first gray light of the dawn is waiting just behind the curve of the earth, ready to reclaim the world from the frost. We settle deeper into the straw, feeling the movement of the night as a gentle, rocking motion. The morning will come when it is ready, and until then, we are safe in the arms of the dark, tucked away in the very heart of the winter. The air has reached a point of absolute, crystalline clarity, as the night moves into that final, hollow stretch where the world feels as though it has been emptied of everything but the frost. Inside the stone house, the silence is no longer just a lack of sound. It is a resonant, humming weight that presses against the ears like deep water. The fire in the hearth is now a secret, buried thing, a single glowing pulse of orange hidden beneath a mountain of white ash that mimics the silent drifts outside. This ash is a guardian, a soft gray shield that keeps the life of the embers from being snatched away by the cold draft of the chimney. Within the bed, the family remains locked in a state of deep, metabolic stillness. The humidity of their shared breath has created a thick, heavy atmosphere beneath the wool, a private climate that feels as ancient and enduring as the earth itself. Every person is a point of heat, a precious coal in a living furnace, and the preservation of this shared warmth is the only reality that exists. Under the blankets, the body has become a map of quiet sensations. There is the steady, rhythmic thud of the heart, a low-pitched drum that echoes against the wooden frame of the bed. There is the abrasive, honest texture of the wool against the chin, a fabric that carries the memory of the summer hills and the oil of the sheep. To shift a limb is a monumental decision, a calculated risk that involves breaking the warm seal of the huddle. Most remain perfectly still, their muscles softened by the long hours of the watch, their joints held in the gentle preservation of the dark. This is the deepest peace a person can know, a state where the ego is dissolved into the group, and the only identity that remains is the breath and the pulse. The mind drifts through the shadows, no longer seeking light or activity, but finding a strange, meditative satisfaction in the sheer fact of existence. We are the survivors of the long night, the keepers of the spark, and we have held our ground. In the total darkness of the chamber, the senses are attuned to the structural language of the house. The heavy oak beams overhead groan with a slow, tectonic rhythm, a protest against the contraction of the frost in the thatch. These timbers have seen 100 such winters, their fibers hardened by the smoke in the years, and their strength is a silent reassurance. One can feel the weight of the snow on the roof, a white blanket that adds its own insulation to the stone sanctuary. The walls, thick with the labor of generations, absorb the silence and reflect it back as a heavy mineral presence. There is a profound sense of respect for the honesty of these materials. They are the artifacts of human persistence, the stone and wood that allow the soft and the warm to defy the hard and the cold. To be inside this house is to be inside a promise made by our ancestors, that the winter can be survived, that the dark can be endured, and that the morning will always return. Outside the door, the world is a landscape of silver and obsidian, locked under a sky so clear it seems to hiss with the cold. The moon has set, leaving the stars to cast a light that is sharp, clinical, and devoid of heat. The snow crust is a vast white mirror, reflecting the starlight with a dim blue-gray luminescence that makes the trees look like skeletal glass carvings. There is no movement in the lanes. The wind has completely retreated, leaving the frost to grow in silence across the fields. Every cottage is a twin of this one, a small, stone-walled island of heat in an ocean of ice. This shared isolation is the strongest thread in the village's fabric. The knowledge that every neighbor is currently huddled in the same way, breathing in the same rhythm, creates an invisible web of solidarity across the drifts. We are a collection of small, warm hearts, pulsing in the deep dark, waiting for the great turning of the earth to bring the light back to our windows. In the stable, the animals have reached the peak of their shared trance. The oxen and the cows are pressed together, their massive hides radiating a heat that turns the interior of the barn into a humid, sweet-smelling fog. The scent of the barn, the smell of dry hay, warm animal musk, and the mineral tang of the frozen earth is a powerful, grounding aroma that filters through the cracks in the walls. Livestock are the silent partners of the farmstead, their heartbeat a slow, powerful drum that echoes the pulse of the earth. To think of their warmth is to feel a sense of communal purpose. The entire village is a single organism, hunkered down for the long watch. The animals provide the heat and the labor that sustain the farm, and in return they are granted the protection of the timber and the care of the human hand. In the silence of the night, we are all part of the same huddle, all waiting for the same dawn. The fatigue of this hour is total and all-encompassing, a velvet shroud that covers the consciousness. It is a state where the boundaries between waking and dreaming have vanished. The mind drifts through the memories of the light, touching on the most basic sensations of the summer, the prickle of heat on the back of the neck, the smell of sun-warmed dust, the taste of a ripe plum. These memories are the mental embers that keep the spirit from freezing, small packets of gold kept in the dark vault of the mind. To remember the heat is to ensure its eventual return. There is a strange, quiet joy in this deprivation, a stripping away of all that is unnecessary until only the core of existence remains. In the dark, you are not a name or a trade. You are simply a point of warmth, a breath, a pulse. This simplicity is a form of freedom that can only be found in the winter. The passage of time has become a slow, viscous crawl, measured only by the gradual cooling of the air and the slow migration of the frost across the interior walls. The darkness is a tangible presence, a weight that presses against the eyelids in the chest. Yet there is a subtle change in the air, a shifting of the tide that only the most attuned senses can perceive. The night has reached its deepest point and is beginning its long, agonizingly slow climb toward the dawn. The heart rate increases by a fraction. The blood moves with a new, quiet purpose. The defensive posture of the midnight hours is beginning to soften, preparing for the eventual transition to the morning. The long watch is entering its final, most patient phase, the quiet endurance before the first gray hint of the light. The scent of the house is the scent of survival itself. It is the mineral tang of the stone, the dusty sweetness of the grain, the heavy, musky aroma of the wool, and the lingering, alkaline ghost of the wood smoke. These are the smells of a home that has been carefully prepared, a system designed to turn the abundance of the summer into the persistence of the winter. One breathes in the history of the dwelling, the salt of generations of labor, the smoke of 1,000 fires. This scent is a sensory anchor, preventing the mind from drifting away into the abstract, terrifying spaces of the night. It is the smell of safety, of belonging, of the domestic world holding its ground against the wild. We are the keepers of the ancient warmth, the survivors of the long watch, and as the darkness settles into its final, deepest configuration, we stand ready to face the frost with the quiet confidence of those who have the stone, the wool, and each other. As the later hours of the night unfold, the huddle remains perfectly still, a single breathing mass of humanity. The warmth is steady, a small, defiant fire that refuses to be extinguished. The house is still, a stone monument to persistence. The night is long, but it is finite. We are the survivors of the dark, the keepers of the breath, the watchers of the long cold. The story of the night is reaching its conclusion, and the first gray light of the dawn is waiting just behind the curve of the earth, ready to reclaim the world from the frost. We settle deeper into the straw, feeling the movement of the night as a gentle, rocking motion. The morning will come when it is ready, and until then, we are safe in the arms of the dark, tucked away in the very heart of the winter. The stillness of the hour has reached a point of absolute, crystalline clarity, where the atmosphere inside the stone cottage feels less like air and more like a solid, transparent mineral. Every breath is a slow and deliberate negotiation with the cold, a tiny, humid plume that rises into the rafters and adds its microscopic weight to the frost already blooming there. Beneath the massive, scratchy layers of wool, the shared warmth of the family has achieved a thick, stagnant maturity, a reservoir of biological energy that is the only true treasure of the night. This is the hour of the deep watch, the moment when the world outside has been completely forgotten, replaced by the rhythmic, heavy silence of the huddle. The fire in the hearth is now a secret, internal glow, hidden beneath a mountain of pale, protective ash that keeps the core of the embers alive through the longest freeze. To be within this circle of stones and thatch is to be in the most isolated and protected space in the universe, a small, stubborn point of life in a vast, cold sea of obsidian and ice. Under the blankets, the map of the body is reduced to a few critical points of awareness. There is the steady, thumping warmth of the chest, the protected heat of the armpits, and the cooling outposts of the knees and elbows that mark the boundaries of the bed. The skin of the face, long since resigned to the ambient chill of the room, has reached a state of waxy numbness that allows the mind to retreat further inward, away from the immediate discomfort and into the slow, circular patterns of the heart and lungs. There is a profound, wordless peace in this stillness. To remain perfectly motionless is to participate in the ancient survival strategy of the species, the hunkering down, the drawing inward, the patient waiting for the turn of the tide. One learns to listen to the slow expansion of the straw mattress as it settles under the weight, a dry and papery sound that carries the faint, dusty scent of the August harvest, a sensory bridge that connects the frozen present to the sun-drenched past. In the total darkness of the chamber, the senses are attuned to the structural language of the house with a keen, animal-like sensitivity. The heavy oak beams overhead, seasoned by centuries of wood smoke, groan with a slow and tectonic rhythm as the frost tightens its grip on the roof. These timbers are the ribs of the sanctuary, their strength a silent reassurance that the walls will hold and the thatch will remain secure. One can sense the weight of the snow on the roof, a silent and white burden that adds another layer of insulation to the stone dwelling. The walls, thick with the mud and stone of generations, absorb the silence of the night and reflect it back as a heavy mineral presence that anchors the family to the earth. There is a profound sense of gratitude for these humble materials. They are the honest guardians of the huddle, the barriers that allow the soft and the warm to defy the hard and the cold of the winter void. The silence has attained a ringing, high-pitched quality, a sound like a distant silver bell that exists only in the ears of the watchers. It is the sound of the absolute zero of the forest and the field, a frequency of stillness that speaks of the cessation of all motion. Occasionally, this silence is punctuated by the small and honest sounds of the domestic world, the high-pitched tink of a cooling iron pot in the hearth, the rhythmic grinding of a sleeper's teeth, or the dry snapping of a piece of straw moved by a nesting mouse. These noises do not disturb the peace. They define the dimensions of the sanctuary, proving that the house is still inhabited and the flame of life is still burning in the dark. Outside, the world is a frozen museum, a landscape where even the air has stopped its dance. The wind has completely retreated, leaving the frost to grow in silence across the window bladder, writing a jagged and crystalline script that only the morning will be able to read. Beyond the thick timber door, The village is a series of white mounds under a sky of polished obsidian. The stars are at their most brilliant, their light a sharp and flickering fire that illuminates nothing but the vastness of the heavens. The snow reflects this starlight with a dim and blue-gray luminescence, turning the familiar ruts of the lane into deep and sapphire-shadowed valleys. There is no movement in the lanes. The cattle are silent in their stalls, the dogs are curled into tight circles in the straw, and the people are hidden away in the deep huddle of their beds. This shared isolation is a source of immense and unspoken strength. The knowledge that every neighbor is currently engaged in the same struggle, the same preservation of the breath and the heat, creates an invisible web of connection across the frozen landscape. We are a community of survivors, waiting together in the dark for the eventual return of the sun to reclaim the world. In the stable, the animals have reached the peak of their own internal warmth. The oxen and the sheep are pressed together, their massive hides radiating a heat that turns the interior of the barn into a humid and sweet-smelling fog. The scent of the barn is a powerful and grounding perfume, the smell of dry hay, warm animal musk, and the mineral tang of the frozen earth. The connection between the house and the stable is the fundamental circuit of the farmstead, a shared contract of survival that has endured for centuries. To think of the animals is to feel a sense of communal purpose. The entire village is a single organism, hunkered down for the long watch. The heartbeat of the ox is a slow and powerful drum that echoes the pulse of the earth, a reminder that even in the heart of the winter, the cycle of life remains unbroken, and the heat is still being held by the strong and the patient within the wood and the stone. The fatigue of this hour is total and all-encompassing, a velvet shroud that covers the consciousness with a heavy and sweet weight. It is a state where the boundaries between waking and dreaming are almost non-existent, a twilight of the mind where images of the light flicker like shadows on a wall. The mind enters a meditative loop, revisiting the same small comforts over and over: the weight of the blanket, the warmth of the shoulder next to you, the steady rhythm of the collective breath. There is a profound and quiet joy in this simplicity. To have enough heat to sleep, to have a roof that holds, to hear the breathing of your kin, these are the only metrics of success in the deep winter. The complexities of the world fall away, leaving only the core of existence. In the dark, you are not a name or a trade. You are simply a point of vitality, a spark of heat in a frozen universe. The passage of time has become a slow and viscous process, measured only by the gradual cooling of the air and the slow migration of the frost across the interior walls. The darkness is a tangible presence, a weight that presses against the eyelids and the chest with a gentle and insistent force. Yet there is a subtle change in the air, a shifting of the tide that only the most attuned senses can perceive. The night has reached its floor and is beginning its long and agonizingly slow climb toward the dawn. The heart rate increases by a fraction. The blood moves with a new and quiet purpose. The defensive posture of the midnight hours is beginning to soften, preparing for the eventual transition to the morning. The long watch is entering its final and most patient phase, the quiet endurance before the first gray hint of the light filters through the window. The scent of the house is the scent of survival itself. It is the mineral tang of the stone, the dusty sweetness of the grain, the heavy and musky aroma of the wool, and the lingering, alkaline ghost of the wood smoke. These are the smells of a home that has been carefully prepared, a system designed to turn the abundance of the summer into the persistence of the winter. One breathes in the history of the dwelling, the salt of generations of labor, the smoke of 1,000 fires. This scent is a sensory anchor, preventing the mind from drifting away into the abstract and terrifying spaces of the night. It is the smell of safety, of belonging, of the domestic world holding its ground against the wild. We are the keepers of the ancient warmth, the survivors of the long watch, and as the darkness settles into its final configuration, we stand ready to face the frost with the quiet confidence of those who have the stone, the wool, and each other. As the later hours of the night unfold, the huddle remains perfectly still, a single and breathing mass of humanity. The warmth is steady, a small and defiant fire that refuses to be extinguished by the surrounding ice. The house is still, a stone monument to persistence that has witnessed 1,000 such nights. The night is long, but it is finite. We are the survivors of the dark, the keepers of the breath, the watchers of the long cold. The story of the night is reaching its conclusion, and the first gray light of the dawn is waiting just behind the curve of the earth, ready to reclaim the world from the frost. We settle deeper into the straw, feeling the movement of the night as a gentle and rocking motion. The morning will come when it is ready, and until then, we are safe in the arms of the dark, tucked away in the very heart of the winter sanctuary. The final watch of the deep night has descended, bringing with it a quality of stillness that is almost impossible to describe to those who have never sat in the absolute heart of a winter silence. It is a thick, velvet texture of the air, where every molecule seems to have slowed its movement to a near stop, matching the heavy, rhythmic metabolism of the sleepers. Inside the stone walls, the darkness has achieved its maximum density, a charcoal black that feels as solid as the oak beams overhead. Beneath the massive, scratchy layers of the wool, the family remains locked in the deep huddle, their collective heat now a stable and humid sanctuary that smells of earth, salt, and the long-preserved vitality of the summer flock. This is the hour when the house feels most like a living thing, a stony shell that breathes with its inhabitants, absorbing the immense, silent pressure of the frost and holding it at bay with nothing more than its stubborn, unyielding weight. The sensation of the hour is a profound and grounding gravity. The blankets, infused with the moisture of the huddle and the ancient oils of the fleece, have become a heavy armor that pins the family into the straw, preventing the mind from drifting away into the terrifying, vast spaces of the frozen sky. To be part of the huddle now is to lose the sense of the individual limb. There is only a shared topography of heat, a collective resistance against the encroaching chill that has begun to coat the interior stones in a glistening skin of ice. The heart beats with a slow, deliberate thud that can be felt in the very ears, a rhythmic drum that anchors the consciousness to the physical form. One learns to navigate this world of the dark through the senses of the skin and the nose, the abrasive comfort of the wool, the dry, sun-scented rustle of the mattress, and the mineral, alkaline scent of the cooling hearth. In the total absence of light, the architecture of the dwelling reveals itself through a symphony of small, honest sounds. The roof timbers groan with a slow and grinding cadence as the frost tightens its grip on the thatch, a structural dialogue that has played out in this same room for 100 winters. These timbers are the ribs of the sanctuary, their smoke-stained fibers hardened by time and fire, standing firm against the weight of the snow and the sky. One can sense the immense pressure of the cold against the exterior of the walls, a silent, invisible weight that seeks out every hairline fracture in the masonry. But the house holds. It is a sturdy vessel, built by hands that understood the severity of the seasons, a fortress of logic in a world of unreason. To be inside these walls is to be protected by the labor and the wisdom of the past, a link in an unbroken chain of human persistence that reaches back to the very first stones laid upon the earth. The silence has attained a ringing, high-pitched depth, a frequency of stillness that seems to vibrate in the very bones. It is punctuated only by the landmarks of the domestic world, the high-pitched tink of a cooling iron pot, the rhythmic grinding of a sleeper's teeth, or the dry, papery snap of a piece of straw moved by a nesting creature in the thatch. These noises do not break the peace. They define the dimensions of the sanctuary, proving that the house is still inhabited and the flame of life is still burning in the dark. Outside, the world is a museum of ice, a landscape where even the wind has stopped its dance. The frost has grown in silence across the window bladder, writing a jagged, crystalline script that only the morning will be able to read. The village is a collection of these white mounds, each one a stone-walled island of heat in a sea of obsidian and silver, connected by the invisible web of a shared and silent struggle. Beyond the thick timber door, the landscape is a study in monochromatic stillness, locked under a sky so clear it seems to hiss with the cold of the stars. The moon has set, leaving the stars to cast a light that is sharp, clinical, and devoid of heat. The snow crust is a vast, white mirror, reflecting the starlight with a dim, blue-gray luminescence that makes the trees look like skeletal glass carvings. There is no movement in the lanes, the animals have gone to ground, and the people are hidden away in the deep huddle of their beds. This shared isolation is the strongest thread in the village's fabric, the knowledge that every neighbor is currently huddled in the same way, breathing in the same rhythm, creates a profound sense of communal strength. We are a collection of small, warm hearts, pulsing in the deep dark, waiting for the great turning of the earth to bring the light back to our windows and the heat back to our hands. In the stable, the animals have reached the peak of their own internal trance. The oxen and the cows are pressed together, their massive hides radiating a heat that has turned the interior of the barn into a humid, sweet-smelling fog of vitality. The scent of the barn, the smell of dry hay, warm animal musk, and the mineral tang of the frozen earth is a powerful, grounding perfume that speaks of the deep roots of survival. The livestock are the silent partners of the farmstead, their heartbeat a slow, powerful drum that echoes the pulse of the earth itself. To think of their warmth is to feel a sense of communal purpose. The entire village is a single organism, hunkered down for the long watch. The animals provide the heat and the labor that sustain the farm, and in return they are granted the protection of the timber and the care of the human hand. In the silence of the night, we are all part of the same huddle, all waiting for the same dawn. The fatigue of this hour is total and all-encompassing, a velvet shroud that covers the consciousness with a heavy and restorative weight. It is a state where the boundaries between waking and dreaming have vanished, replaced by a meditative loop of small, tactile comforts. The mind drifts through the memories of the summer light, touching on the most basic sensations: the prickle of heat on a bare neck, the smell of sun-warmed dust in the lane, the taste of a ripe plum. These memories are the mental embers that keep the spirit from freezing, small packets of gold, kept in the dark vault of the mind to be used when the world turns to glass. There is a strange, quiet joy in this deprivation, a stripping away of all that is unnecessary until only the core of existence remains: the breath, the pulse, and the warmth of the kin. In the dark, you are not a name or a trade. You are simply a point of life in a frozen universe. The passage of time has become a slow and viscous process, measured only by the gradual cooling of the air and the slow migration of the frost across the interior stones. The darkness is a tangible presence, a weight that presses against the eyelids and the chest with a gentle, insistent force. Yet there is a subtle change in the air, a shifting of the tide that only the most attuned senses can perceive. The night has reached its deepest point and is beginning its long, agonizingly slow climb toward the dawn. The heart rate increases by a fraction. The blood moves with a new, quiet purpose. The defensive posture of the midnight hours is beginning to soften, preparing for the eventual transition to the morning. The long watch is entering its final, most patient phase, the quiet endurance before the first gray hint of the light begins to filter through the window and reclaim the room from the shadows. The scent of the house is the scent of survival itself. It is the mineral tang of the stone, the dusty sweetness of the grain, the heavy, musky aroma of the wool, and the lingering, alkaline ghost of the wood smoke. These are the smells of a home that has been carefully prepared, a system designed to turn the abundance of the summer into the persistence of the winter. One breathes in the history of the dwelling, the salt of generations of labor, and the smoke of 1,000 fires. This scent is a sensory anchor, preventing the mind from drifting away into the abstract, terrifying spaces of the night. It is the smell of safety, of belonging, of the domestic world holding its ground against the wild. We are the keepers of the ancient warmth, the survivors of the long watch, and as the darkness settles into its final configuration, we stand ready to face the frost with the quiet confidence of those who have the stone, the wool, and each other. As the later hours of the night unfold, the huddle remains perfectly still, a single and breathing mass of humanity. The warmth is steady, a small and defiant fire that refuses to be extinguished by the surrounding ice. The house is still, a stone monument to persistence that has witnessed 1,000 such nights. The night is long, but it is finite. We are the survivors of the dark, the keepers of the breath, the watchers of the long cold. The story of the night is reaching its conclusion, and the first gray light of the dawn is waiting just behind the curve of the earth, ready to reclaim the world from the frost. We settle deeper into the straw, feeling the movement of the night as a gentle, rocking motion. The morning will come when it is ready, and until then we are safe in the arms of the dark, tucked away in the very heart of the winter sanctuary, breathing in unison with the turning of the world. The world has reached the final, thinnest layer of the night, that ghostly and elusive hour where the darkness is no longer growing, yet the light remains a distant, whispered promise. Inside the stone cottage, the air has attained a quality of profound, stagnant purity. The frost that has spent the long hours climbing the interior walls has now fully occupied the corners of the room, turning the familiar dwelling into a white, crystalline cathedral of the quiet. Beneath the heavy, comforting weight of the wool blankets, the huddle has reached its peak of shared density. The heat here is thick, humid, and ancient, a living atmosphere that smells of the earth, the straw, and the slow, persistent rhythm of life. This is the moment of the ultimate watch, the final stretch of endurance before the dawn. The mind remains suspended in a state of soft, rhythmic clarity, anchored to the physical world only by the steady thud of the heart and the abrasive, honest texture of the fabric against the skin. The sensation of the weight is the primary reality of this hour. The blankets, layered with the intention of centuries, have become a heavy, protective slab that seals the family into the bed, preventing the heat from escaping into the ravenous chill of the room. This pressure is not a burden. It is a reassurance, a physical proof of the boundaries between the safety of the interior and the infinite, frozen void of the winter sky. To be part of the huddle now is to exist in a state of communal grace, a biological sanctuary where the pulse of one is the pulse of all. Every breath is a slow and deliberate act of reclamation, taking in the metallic, ice-heavy air of the chamber and transforming it into the warm, moist fuel of survival. One learns to savor this stillness, finding a deep and meditative peace in the total absence of the need for motion. The world outside has ceased to matter. There is only the breath, the wool, and the shared warmth of the kin. In the total darkness, the eyes no longer seek for light, but instead learn to perceive the room through the varying textures of the shadow. The heavy oak beams overhead are a solid, massive presence, their weight supported by the stone walls that have stood their ground against 1,000 such nights. One can sense the history of the house in the very air, the scent of every fire that has burned in the hearth, the salt of every generation that has labored within its walls, the quiet, persistent spirit of the domestic order. The house is a vessel, a sturdy ship of stone and thatch that carries the family through the frozen sea of the night toward the distant shore of the morning. There is a profound sense of security in this containment, a realization that we are not fighting the cold, but moving with it, participating in the ancient, slow-motion rhythm of the Earth's rest. We are the keepers of the ancient warmth, the survivors of the long watch, and we are nearly there. The silence of the house has attained a resonant, high-pitched depth, a frequency of stillness that speaks of the absolute cessation of movement. It is punctuated only by the landmarks of the interior, the sharp, metallic click of a cooling tripod, the dry, papery rustle of the mattress, or the low, rhythmic groan of a timber in the roof as it adjusts to the pressure of the frost. These sounds do not break the peace. They define the dimensions of the sanctuary, proving that the house is still inhabited and the flame of life is still burning in the dark. Outside, the world is a frozen museum, a landscape where even the wind has stopped its dance. The frost has grown in silence across the animal bladder window, writing a jagged, crystalline script that only the first gray light of the morning will be able to read. The village is a collection of these white mounds, each one a stone-walled island of heat in a sea of obsidian, connected by the invisible web of a shared and silent struggle. Beyond the door, the landscape is a study in monochromatic stillness, locked under a sky that has begun to lose its deep, star-pierced blackness. The atmosphere is shifting toward a bruised, violet gray, a sign that the sun is beginning its long, subterranean climb toward the horizon. The snow reflects this emerging light with a dim, ethereal luminescence, turning the familiar lane into a series of soft, undulating waves. There is no movement in the village. The cattle are silent in their stalls, the dogs are curled into tight circles in the straw, and the people are hidden away in the deep huddle of their beds. This shared isolation is the strongest thread in the community's fabric. The knowledge that every neighbor is currently engaged in the same preservation of the breath creates a profound sense of communal strength. We are a collection of small, warm hearts, pulsing in the final dark, waiting for the great turning of the world to bring the light back to our windows. In the stable, the animals have reached the peak of their own internal trance. The oxen and the cows are pressed together, their massive hides radiating a heat that has turned the interior of the barn into a humid, sweet-smelling fog of vitality. The scent of the barn, the smell of dry hay, warm animal musk, and the mineral tang of the frozen earth is a powerful, grounding perfume that speaks of the deep roots of survival. The livestock are the silent partners of the farmstead, their heartbeat a slow, powerful drum that echoes the pulse of the earth itself. To think of their warmth is to feel a sense of communal purpose. The entire village is a single organism, hunkered down for the final hour. The animals provide the heat and the labor that sustain the farm, and in return they are granted the protection of the timber and the care of the human hand. In the silence of the night, we are all part of the same huddle, all waiting for the same dawn. The fatigue of this hour is of a different quality than the exhaustion of midnight. It is a light, expectant tiredness, a state of being where the body is ready to move, yet the soul still clings to the profound stillness of the huddle. One feels as though they are emerging from a long underwater journey, rising slowly toward the surface of the day. The thoughts are clear and rhythmic, focused on the immediate tasks of the morning, the first spark of the fire, the breaking of the ice on the water pail, the warmth of the porridge. These thoughts are not a burden but a comfort. They represent the return of agency, the moment when the passive endurance of the night gives way to the active life of the sun. The long wait has been a purification, a stripping away of the unnecessary until only the essential movements of survival remain. The passage of time is now measured by the gradual thinning of the shadows on the ceiling. The long, delicate strands of soot, which have hung motionless for hours, begin to shiver almost imperceptibly as the air in the room starts its first faint circulation. The thatch above is a dark, heavy canopy, but the mind begins to imagine the first light touching its frosted surface. The house is a living thing, groaning softly as its timbers adjust to the subtle shift in pressure that occurs as the night prepares to break. It is a sturdy protector, a stone shell that has witnessed 1,000 winters and understands the necessity of the long wait. To be inside its walls is to be inside a promise, a contract made with the earth and the seasons that the light will always, eventually, return. The wait is almost over. The scent of the house in this hour is at its most complex and evocative. There is the bass note of the wood ash and the mineral scent of the damp stone, but there is also the deep, musky aroma of the wool blankets and the faint, dusty sweetness of the grain bins. These odors are the sensory architecture of the home, the things that define the space as a place of safety and abundance. They are the smells of a life that has been carefully prepared for the winter, a life that has gathered the treasures of the sun to see it through the darkness. To breathe in the air of the chamber is to consume the history of the family, to taste the labor and the care that have gone into making this shelter a reality. It is a fragrant barrier against the scentless, frozen void of the world outside, a reminder that the world of color and heat is still there, waiting to be reclaimed. As the final minutes of the night's watch unfold, the huddle remains perfectly still, savoring the last, precious moments of communal warmth. The breath is steady, a rhythmic anthem of life that fills the small room with a sense of purpose. The story of the night is reaching its final chapter, a narrative of stillness and strength that has been written in the frost and the shadow. We have navigated the darkness, we have guarded the heat, and we have reached the threshold. The morning is no longer a myth, it is a coming reality, and when the first gray light finally touches the window, we will be there to meet it, emerging from our stone sanctuary with the quiet strength of those who have endured the long, cold watch. The first true needle of gray light has finally pierced the translucent animal bladder window, ending the long, absolute reign of the dark. This light is not yet warm, nor is it even bright, but it carries the undeniable weight of the morning, a soft and silvered clarity that begins to dissolve the heavy shadows of the room. Inside the stone walls, the air remains at its most brittle, the frost on the interior stones now visible as a thick, opaque fur of ice that traces the path of the night's cold. Beneath the massive, humid weight of the wool blankets, the huddle is beginning its final, slow dissolution. There is a profound, shared reluctance to leave the sanctuary of the straw, yet the body knows the cycle has turned. The heart beats with a new, active rhythm, and the shallow, meditative breaths of the midnight hours have given way to deeper, more purposeful inhalations. The long watch is over, and the house is no longer a silent vessel of endurance, but a waiting workshop for the labor of the new day. To move for the first time in hours is to fully re-enter the physical world. A hand is withdrawn from the warmth of the huddle, the skin immediately meeting the biting, metallic air of the room. It is a sharp and bracing shock that brings the mind into a state of total focus. The feet find the floor, the hard-packed earth as cold as a frozen lake, drawing the last of the night's sleep from the limbs with a ruthless, mineral efficiency. Every movement is slow and deliberate, a sequence of survival that has been honed by 1,000 winters. The heavy woolen garments, cold to the touch but thick with the potential for warmth, are pulled over the head, creating the first layer of defense against the room's ambient chill. The silence of the house is now broken by the honest, domestic sounds of the awakening, the rustle of the straw as the mattress is relieved of its burden, the thud of heavy boots on the clay, and the low, rhythmic groan of the heavy timber door as it is pushed open to reveal the world. The hearth remains the center of all hope. The gray ash, which for hours served as a protective blanket for the fire, is carefully pushed aside to reveal the core of the embers. Deep in the heart of the hearth, a single glowing pulse of orange remains, a tiny and defiant sun that has survived the long, cold night. This ember is the most precious thing in the house, a direct link to the fire of the previous day and the foundation of the fire to come. The tinder, charred linen, and fine wood shavings is placed upon it with the gentleness of a prayer, and a single, steady breath is offered to the glow. A thin ribbon of blue smoke rises, followed by the first, fragile flicker of a yellow flame. This light is the true dawn of the house, a golden signal that the human order has been restored, and the cold is being pushed back to the margins of the stones. Outside the door, the world is a study in matte white and pale, luminous gray. The sun is still hidden behind the shoulder of the earth, but its presence is felt in the whitening sky and the fading of the stars. The snow crust, which for hours was a silver mirror, is now a soft and absorbent surface that takes the first tracks of the morning. The silence of the village is fraying, replaced by the rhythmic and muffled sounds of the community waking, the distant thwack of an axe, the creak of a well handle, the lowing of a cow. These sounds carry a startling clarity in the thin, cold air, a music of persistence that binds the cottages together. The plumes of smoke from the chimneys are now thick and gray, rising straight into the still atmosphere like a series of vertical anchors. The world is no longer a frozen dream. It is a place of effort, breath, and motion once again. In the stable, the transition is complete. The heavy bar is lifted, and the first light of the morning spills into the warm, animal-dense interior. The cattle and the oxen shift in their stalls, their massive bodies radiating a heat that has turned the barn into a humid sanctuary. The work here is a methodical ritual of care, the breaking of the ice in the troughs, the distribution of the golden hay, the checking of the hooves. The relationship between the farmer and the stock is at its most visible in this hour, a partnership of shared endurance that has seen the farm through the darkest turn of the year. To work among the animals is to feel the deep, rhythmic pulse of the earth's life, a heat that no frost can ever truly extinguish. The barn is a reservoir of vitality, a foundation of the farmstead that is now ready to serve the day. Back inside the dwelling, the fire has grown into a robust and steady flame, casting a warm, orange glow across the faces of the family. The iron cauldron, filled with water from the bucket, begins to sing, a low and melodic hum that signifies the return of nourishment. The scent of the room has been transformed. The stagnant, metallic smell of the frost has been replaced by the sweet, resinous aroma of burning oak and the bready, wholesome scent of the morning porridge. The dried herbs in the rafters release a final, floral ghost into the warming air, a sensory promise of the spring that is now one night closer. The house is a hive of activity, a space where the individual efforts of the family merge into a single, coordinated movement toward the light. The transition is absolute, the night is a memory, and the day is a broad, white canvas. The light of the sun finally hits the window, turning the frost on the exterior of the bladder into a shimmering, temporary garden of light. The rays crawl across the floor, illuminating the dust motes and the worn depressions in the earth. The frost on the interior walls begins to melt, the water trickling down the stones in small, glistening tracks that reflect the orange light of the fire. This is the victory of the morning, the triumph of the hearth and the sun over the long, cold darkness. We have come through the night together, protected by the stone, the wool, and the shared heat of our own bodies. We carry the strength of that endurance in our hearts, a quiet and lasting confidence that comes from knowing we have the wisdom and the materials to wait out the void. The passage of time is now measured by the growth of the day and the progress of the labor. The long watch of the night was a dark foundation, a period of quiet preservation that has made this bright morning possible. We are the keepers of the ancient warmth, the survivors of the frost, and the masters of the house. Every stitch mended, every log split, and every mouthful of bread is a celebration of our persistence. The winter is a hard teacher, but its lessons are profound. The value of the huddle, the honesty of the stone, and the power of the shared breath. We stand in the light of the new day, rooted in the earth and ready for the work, secure in the knowledge that we have held our ground against the cold and emerged whole into the morning. As the sun climbs higher, turning the village into a landscape of blinding brightness, the memory of the deep night remains as a quiet, steady warmth within the spirit. We know the dark will return, and we know the frost will grow again, but we no longer fear it. We have the stone, we have the wool, and we have the fire. We have the memory of the shared heat and the rhythm of the collective breath. We are a part of the long, unbroken story of human persistence, a story written in the smoke of 1,000 hearths and the tracks in 1,000 winters. The day is ours to live, and the night is ours to endure, and as the light fills the world, we move forward with the quiet and steady peace of those who have seen the dawn. The story of the cold night has reached its natural conclusion, fading into the bright and busy reality of the day. The huddle has dispersed, the fire is strong, and the world is awake. We breathe in the crisp, crystalline air of the morning, feeling the strength of our own vitality and the security of our home. The long watch is over, the light has returned, and the world is once again a place of color, motion, and life. We are home, we are warm, and we are ready for the year to turn.